der Livestream der Nürburgring Langstrecken Serie. Präsentiert von Falkenreifen.
Herzlich willkommen zur Nürburgring Langstrecken Serie.
Welcome to the Nürburgring for the NLS, the Nürburgring Langstrecken Series.
Und jetzt ist das Rennen freigegeben. The red lights are out now. Fans sind wieder da.
I would think that's very, very close.
Jetzt kommt er ran, zieht sich ran.
Welcome to the Nürburgring 12 hours, 6 hours today of racing and 6 hours tomorrow. The good news as we look at a field of over 120 cars forming up on the grid. It's still quite a while to the start of the race, over an hour, but it's dry on the grid. It was not just wet, it was very, very wet indeed this morning for qualifying. So that is definitely a step in the right direction. So just to reiterate, my name is Bruce Jones. Alongside I have Peter Snowden, but it's 6 hours of racing today, Snowy, and 6 hours tomorrow. So we're set on the cruise.
I would imagine so, yes. Obviously, parc fermé rules overnight, so the cars go away and can't be touched, which I think is just fantastic. You've got to start the race tomorrow exactly as you finish the race today. No fiddling, no doing things, no looking at what the opposition have done. Think, oh, we've seen where their weakness is and do something.
And there is another very Nürburgring element within that, in that once the cars have parked up on the grid in parc fermé, the teams are encouraged to go and have a beer and some steak in their garage. There's a lot of party entertainment for the young families. There's a Haribo party, not a Jelly Baby party, but you have to find the Golden Bear. And so plenty going on, plus concerts tonight. So they've really thought it through. A nice kick into autumn. The wrong kick into autumn was the foul weather this morning. However, it's warming up and it's dry. Over 120 cars coming out to play.
I don't think it's just encouraged. I think it's actually a regulation to go and have beer, steak and frites at the Nürburgring.
I never read past the first page of regulations, but one feels...
I know, that's why I'm here for you.
Yes, indeed. But anyhow, so under sort of glowering skies, but so the good thing is it is drying it out. It is becoming a little more, little drier and warmer as we go. 6 hours today. We're kicking off local time at 2:15, so 1:15 over here. And 6 hours of racing, the checkered flag falls, and then your interval to the car ahead of you is recorded. And then tomorrow morning, when the cars are taken off the grid and put into the pit lane, they start from the pit lane under code 60 at the very time difference they were behind the car ahead of them, if that makes sense. If you finish 4.2 seconds behind car number 34, you start 4.2 seconds after them. And the field stays under code 60, so going slowly, no one gaining advantage until the last car that crosses the line tonight is released onto the grid.
Perfectly logical, and why should you get an advantage? Parc fermé rules are parc fermé rules. Exactly, maintain the gaps. The only thing I would say there is, of course, how many cars are going to finish part one of the race, and how long is it? If you've got somebody with lots of gaps, what happens when you get somebody that's a laps down?
That's true.
How do we get them out of the pit lane?
I think you must work on that. Well, that's why you're here. So look at the small print. You set up the goal and you've knocked it in.
It's an own goal straight away, 2 minutes in.
But it's you know, we've been commentating on these for years now, Snowy, and this is a totally different way of doing it to the regular 3 hours. The teams have to really think it through. And certainly in the Nürburgring Langstrecken Series, it's very much a case of feeling what's coming next, because they've established the drivers and the crews, they want the longer races, and this is the big one for them. Of course, not in the championship. We've got the regular Nürburgring 24 hours year in, year out, which is a brilliant event. But what we do have, though,
ein
is the
Traum
Nordschleife.
vieler Rennfans, der für die allermeisten nie Realität wird, mit dem neuen Gran Turismo 7 aber ein ganzes Stück realistischer. Mit der neuesten Auflage des Kultspiels für die Konsole fahren wir zu den wichtigsten Streckenabschnitten der grünen Hölle.
Into the golden hues, and
Die
we start in
AMG
the air.
Arena.
We have snow, but we've got leaves on the trees, eternally green. It's beautiful. This is part of nature, this circuit.
Well, of course, we do have another round at the end of the year on November the 5th. It was, of course, actually NLS 4, I think it is. that was, of course, cancelled because of snow. That very thing where it wasn't. I think it was on the Wednesday or the Thursday they cancelled it on the basis that it was going to snow, and we were just like, but it's not. And we look at the webcam, and it was like fine, and raced on that. It's not a problem at all. We've raced in worse. And they were absolutely right. By the time it came to race day, it never would have taken place. So far better to pull out earlier. But as you say, one of the things I love about the Nürburgring, and I've commentated on this with you now for two full seasons. It's our third season, Bruce. It's never, no two are ever the same. Just conditions, weather, events. We've seen absolutely everything, including the 24-hour this year, which was quite extraordinary. But just when you, what was the line from the film Jaws, wasn't it? Just when you thought it was safe again. Yes, mind your leg. Just when you thought it was safe again. But just when you sort of got settled down and you get relaxed into it, you're thinking the race has got a rhythm, and all of a sudden something changes, and it can just be something as simple as a car just pulling over to the side and breaking down, and all of a sudden there's a code 60, and it all changes, and it changes the whole. Suddenly people dive into the pits and don't, and this is what I love about it. As you say, it's multi-class racing. But it's like this extraordinary 12 hours we've got now, or 6 hours today, 6 hours tomorrow, of a high-speed game of chess. It's amazing.
Well, it's phenomenal, and no wonder it is the ultimate circuit for game platforms like Gran Turismo. Gran Turismo 7 has just launched a new one. And talk about variables, you know, it's one thing if you're going, oh, it's raining at the far side of Monza, you sort of can get that quite easily. But when you've got the whole factor here, and we do spend a lot of time through the year talking about the weather, it is such a factor. But this event draws
it into complete perspective for when I did the 24-hour here for the first time, and I remember going through Flugplatz and taking off, race like the car goes light, and literally perhaps my memory's embellishing it a little bit, but it felt at the time that as I approached, it was dry. As the car lifted, the spots of rain appeared
by
on
the
the
time
screen,
you came
and
into
he was
land.
thinking, oh, by the time I put the landing lights on, I better put the wipers on as well. I exaggerate slightly for character, but it was that it can be so sudden. It was quite extraordinary. It's a great experience.
No, it is absolutely amazing. Down on the grid at the moment, Patrick Simon doing the sterling job he always does, and he's managed to catch someone rather famous down there, Klaus Ludwig, and of course his son Luca hasn't done many of the rounds this year. He's joined the, I think it's the Octane 126 team. That would make sense this weekend.
Yeah.
And he's absolutely fabulous in a Ferrari, but Klaus in the heyday of the DTM back in the 80s into the 90s.
He was quite handy, wasn't he?
He was absolutely fantastic. Lovely, lovely guy. But he's using both of his weather eyes, looking up at the clouds and having a laugh because he's not driving, but it's rather suggesting that we may not be out of the woods. In fact, you're never out of the woods at the Nürburgring Nordschleife, are you? You go into the woods, but that is very much one of the elements. But it's certainly not a high summer here now. Thick jackets being worn down on the grid. And Patrick Simon, wise fellow as he is, he's got a hood on his just in case of a possible downpour. But snow, one of the things I love is the fact the fans are down on the grid being caught by Patrick and interviewed. But they're just, 2 years ago we were delighted to go racing, but certainly for everyone taking part in the long distance races on the Nordschleife, it's having the fans back that's made such a difference for them. And the German organisers always put the fans right at the front of the equation. So it's just great to see, all generations down there on the grid, taking a look at the cars, getting up close. It's what it's all about.
It is. NLS, by the way, in November is actually NLS 2.
Yes, it was NLS 2, yeah.
2, I thought it was a bit...
I didn't want to pick you up on it.
No, I thought I'd do it myself. Self-correcting, just what we need.
Yeah, well, full day of racing ahead. So, it is now local time 1:23. And in just about 45 minutes, we will be up enjoying the view from the helicam. Actually, one of the people who needs the biggest pat on the back with the Nürburgring Langstrecken series is the camera person up in that helicopter. They do a brilliant job because fly slightly too fast and you'd lose the circuit. You'll just be looking at trees, but they pick it up and it looks fabulous this time of year. So when we see that flying over Schwalbenschwanz at local time 2:20, that's local time if you're in the Eifel forest, and we know the cars are quite a long way around their formation lap, and then we know what follows that, the proper racing. Quite blowy down on the grid. There's no someone with an umbrella, just maybe so that they can be found among all the cars.
Keep the sun off them.
Keep the sun, that's true. Yes, keep the skin cancer at check. But certainly very, very busy down there. And so Klaus Ludwig wants another interview. He's hovering around behind Patrick Simon. But now, one thing I want to throw into the mix, 4 rounds have happened so far, snow, and this year, obviously the one that got snowed off didn't happen. 4 different winners. And that sort of tells the story of how it is not easy to win these races. And yet we've got some great crews like the BMW Junior Team crew that has yet to win this year, but by golly, they've been in the mix at every single round. But as you say, there is always the potential for 1 or 2 little twists that just really change the whole scenario.
Yeah, and that extraordinary GT4 car, the new BMW, and it's been at the forefront of everything this year. And during the 24-hour race, it was extraordinary how they all led it, all at some point, got to the front, whatever, all right up at the front, perhaps not all led it, but not one of them got through to the end. It was, I think one did, one of the Valkenholz cars maybe?
Yeah.
One of the road car, no, one of the 2 teams, but outside of the, I think only just outside the top 10, I need to check the list, but a car that had so much potential and just didn't quite deliver. Does that mean it's not up to a 24-hour race yet? Or no, it doesn't, because they just had pure bad luck.
Yeah, no, they did, and they went really, really well, that BMW Junior Team crew.
Yeah.
In the Spa 24 hours as well. So, I think BMW, with such a history of supporting young drivers, are staying sort of true to their leitmotif.
Yeah, that extraordinary move from Dan Harper, wasn't it, around the outside of Blanchimont at one point, and you're just thinking, he's got equipment I haven't got, and I don't mean the car. It's like, wow. But at that age, when you're 21, that's what your job is as a professional driver.
Yeah, and you know what your office is. It's exactly what you've been driving for the past several seasons, and doing so very well. Now the grid is starting to become ever more full, packed with fans and spectators and crews, but most of the cars now getting into position. This is the bit I
totally misheard you. I thought you said vans. I was looking for sprinters. Fans, sorry.
They're not normally at the front. We only see the front of the grid here, but
other brands are available too.
Yeah, well, quite so.
Yeah, they're
quite
in transit.
So. Now, of course, one other element we have to throw into the mix is the fact that, particularly with the possibility of what we like to call inclement weather, tyres, many different brands of tyres being used, and Falcon have put so much into their racing. They've got 2 cars here, 2 of the possible front runners. Well, definite possible front runners, but I noticed as I look down on the grid, they're not right at the sharp end, so that's been a little bit of a surprise. But qualifying was very, very wet indeed. And Kuba Gimmaziak pulled it out of the bag for Phoenix and took pole position, the number 16 Audi, by 1.5 seconds from Christian Cronjes in one of the Walkenhorst Motorsport BMWs. But get this, 3rd place, Gabriele Piana, should be there by right. Such a talented driver. He was in a Cup 3 class Porsche. So that was a case of mastering the wet weather conditions and possibly just staying the right side of crazy in terms of trying to get a lap in. The track was beginning to dry a little bit, but it was still properly wet. So that was a fabulous lap from Gabriele.
Just following up on our qualifying comments, you did say go and check the regulations, which we've now done. Of course, those cars, if they are a lap down, well, that's where they start, a lap down. They're just released from the pits at that point. It's just like rejoining the race, a lap down.
Okay.
As you would.
So if you've got 42 laps in the bag,
yeah,
you start with 42.
Yes, you just release from the pits at the same time. So you're not, obviously, I think the only issue I think I was trying to question was if you've suddenly got a field coming through, because you're not going to have a field coming through, because they're all going to start. My thinking is, if you've got a batch like an ordinary NLS race, why would you let a car out that's a lap down right into a pack? Well, you're not going to, because they're all going to start in the order they finish. So unless there's a gaggle of 5 or 6, well, that's just normal racing anyway. And under the rules of the ring license and the permit, they're all trained how to deal with that. So it's just like during the race from the pits anyway.
Now, if you've never watched a Nürburgring Langstrecken race before...
Where have you been?
A, where have you been? B, where have you been? And what you have to understand, at the start of the race, the circuit is long. It's fabulous, but it does mean, literally, at the end of the second lap, the front runners are almost onto the tails of those that started. We start in 3 packs with the slowest car starting in the 3rd pack, with timed intervals between them. There's normally about a minute between the end of the 1st pack being fired off and the start of the 2nd. And soon, there's that moment of peace and quiet for the driver who gets away and leads into the 1st corner, or more importantly, out of the 1st corner.
The part of a Grand Prix weekend that apparently Davey Coulthard always relished the most. So when he had a phrase which I won't repeat on air, he said, but when everybody else left the grid, when they all went somewhere off the grid, and it was him and the car, and that was it. That was it. Him. That's when he became a driver again, not all the PR stuff.
Well, you know what? I sort of fully understand that. Of course, the Kimi Räikkönen school takes that to the nth degree.
The extreme as Kimi did in everything.
Oh, yeah.
And now got him played in NASCAR now, because why not?
Well,
yes, exactly.
I actually really like that taste, and Jacques Villeneuve still wanting to try many, many things. In fact, I think he's testing week down in a Formula One car down at Monza.
Not showing badly, considering how long ago since he won a world championship. 1997.
Yep.
And still quite capable of it.
Well,
just very quickly, Bruce, just looking at some of the grid shot there. So Black Falcon 104 entry. Didn't see who was in that. That might have been Gabriel Piani who was in the car, but very interesting. The car, No.
Piana's in the Cup 3 Porsche, car number 104 that's qualified third fastest. So that will be a struggle in the early laps. But
yes, that was Carl was talking about. Just saying on the grid. Sorry, they were just showing it, and it was come to the grid on full, fresh, wet tyres. They've now got it up on its stands. They've taken the wets off, but they've put them right by each corner. Haven't taken them away and stacked them like they're just. What I'm saying is, it's not just tyres to the grid. It's what are we going to do? So probably a little bit of gamesmanship going on here. We've got a way to go before the start of the race. A little bit of gamesmanship from Black Falcon, as you'd expect of not letting on what tyres we're actually going to start on.
No, exactly.
Not just yet. Yeah.
One thing that did make me chuckle, sorry Ferrari fans, but there was a doctored photograph.
Yes, indeed, the one
of the mechanic just coming out of the temporary luge, holding the evasive wheel.
Left rear tyre. Yes, 70 minutes into the race. Yes.
So let's hope for them on home ground this weekend they can get it together.
Well, they said the F101's often described as a circus. I didn't realise it was quite swapped.
Trying to run to the grid with those big shoes.
Exactly.
Big flappy clown noses. But every driver on the grid at the moment is thinking about what is coming up, and no one, I think, can be confident with the weather. It's definitely lurking above them. Try to put on a brave face, but
well, talking of the weather, of course, Bruce, qualifying was in the wet, as you said. Pole position time
8 minutes, just under 8 minutes 20 seconds.
Yeah.
So hardly
8 minute
fleet.
19, exactly, hardly fleet. I think the best we've seen this year, I think it was Nicky Team's 7:53. I think is the best we've seen qualifying this year. I appreciate now Twitter's going to lighten up.
Yeah, well,
welcome to everybody that's going to tweet to us over the weekend. Say two race. It's a 12-hour race, but it's 2 6-hour races.
It is, just with a little bit of a gap for
with beer in between, but not for us.
No. Just mineral water and.
Yes. Ironically, the driver's going to go and have a beer. We can't. What does the world come to?
Right, so down on the grid, not all is, there's still plenty of time, but adjustments being made to the number 23. That's one of the line speed by Car Collection Motorsport Audis. That's shared by Leon Kohler, Simon Reichers, Florian
I would suggest
Spengler.
That's a bit more than adjustment.
And Jörg Wiebahn, indeed. I'm just trying to get clear vision. But again, look at the mechanic's faces, little weak smiles. Thumbs up from Patrick Simon, but he's not having to do the repairs. But right rear corner,
right rear light
fitting has been taken out, and other people just holding the other parts that have to be put in afterwards. But God, looks like I'm trying to fit the light fitting. They're all fingers and thumbs. Up at the front end of the grid, it is all cool and calm. But going back to your younger years, is that the Knight Rider car I spot in the middle of the grid? Oh yes, it is, because I think it's going for a little tour of the circuit.
And the Knight Rider car is called Kit. Nice bit of kit. Yes.
I had no idea. I never watched the programme myself, but
of course, you're far too young.
Wasn't allowed indoors. Feral child. But also now there's a KTM, one of the latest crossbows, Expos alongside it, and that's going to do a demo lap as well. And there's a very peculiar black, looks like a military vehicle on the right-hand side of the grid with a great big flap in the roof, so I can't hazard a guess as to what that is. And the things I do understand are sitting in behind. They're the racing cars, and actually the KTM, one of the KTM racers is up in 4th place on the grid, so it shows how jumbled things were. And I really do think, and with this long lap, if you got out early and were able to push through and do several laps, you could at least take more of a risk. But anybody slow out of the pits would have really struggled quite a bit to be comfortable enough with the circuit to really, really go for a charge. So very busy down there. Now,
there you go.
What can you tell me about car number 270? It's a Toyota GT86. I will throw it to you. No, I'll take it back. Vanina X, 13 years since she last raced here on the Nürburgring Nordschleife, is back. And that will be her mount for the weekend, car number 230. So that has been quite a while for her, but Vanina, lovely.
270.
Was it 270?
270.
Oh, they jumped in front of the door while I wasn't looking. But of course,
very thin. So I'm just wrong with the 3. Blank that out. Left the 2 and the 0, but left blanked out the 3.
It is indeed. But
trick of light. Trick of light.
Of course, if Vanina's as good as her father, Jackie, was in the wet anywhere, but particularly here, 1968, when he was in the Formula 2 class car and jumping past the others in the German Grand Prix, finished, I think, 5th overall. What was he doing in a Formula 2 class car in the race? Because back then, to make up the grid, because of course, well, the Nürburgring Nordschleife, it goes around and around for a very, very long time, huge lap time. To bolster the field, they added them, and Jackie Ickx and several others decided they weren't going to stand on ceremony, they were going to charge up the field. And in fact, I tell you what, that wouldn't have been 68, that would have probably been about 1966. Yes, it would have been earlier by 68.
One
he was racing for Ferrari.
4 teammates is referred to in the entry list as Brody.
He's very popular. He's been racing for a very long time.
Yep.
Now, this is an advertisement. No, it's not. If you ever get a chance to buy Andrew Marriott's new book, you will find out many, many news stories. I'm not going to spoil it, but there was just something you said there. He's got a chapter on pseudonyms and nicknames, and the German field, particularly on the Nürburgring Nordschleife, very much likes a nickname here or there. And I won't spoil it. He has something wry to say about everything, and you know, look out for that.
Well, talking of shout-outs, I need to just mention that in our race, in the Racing One Ferrari 488, we have. I've been said this because we all worked down at Goodwood together. In fact, we had to cover for him yesterday because Mr. Jody Fannin has got himself a drive, or as we know at Goodwood, Jody Fanini, because he's in the Ferrari this weekend, so he has to be called Fanini. It's only appropriate.
And which Ferrari is he in? Is he
Racing One?
The Racing One?
Yep.
Ah. Oh, because I only had Christian Kohlhaas down to drive that.
He's definitely in that.
Jody Fanini. Right, put that in your programmes, children.
Exactly.
Lick your pencils.
Yes, named after, would you believe, his father's South African. So guess where the nickname came from? First name came from. Yeah, there you go.
How's his brother, Ian Fannin, getting?
Exactly. Yes.
Now, one of the dark horses in this. No, you can't be a dark horse if you're likely to be one of the favourites already. One of the Falcon Motorsport cars, well, both of them. Obviously, if the Falcon rubber works through the changing conditions here, that would be good. But when you've got a driver lineup of Joel Eriksson and Sven Muller, who've already won around this championship this year. Jackson Evans, very, very talented. It's a production line of New Zealand drivers, and he's very much among that. He's been a star in the Porsche Super Cup. And Alessio Picariello, who I think probably has the tools to be the quickest in that car. He's a driver who did a lot of his racing in Asia, unusually for a Belgian driver, but came good. The GT World Challenge Asia Series found him, gave him a shop window, and since then, of course, the world has been his oyster, and very much in the Porsche mix. Falcon, they made life easier for themselves this year because Falcon Motorsports in recent years were running 2 cars, but 2 different makes. They had the Porsche and the BMW to spread the love, spread the message, but this time around in 2022, they've concentrated with many drivers driving their 2 Porsches. Life should be simpler, but they've certainly blooded quite a lot of them and given them a shot at having a good run here. So the front row, Audi, that's Kuba Gimasiat's car, alongside one of the Walkenhorst Motorsport BMWs. That's the black and white liveried one that Christian Cronjes, it's car number 34, put into second on the grid.
We've commented before, Bruce, how livery on a car can just make it look so different. We've seen it so often the case with these 3 BMWs, so Rover Racing, Walkenhorst, BMW Junior teams, and the 3 cars identical delivered, but the livery can make them look so. The Walkenhorst car there, it's black and white, it's almost a white stripe down the side. These cars have got a massive footprint as it is.
It looks so long.
It looked incredibly long, like it's a stretched version.
It did. I was thinking that. It looks like it's been customised, taken to LA and made lower and longer.
It's the new GT4 limo version. That's what it'll be.
Of course.
Yeah, we missed that. It's on the entry list.
Oh, of course. Again, pays to do your preparation.
Just wait for social media to light up.
Well, I think, all the manufacturers have gone the SUV route to sports car manufacturers. Might as well go the limo route as well. But up front, what you want is something nimble, and that's certainly what the Audi R8 LMS has been over a very long time now. Fantastic car around here. Get to the straights, the Mercedes-AMGs seem to have, a little more get up and go. Maybe they're the best balanced car overall, but for the tighter parts, the Audi looks fantastic around here, and certainly that nimbleness must have been very much a tool that was used very well indeed by Kuba Gimasiat to take that pole position.
Well, you'd be hard pressed not to put some money on an Audi doing wrong right here, let alone a Phoenix run car.
Yeah, well, we've got 2 in the top 4.
Exactly, because they're just constantly consistent and do what they do all the time. That said, you couldn't rule out of one of the new BMWs. We're just looking closely here at some images of is that the Racing One? No, that's number 26.
It's the Octane 126.
Sorry,
Ferrari with two mechanics inside the wheel arch.
Yeah. I think sometimes they do this deliberately because there's such a long gap between now and the start of the race. They put heads in there and make themselves look busy and you see, it's a bit of reverse psychology to the other teams of pretend there's a problem with the car, get somebody in there with a spanner and just rattle it around against, get a bit of carbon on the undertray, on the diffuser at the back. They're not actually doing anything.
No, but what we can see in the world...
They're also going to write in now and say, excuse me, Mr. Snowden, yes, do you mind? Yes.
Yes, I was worried for a moment as Peter was describing that something was loose underneath, the battery being handed from
It's a new battery going into it.
Yes, that's interesting. So Luca Ludwig, we saw his father Klaus on the grid earlier. He has been just such a star in Ferraris.
The myth of Ferraris and electrics, and Italians and their electrics. Needs a new battery on the grid.
Don't worry, the dashboard is lit up. Yeah, exactly. Christmas every day.
Exactly.
And so I had an Alfa 164, fabulous car, but it was Christmas every day. All the lights were warning, but that 3-litre V6 engine.
I think you just you didn't sell that car. You ultimately just left it somewhere, didn't you?
What, in a hedge?
Yes,
I think not. Great car, greatly underestimated.
Now got hedgehogs living in it.
That was my company car for a bit, but very good indeed.
They didn't think much of you, did they?
Just before I was shown the door. So there we have it. But back in the day. So yes, a little bit of consternation around that Octane 126 Ferrari. However, we have a very long lead into this race, and the race start is at 2:30 local time, and at the moment it's only 1:41. So this is the point at which we're only just about normally approaching the grid, but this extra time to explain what is coming up. And if you're just joining us, as Knight Rider goes around the circuit, Kit, as it's known, and David Hasselhoff is due to drive that rather fittingly, but not today. So, but it's mean, it's long, it's black, it's low, the sort of fared-in rear lights.
Well, it's not that, it's Pontiac Trans Am.
You try and build things up, and people try and drag it down. But
Knight Industries 2000, as it's known. Hence Kit. There you go.
So what else can you tell us about it? Now you've just closed that page of your search engine.
Now you just closed my seat, just exploded the myth there for us. Well, the original one was called Kit. That was Knight Industries 2000. But one of the films, 2000, not the series, was actually Knight Industries 3000. It was still called Kit. There you go. But it was the 2, not the 3.
Yeah.
There you go.
Evolution for you. I think people that like motor racing like minutiae, and that goes into that little pot very nicely indeed.
I'm here.
Good news? Do you want good news? The good news
appearing
is
all weekend.
Even better news than that is the fact, no, maybe not as good news, is the fact that the weather does seem to be improving slightly. It's not rained for a while. If you are just joining us, it was very wet indeed for qualifying. Kuba Gimasiak pulled it out of the bag to take pole position for Team Phoenix. And in fact, they've got both of their cars in the top 4 positions on the grid. The driver who was third fastest won't be starting in this lead group of cars because he's from the Cup 3 class. So we'll head that'll be the second batch of cars going away. But a fanfare here for Gabriele Piana, who did such a good job in the number 104 Porsche from the 911 GT3 Cup class, known as Cup 2. So I called it Cup 3 earlier.
Now, I know how you work, Jones, because that is your cue for me to do a little bit of a weather forecast and predictions for. We are, at the moment, in terms of precipitation, at a mere 40%. However, that's due to increase in the next 2 hours to 70%, and just by race end, the last 2 hours of the race end, to 90%.
Did you pack the canoe? A lot of people are going to be camping this weekend. And, of course...
it's like going to a festival, isn't it?
But it is, yeah. I mean, these lot take their tents home with them afterwards because they plan to use them again. But real mix of cars. Now the grid's starting to clear. We can see rather better. We can see the Phoenix Audis up near the front. Schnitzelarm going very well indeed. But the track is being used at the moment. The Knight Rider car Kit is on the track, and we've got another one that's about to be going out there very soon indeed. Brand new KTM. It's about to do a demo lap of the circuit. And when KTM launched the Crossbow, it was a fairly rudimentary car, unusual looks, but the shape has been refined some more. It's longer, lower, leaner, wider, and altogether, more together, I think we can say. It looks fabulous in road trim. It looks absolutely brilliant in race trim. And Peter, we've watched it over the championship last couple of years, going better and better.
It looks more like a supercar now, doesn't it?
It does.
Than something that's evolved. There was nothing ever wrong with the original one, but it never looked quite cohesive to me. But that looks like a car that's been designed from fresh, rather than, shall we turn a motorbike into a car? That's awful. That's the wrong way to think about KTM. Do you know what I mean? It never quite connected before somehow.
Well, I think it looked made for purpose. That purpose was racing. It now looks as though it's made in its more refined shape for another purpose, and that is selling as a supercar, and I would think an incredibly appealing one. The handling will be absolutely fantastic in that. And it also has that slightly different twist. Born on the racetrack it was, but you know, it's going to have a new home all around the world, because I think it's a hugely exciting car. Just the way the door opens so the driver can get out. No, they don't just flip it sideways. Yep. It goes up on hinges. In a way, it almost takes...
Clamshell, isn't it?
Yeah, it almost takes me back to the sort of cars, the concept cars of the 1960s. So many had a sort
like
of clamshell.
Or same colour.
Yeah. But you'd have the flip-up doors, the gull-wing doors. Everyone did something differently. So good cars to have until the hips start to sort of go away.
Yeah, gull-wing doors, scissor doors, clamshell. You name it, all sorts of many openings in the 70s.
Yeah, absolutely brilliant. In fact, one of the best books I've read recently was by Richard Hesseltine. It's a book of the concept cars of the 1960s. Or was it the 70s? No, it's the 60s. Absolutely brilliant. And I just wish, you know, manufacturers did put these little tidbits out there for people to pause and consider, because I think they were enormously exciting and different. And in fact, I was just amazed and slightly shocked how many of them I knew quite well. It shows the little boy with his observer book of cars, and a father in the motor industry did have his eyes turned somewhere.
You didn't pay attention at school, and you were busy looking at things like autosport and stuff, and who was to know, hey?
Who was to know? One day a career, perhaps.
Well, still time. Never say never, Bruce.
Never say never. Right, 6 hours of racing, 6 hours today, and to make it the 12 hours, 6 hours tomorrow. So when we get to the end of the play this evening, when it's starting to get gloomy and dark, the checkered flag will wave. 6 hours will be complete. And say, for example, you're second and you're 5 seconds behind the race leader. The cars will then be parked on the grid, and just remember that time interval. They'll be in parc fermé on the grid overnight, and then the cars will go into pit lane tomorrow morning, and you will start 5 seconds behind the car that finished ahead of you. That will be the interval. The car behind you was 11 seconds back. That starts 11 seconds after you do, but not at great speed. All these cars will head off under code 60. And in fact, for those of you who like to watch the Winter Olympics, put me in that camp, yes please. It's like the biathlon. It's exactly how they do it. Your interval from one gets carried over to the other. So, and as Peter has looked through the rules, say you were 12 seconds down on the race leader, but 3 laps down, you still start 12 seconds after the race leader, but you're still 3 laps down. So automatically, when we start racing on Sunday, the cars will be jumbled in that regular mix that we get through the course of everything other than the opening lap of a regular NLS race. All the classes scrambled. And just to point out, as a little bit of rain starts to fall onto Patrick Seaborn's jacket, the umbrellas are up now, we have many classes of cars, from the SP9 class, which is for GT3 cars, sort of almost unlimited performance, but not unlimited, it's controlled, down to, so you're talking the Mercedes-AMG GT3, the Porsche 911 GT3R, the Audi RM8 R8 LMS GT3, the Aston Martin Vantage GT3, Ferrari 488 GT3, and the BMW M4 GT3. One of those is starting second, could be very good. Right down to Ford Mustang GTs, Subaru BRZs, BMW 325s in the junior classes, many different sorts.
Ford Mustang the biofuel car still?
It is in the alternative Treibstoffer, so yes.
Just going back to qualifying there, you said about where everybody starts, whatever. There's a few penalties just come in as well, so we'll just get through those quickly. 176, which is the Pro Sport Aston Martin Vantage GT4, had a refueling in qualifying without goggles. They've only had a little warning on that one, so I think that one's okay. More importantly, the 270 that you mentioned, which of course is the Vanina Reeks-driven car, the pit lane entry, the Toyota GT86, that has a code 60 infringement, managed to do 77 Ks in that, so they start at the rear of that group, that start group. straight away, so they're done. And one other Code 60, which was the Eeks car. I'm not saying that Vanilla Eeks was driving that car, but let's just call it the pit lane entry. Was 77k, so 17k over at 60. The 853 decided to go for a PB on that one and managed to get themselves a start of the rear, start of that group at the back, plus a report to the commission, because going through the Code 60 at 127 k's is not taken too kindly.
That's double then quits.
Exactly, double with 7 to spare. Yes, like okay.
So that's the point at which there is absolutely no point in offering an excuse.
There's not really much argument, is there? No, and it's. I'm just saying 853. I actually can't find that on my entry list at the moment.
But if you can't find it, I
which
probably shouldn't.
Slightly disturbing, because I've got a. I have a gap, unless I've got pages. But we'll find that.
I don't have that one either. Anyhow, they're being disqualified for not being on the entry list.
It's on the bulletin for having a penalty, so I'm sure they haven't just made that up with the list. But there you go. So that's penalties that I know so far for part 1 of the race.
And you can rest assured there'll be plenty more of those by the time we got through 6 hours of racing today, and then double and quit and take it through to the end. 12 hours of. I know
there's a couple more just come in, which is fun. We do have also now a car 440, which is this is a slightly unique one. This is the QTQ Race Performance Porsche Cayman. You can guess which class that's in, can't you? Which is in the V5 category. That's got a penalty for using reverse gear in the pit lane and backing up the pit lane. I'm suspecting they missed their box. And
got the right pitch.
We were talking about this a little bit earlier in a different context, weren't we, Bruce? But 890, which is the BMW M2 in the M2 category, CS category. Only 3 drivers in that. One of them managed to miss the driver's briefing, was therefore fined €150. Not the way to start your 12-hour weekend, is it?
It really isn't. It's that's the sort of mantra, not an Opel mantra, just a mantra.
My apologies. Actually, it's 653, not 853. That's why we couldn't find 853.
Okay.
So,
it spared their blushes for a moment. Is get going carefully. You've got plenty of time to go racing. However, we say that every single NLS. Sometimes we're lucky, super clean through the start. And of course, when you get the start, you get 3 starts. Have I gone mad? Isn't one enough? No, well, it might be in some cases, but with 100, and sometimes we have 160 plus cars, they started in 3 groups with a gap in between them. So you get through the first start, and those cars are now charging out onto the Nordschleife. You get to the second start, they've got it clean through the first corner. And yes, we've got the clean set, 3. The triple, the treble, all 3 sets of cars get through the first corner. And here at the Nürburgring, Snowy, it's such a beguiling corner. It just calls you to make an overtaking manoeuvre. And success, I think we could safely say, is not always guaranteed. Still grey. Still plenty of people down on the grid, including children in little buggies, Patrick Simon's noticed the buggy on the grid with the Chardon. They're hedging their bets. It's good for the wet on the sidewalls of the tyre, but they're pretty slick on top. That's clearly a good bit of racing parentage there.
Very bemused child sitting in the buggies. What is this man with a microphone doing? Look at my tyres on my buggy. He's gone to interview Mum. Brilliant.
Yeah. But again, this just absolutely emphasises what's happening on the grid. It is about the family getting down there and making the fans for tomorrow as well, even if that little chap looks quite bemused. He's got a bag of crisps to eat later, that'll be fine. But again, in the long preamble to the race, there's plenty of chance to look down at the second batch of cars, which is a real mix of the Cup 2 Porsches. We've got VW Golfs running the TCR class car. We've got quite a few of those, actually. So a really good mix. Audi RS3 for the TCR class. And that's only at the front half of this group, this middle group of cars, which looks to be of about 36 to 40 cars. So a big group in its own right. And then the third group isn't really quite on the start-finish straight. If you can imagine the very short circuit where you've got the nip through, well, the Grand Prix circuit, where you turn onto the start-finish straight through that long, slightly uphill right-hander just in front of the Dorint Hotel. That's fine, that's the Grand Prix bit. But coming off the Nordschleife, the final bit out of that last corner is where the first of the third grouping of cars are sitting. So they're quite a long way from the starting gantry, but also they have to wait for the first group to power off, make their rolling start. The second group will be this is after a formation lap. Don't forget, we'll have their rolling start, and then they, in the third group, will have the third rolling start. And when they accelerate under the starting gantry, they won't see the cars from batch 2. They will have already got through that first corner and probably pretty much out of the Mercedes arena. But anyhow, what it is in the Nürburgring Langstrecken series, it's about racing for points in your class, and many a time, in fact almost every time over the years, the overall winner comes from one of the junior classes, and the key is you score as many points as there are people who started your class. So you could win your class every time, but there are only 4 of you in that class, so you're not going to pick up a lot of points. But some of the classes towards the back of the field are very, very well supported overall. And as I grab my notes, the overall leaders of the championship are running in the VT2R class, so that's a very junior class. Oscar Sandberg, Sindri Setsas and Daniel Zils. They've got a perfect score. They've won their class in each of the rounds so far. 4 rounds held, 1 round postponed because of snow through until November.
Snow?
They might be getting some snow in November.
You went very Dutch there, didn't you? You went to snow.
I was halfway between England and Germany.
Exactly.
I was in the Netherlands.
Yes. Watching the sparrows in the snow.
I was thinking about November. Seems to have headed up to Sean Connery country, as I did.
Getting ahead of yourself again, Jones. We've told you about this. Calm yourself, man.
Now, there is a minimum time you're allowed to serve at a pit stop. It's very much a sort of thing for GT racing. Keeps the number of mechanics down. It makes it safer all around because you've got plenty of time within that pit stop to complete any tyre changes you need to do. Right now, tyres are being changed left, right and centre down on the grid. No one's quite committing. We're seeing slicks going on some. We've seen wet weathers and intermediate tyres alongside other cars, but teams are having to start to nail their colours to the mast even, and be sure about what they want to be putting on their cars. But as soon as slicks are going on alongside, it's very easy to spot the stack of wet weather tyres. Then, of course, the big question is about which manufacturer's got the best tyres for each class. Racing one.
Another one of the layers, isn't it, of this,
totally.
Series, of course, that it's not just multi-class, but it's multi-tyres. We haven't got one manufacturer. We have a whole group. You can literally choose that you wish.
So we've got Toyo tyres, we've got Goodyear tyres, we've got Michelin tyres, we've, of course, got Falcon tyres.
Would they be under the Falcon Motorsports entry? Would that be?
That would be
3 and 4. They're running Falcons, are they?
Yeah.
I'll make a note of that. I did my prep.
Yeah. It just comes off the cuff. It's just
I know.
Remarkably smooth. Now the fans starting to go back into the grandstand. I see some tyres with little warming blankets atop them on a. No one's hedging their bets here, but we've talked about this before. When you head off on your out lap, when the conditions are cold, they're not cold today, they're just grey, but all the heat that you might have gained in your tyres beforehand, you've got to work it back into the tyres, because some of the days we've had near snow here, we've had proper snow. Pro Sport Racing, their Aston Martin looks fabulous in any race livery, but that's on Michelin's.
Of course, that's a car, one of the cars with a penalty.
That's Jean Glorieux who'll be starting that one. That's car number 17. He's sharing that with Maxime Dumaret and Christophe Breuer joining them this weekend. A lot of the race crew's been shuffled around.
Different one. Sorry, different process. It was a GT4 engine that's got their penalty. 176, not 17. My apologies. Yeah, but that's a GT3 car.
Yes.
The other one's a GT4. My apologies.
Accepted. So pause there for dramatic effect.
I know. We noticed.
Raindrops on the windows. Definitely, I saw them a short while ago while there were interviews being done on the grid. And
I thought you were going to burst into song there.
I left that open as well, just in case I suddenly had the desire. But people changing tyres left, right and centre. Now, we saw the KTM having a demo. That's Michelin rubber for them as well on the OZ Racing wheels of the number 920 KTM that's qualified very nicely indeed. That clamshell is open above. It's one of the Teichmann Racing entries. That's shared by Mike Ronifarth, Felix von der Laden and Yves Volter. Of course, with that clamshell raised at the moment, a little bit of precipitation can get in on the driver, then it'll be sort of angled backwards and down to seal the driver into the cockpit, but doesn't matter where it is. If you're on a grid, when we go to Dubai 24 hours, we've got KTM's racing in that. We've got other slightly crazy cars. We've got the Vortexes and things, and they always draw attention down the grid just because they're different. So the lid's up, the doors are open. Not every car down on terra firma though, still tyres being changed. I guess the later you can do it, the better. But it does seem, though there are a few drops of rain, clattering down onto, not clattering, this is dropping onto the windows of the cars. It's not heavy enough to do anything other than start on slick tyres. I think every tyre I've seen put on in the past 5 minutes has been a slick, whereas a short while ago we were seeing intermediates being proffered. There isn't blue sky to be seen, but it's less dark than it was. It's still grey, but there are white clouds up there as well. So I think it's heading in the right direction, despite that little flurry of rain. Fans have moved off the grid. It is now just the mechanics. Fans just working their way off out of the second grid of cars and back into the grandstands. Some standing atop the pit building. That's not a bad view because you can watch them at the start of the race, leave the grid, then run to the back of the building and look at them on the rear half of the Grand Prix loop, not half of the circuit. Of course, we start on the Grand Prix circuit. Don't do all of it. We turn right just the corner after the Mercedes arena and then go behind that wonderful drop down into the valley behind, through the Vidal chicane, up the slope to the Vidal chicane, and then through the double left-hander, Sabine Schmidt's curve, so named after Sabine, who such a star here at the Nürburgring, who died earlier this year. Double left-hander, and then you get to the really, really serious part of the circuit. You get to the Nordschleife, a totally, totally different environment. Tyre temperature is definitely going to be an issue today on the opening lap. I think some of the drivers are probably already writing their excuses, but
oh, ye of little faith.
Oh, me of little faith.
Anybody think you've interviewed drivers over the years?
Oh, I could name some names.
Yes. Yes, you'd be sued pretty quickly, I'd imagine.
Complimented. Great race liveries. If you've watched what was the VLN, the Vidal Langstrecken series before for the Nürburgring, and now the NLS, you'll just see over the last handful of years the standard at the front end in particular has just risen all the time in terms of car preparation, in terms of car appearance, and some fabulous liveries to be enjoyed. Now, what starts at the front goes down to the back as well. You've seen that over the years, Snow, that the teams at the back go, oh, that car looks rather good. Should we, now, of course, you can get all the wraps to make cars look really, really cool. You know, everybody has a little twist now, don't they?
Absolutely. It's and they change, quite often change them race to race, as we saw with the Vulcan horse BMW. But the Falcon Porsche that our grid camera is just focusing on at the moment, the number 3 entry, which is one of our camera cars this weekend, by the way. And we do have cameras on cars 2, 3 and 4, 2 being the Schnitzel Racing Mercedes, 3 and 4 being the 2 cars we've been talking about, the Falcon Motorsports Porsches. And the pole-sitting car, also the Shiram Sport Team Phoenix Audi R8, has a camera, as indeed does the Lion Sport collection car number 24. We then jump to 102, the Black Falcon in the GT3 category, to the other camera, and one other, bizarrely, right, I say bizarrely, as we go all the way through a whole series of page after page, you can hear me flicking through them, as we finally get to our final camera car, which is the Smithers Racing Porsche 718 Cayman in the Cayman category, 952. As in, that's 952, car number 952, not a Porsche 952. Just in case anybody thought there was a scoop there you weren't aware of.
4 hours into the race.
963, we've got a 952 as well.
Well, I'll give you a scoop. Shall I give you a scoop? The number 4 Porsche is starting from the pit lane. That's one of the 2 Porsches from Falcon Motorsports, Klaus Bachler, Ayhan-Chan, Guven, Komi Ledegaard and Martin Ragginger. So they're on the back foot from the outset. Patrick Simon still going and molesting people's tyres. Cut Michelin slicks on Phoenix number 5. That's the Vincent Cole, Frank Stippler Audi. So that's their concept for the start of the race. Patrick Simon looking appointed. A lot of the cars have blanked out the little radiator duct just ahead of the rear wheels on the Audis. Drivers all now strapped in, obviously suited, booted, helmeted, and the cars Just pointing out the race will start at 2:30. That's in still 23.5 minutes from now, but the formation lap coming up relatively soon. So last few moments for the drivers to gather their thoughts. And certainly for the Walk on Horse Motorsport crew of car number 34, that's starting on the outside of the front row. So has to be in with a sniff of a move into that first corner. Christian Cronjes, young Norwegian, Ben Tuck, young British driver, and Sami Matti Trogan, showing how cosmopolitan it is. He is a Finn who, interestingly, moved across at the start of lockdown in 2020. He started doing, well, he was already employed by Williams as one of its sim drivers, this sort of hidden world, but was absolutely fantastic in sim racing. Does a bit of rallying, but also came across to compete in full metal racing on the Nürburgring Nordschleife, and he's sort of found an extra boost to his career. So his car starting on the outside of the front row, and much as a few minutes ago I thought the sky was lightening, it's gone the other way. It's grey, it's overcast with a little.
Did you not listen to my report?
Flurry of rain. No, I did, but you know, on the basis of weather forecast in the Nordschleife is sort of, you know, if you've written it down, you might as well pop it in the bin. So Kim Lewis-Schramm will be starting the car from pole position that his teammate Kübigi Maziak put on the pole. So plenty of responsibility for him, but that was a great run. But it's always a massive lottery when you've got wet weather here. But the number 16 crew have proved their worth over the years. Kübigi Maziak been racing for really quite a long time, the pole now, but seems to be finding happy hunting ground here in 2022. And I think the very nature of the Nürburgring Langstrecken series is the fact that the quality at the top has improved immeasurably. Of course, there's the lure of the Nürburgring 24 hours. It's a really powerful draw globally. But for a lot of the drivers, they worked out if they want to do well in that, they need to know the Nordschleife in all weather conditions and get lots of driving time. And that's exactly what this championship does. And particularly now we've got the 12 hours here this weekend. Another car coming up to start from pit exit, but the only one from the top class that's caught in that particular trap is the number 4, Falcon Motorsports Porsche. Wet race, the board is being held up. That's being held up on the starting gantry so the drivers can see it. And as we rise up a longer shot, we can see the tower of Nürburgring Castle in the background. We can see the hills in the distance, but it's being resolutely grey, but we'll take that any day of the week over the rain we had this morning. Rolling start coming up soon. I think it's probably in 2 minutes. There's a board being held up. I'm looking at the back of the board, which isn't much use, but certainly for the race director and for the team chiefs, they're going to be on their toes. On their toes for 6 hours today, then hopefully sitting down with a glass of beer and other beverages can be drunk, and a good meal this evening. They'll have earned it, and then they'll have to do it all over tomorrow. Early start. And then we will kick off at 9:15 local time in the morning for another 6 hours. And just if you didn't catch the start of the broadcast, the cars will be set off at the time intervals that they finish behind the car in front. For example, if you finish 4 minutes, 4 seconds down on the race leader at the end of the 6 hours today, you will start 4 seconds behind him in the morning. So it's all about, it's not about just staying on the lead lap, as can happen in other series. And of course, the lead lap here is still 25 kilometers long. So you could be really nowhere in the mix, but be given almost a lap back. But with this rule, sort of taken from biathlon competition, then I think this is far more fair. And I think a lot of people with championships in the world that have a split race format will be looking at this going, oh, you know what, I think that's rather good. Because there's been many a time where you've seen someone who's just a whisker under a lap ahead of other people, and the other cars in the morning of the following day get to start right on the tail, which always feels a little bit unfair. So the grid is clear, the last few drivers' doors about to be closed. And the Nürburgring 12 hours, 6 hours today, 6 hours tomorrow, is about to wheel into action. Conditions dry, little flurry of light rain in the air A lot of the wet weather tyres, however, being wheeled back on the trolleys into their respective pit garages. And with 121 cars coming out to play, of course, there are many, many trucks in the paddock, and the in and out pit lane, I would presume 3 minutes to go. Hell for Rouse, and there's even drops of rain on the lens of the camera down on the grid. Doesn't look like heavy rain, but certainly nobody would have been coming to the Nordschleife at the start of September thinking, let's just wear shorts and a t-shirt. So forewarned, but still not sure what they're going to get. But Peter's weather forecast has been spot on so far. Spot on in that there might be a little flurry of rain now, but a lot more to come. So that's very much in the mind of all the drivers. So the last few mechanics climbing up and over the gaps in the pit wall, off the grid. Whenever you get the foreshortening shot, it always looks like, why don't you just nip down to the start of the pit, or the exit of the pits, and go through there? But of course, it's a very long start-finish straight here, so far easier to climb through those gaps in the fence.
I think the phrase is, it doesn't work like that.
No, indeed, indeed. I use the word foreshortening as a bit of a clue there for all involved. Oh,
including
gosh.
your co-commentator.
Oh, dearie me. Here I was thinking, I can see some little bits of white sky. Not quite seeing blue sky, but now all I'm seeing is grey sky. It is battleship grey at the moment. Not warm, not hot, not cold. Intermediate weather, but it's grey with a possibility of rain. So we'll just have to see what unfolds. The cars will go around, and they've been here for a very long time on the grid, an hour or so. And the first ones were here an hour or so ago. And then they head out, and that thing you were talking about earlier, David Coulthard, loving the moment where nobody could get to him anymore. He was racing at the start of a Grand Prix. For these drivers, actually going on a sighter lap, a formation lap around the Nordschleife. We'll just go, this is what I do. I'm the racing driver. That's what I have to get my head into gear.
You talk of racing drivers, looking at the BMW on the front there, the number 34 Vulcan horse car.
Parked at an angle.
Parked at an angle already. It's a start group. You're not going to do anything, but you just say it's that mentality of just put down, just slightly put there, just get people thinking. Just never. You can take the driver out of the car and all that, as they say.
Yeah.
Start group one will commence very shortly. A couple of minutes today. We've got 43 cars in this group, Bruce, and it's 14 of the Cup 2 cars and 15 of the SP9s, effectively, with the other one being SP10 having the motor. Otherwise you've got 1s or 2s, 3s in their CapX as well. So we do have Cup 2, SP Pro, F40, SP9, SP7, SP10 and CapX will take Group 1. 43 cars in the first group, which is under the red, so under the German flags colour, so red, yellow and black. Yellow is the start Group 2, of which we have 40, and the black group has 38 in, which is more of your V4, 5, 6, BT3s, and of course our BMW M2s and 240i's.
So busy old day ahead of us at the Nordschleife, and the view through the windscreen of Kim Lewis-Schramm's number 16 team Phoenix Audi is even greyer when he looks down towards the first corner than it was when looking back down the grid towards the end of the lap. So we'll keep an eye on that. But Kim Lewis will be starting in pole position from the car that was qualified by his teammate, the Team Phoenix Audi, qualified by Kubicki Maziak in very wet conditions. 8 minutes, 19.189 seconds was the time to take pole position, alongside the number 34 Walkenhorst Motorsport BMW. This one in a white and black livery, looking very mean indeed. Just interested to see some parts of the track still looking a little bit damp just on the exit of the first corner, but luckily tucked in on the side that you'd only clip if you cut the apex entirely. If you go out wide, it all seems fairly dry. However, we haven't had sight of what's happening out on the Nordschleife so far today. That won't have dried as fast as the areas of the Grand Prix loop, because of course most of it encased, wrapped with those fabulous trees of the Eifel forest, and always slightly harder to get the dampness away from them. With nothing driving over them either, it's going to be very tricky indeed. So the first starting group, 16 and 34. Kim Lewis-Schramm starting in the Team Phoenix Audi, and alongside the Walkenhorst Motorsport number 34 BMW M4 GT3, a car that just seems to have gone better and better since its introduction. So look out for that one. Lights ablaze as the field works its way around. It is a dark day on the Nordschleife. Cars still going through the loop. The car that was third fastest in qualifying was from the Cup 2 class. An amazing job by Gabriele Piana. I thought for a second he's had to be shuffled through the pack, but of course the Cup 2 class cars go in that same starting group as the SP9. So sitting third on the grid, Gabriele Piana, car number 104, Cup 2 Porsche. Great job for the Black Falcon crew, and he's showing that one with Mike Stursberg and Mustafa Mehmet Kaya. So the largely grey Porsche with the yellow nose is sort of in a class with the SP9 class cars. I mean, in among them. We often see them racing together, but don't expect him to stay there. But Gabriele, really mighty driver from Lugano, and he's done a huge amount of mileage around the Nordschleife. Drivers weaving in time-honoured fashion to get some heat into their tyres. We think almost all of them are setting off on slick tyres, but we also saw some as a few more drops of rain spatter onto the lens of some of the cameras around the circuit. Some were going on cut slicks. There may well be some on intermediates, but I think the first few laps of them would be pretty horrible in terms of tyre performance. Second batch of cars now being led into turn 1 in their starting group, the second of the 3 starting groups. 121 cars entered for this event. And
I'm hearing reports of rain already at Meckersveld, which is sort of a third of the way through the lap, if you like.
Well, that comes under the sort of mantle of no real surprise. I was just waiting to see the back part of the circuit, and is what we have to reiterate. This isn't a normal circuit. It's never been a normal circuit. This is a circuit where you can drive for the best part of 25 kilometers from the start line to get back round to the start line again. It is a monster of a circuit. It is a fabulous circuit, and having seen that wonderful graphic earlier showing the Gran Turismo 7 game around here. Oh yes, please, Father Christmas. That would be absolutely magnificent. It is a circuit.
All right, we can take a hint. All right.
I'll reiterate that every hour on the hour between now and Kingdom Come. But
well, between now and Christmas, I'd just go for it, because by Boxing Day, it'd be very disappointing.
Yes, you'd spot that tinge in my voice. So it's not all SP9 class cars full of GT3 runners from Porsche, Audi, Ferrari, Aston Martin, Mercedes, and BMW. It's also the TCR class cars, and then cars that look as though they've not quite come off the street and had some stickers put on. I do them down with that, but cars of far more modest performance, but huge class of cars. The Porsche Cayman Cup 3 class, very, very popular indeed, right down to production cars. And so we will see the fleet of foot and the less fleet of foot as one laps the other through the course of the 6-hour stay, going into the evening, and then 6 hours again tomorrow. This is a new twist, and all is fair. Full field of cars on the Nürburgring Nordschleife, just how it should be.
Wir progressiv beschleunigen. gefühlvoll und eingelenkt.
Faltenreifen.
Gesangverein. World's first asphalt watch. Die ersten Zifferblätter aus echtem Rennstreckenasphalt. Auf dem Asphalt wurden Legenden geboren und magische Momente erlebt. Cobbler.
Liebe Fans,
besucht unsere
Social Media Kanäle
Von Facebook,
Instagram, YouTube, Twitter und TikTok. Willkommen zu NLS.
Weather on the Nürburgring Nordschleife, but there is weather of the wet variety, or maybe just simply a wet track. And of course, as the cars in front go over it, they kick the water off the circuit and make a real mess of those previously dry windscreens. But one would think around the opening lap, it's going to be very much up on tiptoes.
Hey guys, my name's Adam Christodoulou.
and I race for Mercedes-AMG Team Get Speed.
Plenty of teams have grown
Today we're about to take
through
you for a
racing
lap
on the
on
Nürburgring
Gran
NLS. One of them is Team Get Speed, a Mercedes team. Adam Christodoulou has been racing for them. Not racing here this weekend, but I think, Peter, it's one of these things that just the teams grow and grow racing at Nürburgring. And in fact, Adam did a lot of the development work for Gran Turismo 7. You know, he carried a lot of stuff on his Get Speed Mercedes. He's helped do the sim work. Oh, it's a hard job. Someone's got to do it, I guess. But Adam, of course, huge amount of success on the Nordschleife.
Yes, and so life imitates art imitates life, whichever way you look at it. But it's become a thing, and I've said this the last few months now, that motorsport, one of the biggest issues of getting people into cars is the sheer cost of running a car and also the potential damage. So if you get a young rookie in it and they go and damage the car, you can set back, miss a meeting, etc. Motorsports now, the last few decades in reality, but more and more increasingly over the last 2, 3, 4, 5 years probably, mirrored the aviation industry with simulators, where we now sit alongside. And you can put a driver in a simulator, and they're so good now. They're not games anymore. They're not gaming, and we're talking about Forza 7. Even that's at a level now that 5 years ago you'd have just said it was a game. It isn't now. You know, we've said this before a few times. I'm sorry to repeat it, but you know, the BMW M4 GT4 car now, the steering wheel, Fanatec, you take it off the simulator and put it in the race car. It's the same wheel. You can go and do that. But the point being, you can get drivers in these cars like Andy Chris, they can assess people, put them in a car, in a simulator, and it's not just that you assume they're not going to shunt it or anything wrong, but what are they like in traffic? How do they react? And you can get so much more of an idea before you actually put them physically in the car.
And one thing that he'll tell them not to do is something he just did. With being shown all his laps, he hit the curbs and the car bounced sideways across the track. And there's curbs here at the Nürburgring Nordschleife, in particular at certain corners. They're not sitting flat at the side of the circuit. They look as though they're up at about 30 degrees. You hit that, your car is going to bounce across the circuit. And that is always a factor. I mean, brilliantly picked up for Gran Turismo 7, but it's a factor in the race when you're trying to pass a slower car and having to go out wide, possibly even worse, a slower car that's starting to slide across the circuit, and your margin isn't very big to start with, and then suddenly you go, well, it's the curb or nothing. You bounce, and then, you know, it's almost anybody's guess.
It's all relative, because they're all having their own race. And of course, you have a TCR car or an M240 BMW is trying its utmost, and it's on its limit. Then you've got an SP9 GT3 car suddenly behind, and this is what we say time and time again, and it never fails to deliver. You just watch. It is an art watching these top drivers in these GT3 cars, how they assess a situation, which way do they go, and you've got to rely on the car in front staying on their line and working on the basis of they are having their own race. They've got as much right as anybody else to be on the track. So actually, don't get out of our way. Do your thing. We'll get round you. But you can spend hours and hours doing that in the simulator now, and that's the other thing. It's not just whether somebody can handle a car or whatever. It's more what's your approach to situations, and certainly for something like this, a Nürburgring, go and make them do a 24-hour in a simulator long before you put them in a car that costs tens more, hundreds of thousands of euros, etc., and a bit more.
Exactly,
and that's just the fuel bill.
A real life factor at the moment.
Exactly.
So, waiting for the cars to come into the view. They should be sweeping into our view when they go through Galgenkop, which of course leads onto the Dottingher. It's that long straight that takes the cars right back to that final twisting sequence of corners that brings them onto the start-finish straight. We hope to pick up the pack of cars, the first of the 3 packs of cars. Now, in the pit lane, there are crews there with the rain tyres out, just in case. You'd be a fool not to. We know rain can arrive at any time. In fact, looking down from the helicam, before the start of the 12 hours of the Nürburgring, the helicopter is up just beneath the cloud, but wisps of cloud passing beneath it as it looks down as the cars are going through Schraubenschwanz. That's the double left-hander, then the kinks to the right that count for Galgenkopf, and then they will be on their way down that long straight. The windscreen wiper going rather languorously, but the single wiper on that Audi R8 LMS, Kim Lewis tram, yeah, it's looking definitely a little more. Is that spray off the car in front? I think that's proper rain as it's going down the straight.
I think you're right, Bruce. It is proper rain, and I was just going to say that. Oh yeah, look at the fog. Well, not the fog, but it's in the air. It's dense in the trees now, isn't it? In our view we've got now from the helicam of the formation lap coming on the Dottingher, about to start this first part of our 12-hour race, 6 hours of it today. When the cars get up to speed, we're going to have spray straight away, and that's just going to add in yet another element. 40 cars, is it? 43 cars starting in
43, you said,
this
but
group, yeah.
I just wanted to check.
If I said it must be true.
Well, you did say it. Let's hope it is. So, the number 4 Porsche that you'd normally expect to find at the front will be starting at the back of that group. It had a pit lane. It wasn't on the grid at the start, but it pulled out to the back of that pack at the start of the formation lap. So, with the headlights blazing in the vestiges of the bottom of the cloud, there is certain dampness out there. One car travelling slowly is being overtaken. It's falling to the back of that group. That's the first pack of cars. It's red and it's white. There was a red and white Audi very near the front of the group, and it could be one of the Lion Speed by car collection cars. Oh, dearie me. That looks as though it was trying to find a gap in the fence. We could be down already, but I can tell you we've got Phoenix Audi on pole position. That's car number 16. Alongside is car 34, one of the Walkenhorst Motorsport BMWs. Meanwhile, on the main road going past, Greta is going shopping. That's the peculiar thing. You look at a high shot from the circuit here. The regular roads on either side of the race circuit here, but the important part, the real part, is the wonderful run along the Dottinger Her. Still trying to pick out which cars dropped out of that pack towards the rear, but certainly it's not our pole man. Kim Lewis Schramm is in that position. Oh, cars on tiptoes running very slowly, and third is a car from the Cup 2 class, qualified brilliantly by Gabriele Piana. Does a lot of his racing in Germany. Waiting as the cars are now on the start-finish straight. They go under the gantry. They're coming up level with the point where the Grand Prix loop comes through. And the Porsche thought, well, forget that. I might be third on the grid, but I'm going to get in front before the start of the race. The lights are green on the start gantry. And so Gabriele Piana, well, this is a massive moment as half the field dives into the pits. They've got the wrong tyres on. They're coming in for a tyre change. In fact, I would warrant only the first dozen cars have dived down to the first corner. Everybody else thought, forget that. The back of the circuit, I'm on the wrong tyres for those. But a Cup 2 class car leads the Nürburgring 24 hours. That really was a case of, well, it's go for glory.
Well, it certainly pounced for it there. He dove to the right. I thought actually going to go into the pits there, the 104. He didn't. You say straight through and into the lead. He's now got the, I think the Audis have swapped order there, actually. I think we've
No, it's Kim Lewis Schramm. The green one was the one further ahead, and then the second one was starting from 4th on the grid, and that's into third position.
Yeah. Okay, so they're still there, but as you say, over half the field there, just diving into the pits for different tyres. We've got 2 Mercedes now running line astern.
Well, they're the Schnitzel-Am cars. They're right on the tail of the Walkenhorst Motorsport BMW. That's made a bit of a weak start because it's fallen down 4 or 5 positions. It's now running wide and being nearly passed by one of the Schnitzel-Am Mercedes. So whatever tyres that car, the number 34 car, is on, is not the right set of tyres to have at the moment. No grip whatsoever, being harried very hard by the 2 Schnitzel-Am cars and another of the cars from the Porsche Cup 2 class car. But then you get this enormous gap. A couple of cars are filling it, but then, of course, what should be there are the 15, 20 cars that dived in to change their tyres, and the Porsche is off at the side of the circuit right at the end of the lap, didn't complete its formation lap, but that's just as the second batch of cars is coming up behind it.
Car 260.
So someone, in fact, it looks so that left rear wheel is maybe not out of line. In line, I can't quite tell. Or is it missing?
I'm not sure it's even there. This is the 718 Cayman 260, which is one of the SP4T category cars. Only 2 cars in that category.
Well, that needs to be cleared before the cars come round at full racing speed for the first time. This is the second batch of cars going past it. We'll still have the third batch. Meanwhile, of course, our race leaders are at full racing speed as the second starting group comes through the final twister onto the start-finish straight to have their start. Will we have someone going from third to first in this class? More rain on the lens of the cameras, and same move, but the car did what Peter expected 104 to do. That was one diving into the pits, pulling right. And again, in fact, I'd say
8, 9,
half
10,
10 of the
12,
class.
13, 14, 15, I'm going to stop counting. 17 now into the pits from start group 2. It's about half the group.
Yep, and a VW TCR class car goes diving down up into 5th place in the group, gained about 3 positions into the first corner. But boy, no one expected the pits to be as busy as they are. Half of the first starting group, half of the second starting group into the pits to change their tyres. So meanwhile, the element at the front of the race, it's Gabriele Piana from Kim Lewis Schramm, and the second of the Phoenix Audis in 3rd place. That's Frank Stippler. Christopher Brook for K. Kramer Racing. So we've got 1st and 4th cars from the Cup 2 class. Wow, quite extraordinary. Then Christian Cronje struggling in 5th place. Peter Terting, the better of the 2 Schnitzel-Am Racing Mercedes, is in 6th, 7th place, the other Schnitzel-Am car, and it's Buchmann And then Hofmeister. In fact, we've got 4 Cup 2 class Porsches in the top 9 positions. Who'd have thought that?
I'm just not sure whether that 104 Porsche had a jump start there or not. It just looked a bit quick to me. I just said that's why I was so convinced he was diving into the pits, because like he's actually gone way ahead of the lights. That's fine. He's diving into the pits, no big issue. Then he didn't, and it's like, ooh, I'm just not sure. It's not our place to judge, but it doesn't quite add up to me.
Oh, go on, let's have some fun. Let's judge. We will wait and see, because of course we've still got the business of the third group of cars coming up to make their start. It's the second group now just feeding left and left through the Sabine Schmitz curves. But at the end of the lap, it was car number 260, didn't complete formation lap. And luckily, as the third group of cars comes around behind their lead car on their formation lap, the Porsche is being hooked up to be removed, and it's not a long drag from there to get through the final corners. So that should be out of the way by the time our race leader comes charging through. Will it still be Gabriele Piana in the Cup 2 Porsche?
This 260 Cayman, 718 Cayman, just intrigues me because we haven't had a good angle on the camera shot wise. So start Group 3 just about to go, but I just wonder if a left rear wheel came off that car completely.
I do wonder, but we will have to see. So 104, and then of course 16 and 5. So the Black Falcon Cup 2 Porsche leading the way still from the SP9 runners from Team Phoenix in their Audi. Started Group 3, power over the start-finish line, and as you'd expect, some going to the pits, but not the same proportion as the first and second group of cars.
There's more trading in behind, Bruce. It's quite a lot. It's quite a significant number of this group have gone in, and all this excitement, and we are 5 minutes into a 6-hour race.
Just peaked too early.
Always delivers.
And I can tell you, it looks as though there's a problem for, we were talking about car 104, just been passed and falling back at a great rate of knots. So can't see what the problem is as yet. Just hoping it's my eyes rather than the reality in the race. The Schnitzelarm Racing Mercedes starting to make up ground. And one of the rare cars in the race is the number 331, Audi TT. Don't see so many of those in racing. Never really have, but oh, sorry, it's not. Yes, it is. 331. Just looking to guarantee you who is aboard that. It's bright green, Kermit style.
Now, Schnitzelarm Mercedes has been overtaken by one of the. Is that one of the Porsches?
What I can tell you, the back half of the circuit, it is properly wet. You can see trails of spray coming off the back of the cars. It's black and it's pink and it's going very fast in that lead grouping. I think it's one of the Cup 2 Porsches.
It is 117.
It is from the Cup 2 class. I get the one thing right today. G-Tech competition. That's Patrick Gruter and Fabio Grossa. Going very well indeed. But up the front,
P10 that did.
Okay. Yeah, another place gained. So that, yeah, as I said, we had 4 Cup 2 class Porsches in the top 9 positions. Not something you get to say very often in a race where we have 15 cars that aren't Cup 2 that should be ahead of them. That should be the SP9 class cars. That's the cars that are internationally known as GT3s. That is a lot of spray as the cars leave the carousel.
Now, I've been intrigued to see what tyres some of these on, as to who's actually made the right call, because we've had possibly not half, I would say. Wouldn't surprise me if there was a third of the field have actually pitted immediately before they even took the start line.
Of the first group of cars, the first 40-odd cars, half of them went into the pits, if not more. The second group, much the same. The third group, where they were more likely to be running on treaded rubber to some extent, or less likely to take a risk with slicks. Fewer of them came in, but Cup 2 car leading the race, waiting for the next timing interval. You often get these, unless the camera's on the lead group, you don't always know they're still there until they have these huge number of timing intervals around the lap, but long distances between them. Fans out around the circuit with their umbrellas up, and some of them not straying too far from their camping plots, their tents, but riding on board with the number 3 Porsche. This is properly wet. And that is one that's made a pit stop and is now on the charge, presumably on the right sort of rubber, because the number 3 Porsche is down in 23rd position. That's probably its position when it went into the pits. Yeah, slowing down at the end of the opening lap, and it's coming across the tail of, well, that bright green, sort of lime green with blue stripes. It should be the 102 Porsche from the Cup class. Sorry, 101 RPM Racing. Tracy Krohn and his longtime partner in crime, Nicholas Jonsson. They've raced together for so long in the States and all around the World Endurance Championship. And getting a very, very wet run, but certainly the number 3 Porsche being driven with great aplomb at the moment.
Muller, yeah.
Yeah, that's, well, you can't just say Muller anymore, you have to say Sven Muller, because we have many Mullers. At the front end, though, it really does look as though the Phoenix Audi is on its tiptoes. The Cup 2 Porsches seem to be the ones you really want, because the Audi at the moment, number 5, that started from 4th on the grid, running 3rd overall, is about to lose another position, clearly on the wrong rubber. And being harried and pushed and shoved around the circuit, and this is Grosser making a move. We've already seen him picking off others in this race, and the number 5 Phoenix Porsche is in real trouble. Clearly just was one of those that opted for slick tyres and didn't come in at the end of the opening lap. Now you would need full wet tyres around the circuit. Anybody not. The lap is long in the dry, the lap is even longer if you're on the wrong sort of rubber around here. So easy to make a mistake. One of the Schnitzelam Mercedes right across the nose of the number 3 Porsche from Falken Motorsport, which was making up great ground with Sven Muller. The driver,
11
car number 11 was that Marek Bockman? Yes, it was. He was running in 7th place, but he had traffic in front of him. But certainly having made its move, the number 3 Porsche really picking off places, but Bjorn Grosser having a really good run. He's got to the end of the lap, and if you're only standing in the start-finish straight, you'll be going, what are people talking about with the rain? It's pretty dry where we are, little spits of rain in the air, but rain on the camera lens, but this is the dry part of the circuit. Now, will that Phoenix Racing Audi dive for the pits? No, it does not. Lights are flashing from the 117 Porsche. Got very busy at the start of the race, and there was contact with the nose of the number 24 Audi, having a little bit of a crump. So easy to go off. At that point in the race, the drivers had the windscreen wipers on just to remove a little bit of rain in the air, but since then it's got wetter and wetter. Then they get back to the long run from along Dottinger, and all is different. But one car, snow, that's really making its way up the order is that number 3 Porsche. It's just coming out of the compression. We'll see it in a gaggle of cars. He's got a couple of Cup 2 class cars in front. Lights are flashing, trying to keep them out of the way, but certainly now, oh, it's the number 4 car, the one that started at the very back of the train, is gaining ground hand over fist.
Now, I don't know whether they pitted or not, or whether they took the opportunity to go onto different tyres, start the 2 cars on different tyres. Number 3 car, as you say quite rightly, of the Falcons 2 Porsche was absolutely scything its way through, but so is 4.
Well, they had different situations, because the number 3 car, I think, pitted, got the right rubber, is now on the charge. The number 4 car started at the very back of the first group of cars because it wasn't on the grid at the start of the race. So I think they're both making up ground as they come forward. And anyone who just is joining us, and if they've got sight of images of this fabulous circuit on this brilliant day, the track looks just like a grey day at the Nürburgring. Well, that's the Grand Prix circuit, or the part of it we use. But when you go to the back of the circuit, there's a treat in store, if treat indeed is the word. It is very
point out that our race leader is the GTEC competition 117 Porsche that started in 10th position.
Yeah, well, this is the one we saw overtaking left, right and centre. And so Gabriele Piano has made it into the pit lane. Don't forget, he started 3rd, having qualified his Cup 2 Porsche 3rd, which was outstanding on a wet track. Sees the lead at, or possibly, as Peter thinks, maybe marginally before the start of the race. Certainly, we were waiting for the lights to go green on the gantry. He wasn't awaiting.
Well, no, that was a 104 car, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was a 104.
Yeah, sorry, yeah.
But since then, Bjorn Grosser, when the start of the last lap, he was in about 10th or 9th position. He's worked his way forward and forward. Others in front have pitted, but he's also overtaken a whole host of cars.
Well, any advantage the 104 cars had has been negated now because he's pitted anyway. It's he's obviously changed tyres straight away on that, as did the Kramer Racing 112 entry, the GT3 Cup Porsche.
Yeah, so the pit crews.
Porsche, Audi. The car that's running in 3rd place, by the way, is SP Pro 345 Toyota Gazoo Lexus. I didn't expect to say that. It's in 3rd position overall.
And do you know what? When it flashed onto the screen in front of me, I thought, well, that's nice that the producers...
You thought it was an M6 BMW, didn't you?
To start with, in the white and black, I thought it was. And I thought it's nice to be seeing cars in all the class. And I looked at timing screen, I thought, ooh, Ishira's going rather well. He's up in...
He's going rather well. He's 3rd.
That's Hiroaki Ishira. Very talented driver, showing with Tatsuya Kataoka Anayo Gamu, and they're entered by Team Toyota Gazoo Racing. And certainly that Lexus is a very, very tidy piece of machinery. I don't know why we don't have more of them in Europe, because, I mean, for people who like supercars, that is right up there. It seems understated and just delivers things in a peculiar fashion.
But just to say, it's obviously the conditions and everything, obviously, we said about a third to a half thereabouts of the field has pitted on those, each of the groups there. But we often say this, don't we, when it's a German manufacturer benefit. We've got a Porsche, an Audi, a Mercedes at the front. Read the first 10 cars. Porsche and Audi, 1 and 2. Lexus and Ferrari, 3rd and 4th.
Wait till you get to 6th.
Exactly. Don't spoil it. Don't spoil it. 5th, Mercedes. I was going to pause for effect there. 6th, the Max Cruiser Racing VW Golf Mark 7 is currently 6th. Not just 6th in class because it's leading its class. It's 6th overall. I know we've got 6 hours to go and another 6 hours tomorrow, but I mean, just park it now. It's brilliant. No, it defeats the object. But no, I said, to be fair, after that as well, Bruce, we've now got a couple of Caymans.
Yeah, but when you've got
Kim Louis Schramm is actually down in 9th place. Quite extraordinary. So I apologise, he's in 10th place.
But when you think about it, that Golf started in the second batch of cars.
Huh.
So already it was the back of you had a 43 car pack, a gap, a timed interval, and then the next batch. He went into 5th place in that second batch into the opening corner from about 7th or 8th. Just to lead that batch would be good, but he's worked his way as many in front of him that dived into the pits up to 6th place overall. But you know what? It's getting wetter. Much wetter around the Nordschleife. And 2nd to 3rd is coming down. Ishiura in the Lexus suddenly had sight of him. He was nearly 5 seconds down before.
In between? We should have Frank Stippler in the Shearer Team Phoenix Audi.
Okay, I think we're looking at 1st and 2nd then. Because I think Stippler, we saw he was struggling before, but game to stay out for a further lap. How much is he ruining that? This should be 1st and 2nd. It should be Bjorn Grosser, car 117, a Cup 2 Porsche leading. Sorry, Fabio Grosser. What am I talking about? Sharing with Patrick Gruter. But I know, I was thinking Bjorn Grosser.
I'll tell you, just from the...
oh, the twitchy, looking from above. Grosser is on absolute tiptoes, but he's keeping his foot planted, my word.
But more important, I was just going to say, from that view we've got there from the helicam there, which is a great view over the trees there, looking down, it's the Lexus that's got the pace and got the footprint, and it's just sitting there nice and stable, and he's gaining hand over fist. We might see a Lexus leading this race in a minute.
We may well. Right, where was Stippler? He was still in front. He's just been passed. So I think there's a combination of bravery, but in a straight line, that Lexus is mighty. So Fabio Grosser goes into the lead of the race. And then we've suddenly got the Octane 126 Ferrari right on the tail. 2nd, 3rd and 4th, covered by nothing. Stippler on the outside. And when I say the outside, why not go around the outside in the Ferrari? And that's Luca Ludwig. Goes from 4th to 3rd, 3rd to 2nd in the blink of 2 eyes. And then he turns into the carousel. And as he turns out of the corner, he'll see the race leader, Fabio Grosser, about 2 seconds clear. But Luca Ludwig, a man for this circuit at all times, but in the wet, in that Ferrari, looking fantastic. Stippler now 2 on the exit of the carousel.
He must be on the wrong tyres. He's just been driven by like he's got the handbrake on.
Yeah, so the Lexus into 3rd place.
Sorry, I cut across you, Bruce.
No, not at all.
I got as excited as you. We shared the moment of excitement.
Is it going to be a change to the lead? Yes, there is. And is it about to happen? No, it has happened. Luca Ludwig, in a class of his own in conditions like this, that Octane 126 Ferrari just performing to his whims.
Quite extraordinary. Did not expect to see that. So there's me saying that we might well just see a Lexus leading this race. Well, the Octane Ferrari, Luca Ludwig's just gone and spoiled that party by putting his Ferrari out there at the front. So he's just got to keep it all on the black stuff now, as it were.
Moments ago, Luca Ludwig was 4th.
Yeah.
He was so far off the back of this 3-car pack that was starting to close in. We were looking at 2nd and 3rd. Then he came into shot. Then he passed 2 cars in 2 corners. Now he's got into the lead of the race, and now he's disappearing.
But look at the sector times of the first 3 cars. Grosser, Stippler and Asuri, 29, 32, 29. Luca Ludwig, 2:19, 10, 11, 12 seconds quicker in sector 3 alone.
Wow. Stippler is hanging in there.
Our new battery on that Ferrari on the grid's doing it a world of good. It's all fully charged up.
Yeah.
He is charged, isn't he?
You got to know what you're doing in this game. So they tell me. But where before, as the cars were on the formation lap at the back of the circuit, a sweep of the windscreen wiper would dry the screen. By the time it's only the blade has got halfway to the other side, the screen fully wet again. This is proper rain around the Nordschleife. Oh, the marshals, well, they don't come here not prepared for weather. and they're getting the lot today. The good news is, though, I can see the edge of the clouds, so it's definitely, we're at the tail end, or are we at the front end of a rainstorm, but it hasn't approached, it has landed, but at the far side of the circuit. But maybe in time it will get round to the start-finish straight, and that will be wet as well, waiting for the cars to get back there. But for everybody out there, if they're on the right tyres, they can charge. If they're on the wrong ones, they've just got to hang on and think, is the weather changing fast enough for me to have to come in and get wet weather tyres? And number 3, Porsche dives past Frank Stippler as well, so that's Sven Muller, who's just picking up hand over fist. He'll catch up that golf fairly soon as well.
He will. So the combination of Luke Bucket at the wheel of that Octane 126 Ferrari 488 being on the correct tyres, the opening lap times were the top 3 cars, Grosser, Stippler and Izuri. So the Porsche, the Audi and the Lexus. 10 minutes 11, 10 minutes 13, 10 minutes 16. Ludwig was a 10:29, so he was 10 seconds slower over that first lap. But something's just come together, and that car's now dialed in, as you said. A matter of moments ago, he was 4th. Now he's 1st, and he's 10 seconds ahead in one sector alone. Again, look at the time, sector 4 times. 4:04s, Luca Ludwig. 3, ready for this? 43.
Wow. And I tell you what, normally when you get the cars going along the Dottinger, you see one in the distance, see another. With Luca Ludwig, the director thought, well, let's go in close. There is not another car to be seen. He has gained so much as he goes on to the start-finish straight, that sort of golden 126, Octane 126 Ferrari, all on its lonesome. The windscreen wiper's still going, but you know what? It's not wet on the start-finish straight. There might be a little bit of spray hanging in the air. What's the gap going to be?
Sub 10 minutes already, not just a 10 minute 11 or a 10 minute 9 or a 10 minute 5. Let's just bang in a 9 minute 29 in the pouring rain. Change of colour to that car. It was always traditionally that deep blue, wasn't it? They changed it for the 24-hour into gold because they had to have a new car. So they said, new car. We asked them at the time, why the change of colour? And they went, new car, why not?
Stippler into the pits. He was hanging on. He's going to cross the line in the pits in about 6th or 7th position. But the gap between 1st and 2nd, Luca Ludwig, bear in mind, he was coming out of the carousel. Couple of corners after the carousel, he took the lead race. 16.5 seconds to the good by the time he got to the start-finish lane. Fabio Grosser stays out there.
Fastest lap, though. Sven Muller in number 3, Falcon Motorsports Porsche in 4th place. You said that was carving its way through. And 9:27, 2 seconds quicker than Ludwig in the Ferrari.
You know, some races you have a twist in the tail at the start of the race. We've already had it with the curveball of the weather, and for many a driver like Frank Stippler, he will be ruining the fact he didn't come in at the end of the opening lap. Some of them came in at the end of the formation lap to get fresh rubber, but certainly slick tyres are taken off.
No surprise, full wets on the number 5 Audi.
Oh, gosh, you can imagine how many people go, I said it was going to rain on the grid, but if you're standing in the pit lane, it still hasn't really rained. A little bit of spit in the air, but certainly not spit when you're on the back half of the circuit. So fuel taken on board at this moment. You don't waste a chance like that.
Always fuel first, without fail.
So let's run down. On the grid, Luca Ludwig was sitting some way back. Well, you don't have to be precise on this, let's say 10th or so. He's now leading the race and pulling away by the instant. Fabio Grosser started around 10th position in a Cup 2 Porsche. Brilliant qualifying position in very wet conditions. He's driven beautifully, got up to the lead of the race in his Cup 2 car. There had been a Cup 2 car leading from 3rd on the grid, but that pitted at the end of the first lap of the race for fresh rubber. That was Gabriele Piana. However, let's talk about the number 3 Porsche. That dived in at the end of the opening lap to get a different form of rubber. Absolutely on a charge now. And at the start of this lap was in 4th position overall, Sven Muller, setting off after a Lexus. No, I haven't gone mad. The Lexus is running in 3rd position. That is not from the top class, it's SP Pro, but it's very, very quick indeed. But nothing is as fast as the Octane 126 Ferrari. Luca Ludwig, we're making his father. We saw his father, Klaus, down on the grid before. Very, very proud indeed. Again, deep into the corners. He's already doing that little trick, looking to see where the puddles are. It's a wet track rather than a puddle track at the moment, but with the gradient change and the camber change snow, the Nordschleife has quite a few little surprises. It's got much better in the air. It's not so many puddles as it used to have. However, you need to know your stuff.
Yeah, no, just as a matter of interest there, I was looking down for the other Ferrari to see how well that was performing. Is it a Ferrari thing, or is it a Luca Ludwig thing, or a combination of both, or neither? And it is admittedly a Pro-Am car, but the 39 Racing 1 Ferrari, which happens to have Jody Fanini, which is this weekend, at the wheel of that. He's currently running in 53rd. Bowman, that car started, but that's just pitted as well.
That's just pitted. That's just pitted. It was around
12:04. So yeah, so
it was about 20th position before. So, it's so difficult for the drivers. And the 260 Porsche is going again. This is the car that we saw stopped before the start of the race. Didn't quite complete its formation.
Any kind of damage. It just stopped on the grass at Tiergarten, pulled up on the right, and it looked like the left rear tyre was either. I think the wheel had come off. I honestly do think the wheel had come off, which.
Well, they had to tow it in.
Mind wwhere it was. Yeah. Well, that's the point. We drag it in, so it wouldn't. Maybe it was just.
No, I thought it was there, but I thought it was an angle. Actually, looking at it now,
it can't. Maybe it was just a puncture, but you'd get it back on a puncture, wouldn't it? You'd think logically, but.
I'm still trying to work out from that lead pack of cars. We had, of course, someone running very slowly, a red and white Audi, as far as I recall, dropping to the back. I haven't quite worked out who that is, because obviously since then the world has gone slightly berserk. But good to see the Porsche Cayman 260 still going. But 2.6 also numbers on the door of the car from Octane 126. And Luca Ludwig, well, looking at the timing intervals, he's not galloping away quite at the rate that he was before. And that's basically because the other cars near him in the top part of the field, though he's faster, the Fanini cars in the garage, is that not? They're all on the right tyres now, whereas before he was charging past those that weren't on the right rubber.
Well, Jody out of that car already, the 39 Racing 1 entry 488 into the box, as it said, already being worked on. And I'm not saying they're dawdling, but there's no massive, or there's something going on the front left, is there not? So I'm getting maybe a brake issue.
Yeah, well, they've taken the bonnet, if you will, the front lid off that car. But you're quite right. It looks like more of a sort of measured examination rather than a hurried
on the rear as well. So they've got some kind of clamp on the rear caliper there. Jody being interviewed on German TV there, but not for us. I'll text him in a minute. He'll probably take his usual 3 days to respond, unless it's towards us when it's his round. Let's just try it. Let's message him and see. See, Dan Harper always responds really quickly, so no pressure, Jody.
Yeah. No, I read his lips. Oh, the Octane 126 Ferrari, our race leader, came within a whisker of clouting a tyre wall. It just ran too deep. I couldn't quite identify the corner, but it understeers City and just went across that tiny little margin of grass and came within half a metre. Oh, I'll tell you where it was. It was just at the bottom of the slope before the carousel. So you can imagine you've been through a fast part of the circuit and then just arriving at the style Strecker, suddenly finding you've got no grip whatsoever.
Well, he had grip. The problem was he had too much entry speed. That's when the tyres said, no, I'm not playing this game, sorry. Remember, understeers only ever caused by the driver.
Try that at home, children. Yeah, no, I was reading Jody's lips, and he was being asked, is it true there's a bit of a party after the race tonight before tomorrow and it's your round? He said, I've got to catch my flight home, apparently, was his reply. Oh, we joke. But anyhow, hopefully it's something that can be fixed on that. Here's the Ferrari that he is sharing this weekend. Quite a late call there, sharing with Christian Kohlhaas. That's the Racing 1 Ferrari. But the other Ferrari is the one leading the race. Car number 26, close to a mishap of its own making, frankly. Just going a little too hard, but Luca Ludwig has been, well, he's walking on water around the back part of the circuit. Oh no, is that the VW Golf that was doing so well? Number 310? No, it's a different one, I think.
Different one.
This early stage in the race, not used to seeing so many cars.
No, the car that's doing so well is an 11th now. That's the number 10 car, not to confuse. That's the Max Cruz Racing entry, not to confuse with this, the 310 entry.
This is like a more leisurely change of wheels to get the right rubber. Pull back in the garage to do that. They're not going to lose.
It is actually the other Max Cruz car. So there's a 10 and there's a 310. Is that right?
If you're driving in this series on this wet racetrack, you're minding in your own business, you're driving a BMW 325i in one of the production classes, and then a golden yellow Ferrari comes past as if on another planet. All dramatically in the dry, it'd be quicker, but Luca Ludwig is pressing on. Just remember this, the start of the lap he was 16.4 seconds clear of the GTEC competition Porsche of Fabio Grossa. There has been a mistake, but let's see what the gap is at the end of the third lap.
I'm going to question my own comments here now, because I've got number 10 Max Cruz Racing Golf in third position. Oh, good old Jody Fannin has just replied immediately.
Has he?
Good man. Brake issue being blared at the moment. We said they were doing something on the brakes in each corner, so
wow. Right, Dan Harper's got competition there for the quick replies. Well done, Jody. Thank you very much indeed. What tyres did they start on? That would be an interesting question.
Okay.
Black ones, thank you, Jody. But it's still windscreen wiper weather around the Nordschleife. Octane 126 Ferrari, a little mishap, but some of the sectors around this lap alone, he's gained 10 seconds over Fabio Grossa in that second place GTEC competition Porsche as he goes through the Tiergarten. Windscreen wiper beating, but not having to work as hard at this part of the circuit. I reckon the gap, it was 16.4 seconds. It could be 30, 40 seconds. A bit more rain now on the start-finish straight, catching the cameras, but Luca Ludwig is just not hanging back for anybody. His lap time, that time, 9 minutes 33. So 4 seconds down on his best, and about 2 of those were lost with his little skitter over the curbing, but not quite into the tyre wall at the foot of the hill before you rise up to the Caracciola Carousel. That's at Stylestrecker where he got it wrong, but squeaked it back onto the circuit. Carries on, waiting for the interval to come through before Fabio Grossa. Will he come into the pits, or what will the gap be? 16.4 seconds, 26.9. So he lost, well, there we go. He lost another 10 and a bit seconds. I thought it was going to be more than that.
I was right to correct myself. There are 3 Max Cruz Racing Golfs in this race. There's number 10, number 310, number 333. Just completely confused. It's number 10 that is currently running in 11th overall as it is now. And of course it's number 10 that's it. Sorry, that's the number 310 that's in the pits, and 333 we haven't had sight of yet.
The race is yet young. Indeed, thank you very much. So,
unlike my good self.
There's no comment in my quarters. But for a lot of the drivers out sitting in the garages waiting for their teammates to...
That was Max Cruz team, wasn't it?
Yeah, to keep it on the island. You know, nervous moments. So as it looks slightly less wet around the back of the circuit than it was before, it's slightly more wet on the start-finish straight. But those... Oh, even just go through the Sabine Schmitz curve. I mean, the opportunities to get it wrong if you're on the wrong rubber. I think there's more grip than there is. There's almost nowhere to go at that point, but having had that one little mishap and got away with it, maybe lost him a couple of seconds, Luca Ludwig pressing on through the Sabine Schmidt curves.
The Adrenaline Motorsport 501 330i BMW there, doing his utmost to keep out of the way, virtually put itself on the grass to keep out of the way of the Ferrari. Quite extraordinary. It was, we say you should do your own race, whatever. He didn't. He just kept completely right after you. It's race leader.
It's a difficult circuit. The Nürburgring Nordschleife. It's a monster in the dry. It's a very different thing in the wet. And what have we got now? We've got that in between. Neither wet in some parts, definitely not dry in others. So drivers really on their tiptoes. Luca Ludwig, lap after lap. We've only got 3.5 laps on the board. Just going so well. Worked his way towards the lead, shot into the lead, pulled clear at a rate of knots, and is now picking his way through traffic. In fact, from his point of view, I guess the good thing is the amount of spray the cars are kicking up at the back of the circuit isn't as much as it was about 10 minutes ago. When I say 10 minutes ago, I mean a lap ago. Fastest lap of the race so far, 9 minutes, 27.8 seconds. Sven Muller, that is why the number 3 Porsche has now moved up into second place. So the best of the Cup 2 class cars is now falling down the order. Bruno Spengler's gone up into third place, the Lion Speed by Car Collection Audi, and up into fourth place it's Ishiura, car number 345. The Toyota Gazoo Racing Lexus. It looks like it's going to have a chance of going for the lead, but now...
It was going to go 15 minutes of fame, wasn't it? Andy Warhol style. We thought it was going to...
Entirely, but what's happened...
Luca Ludwig had different ideas.
Yeah, and what's happened is the SP9 class cars have now got onto the right rubber, and are making the most of it. But he had his moment, but certainly that Lexus looked very promising indeed.
We do have one of our staunch supporters of this series from, as you say, the junior class, the 514 numbered Team Sorg Rennsport entry 330i BMW, and that's from the VT2-R+4, easily remembered, basically Productionwagen class. Has had a little off at Meckesfeld, hasn't caused a code 60 and is continuing, albeit slowly. So I imagine it's had a little graze with the barrier. It's coming back for some gaffer tape.
Little graze on the grass. Now the light is improving as we look down on the Octane 126 Ferrari. Do I sense a little flash of sunny weather there? Or is this in the race? Are we looking at a replay? But anyhow,
no, it's in the race. No, it's race. It's just an advert coming up over the top for tonight's 90s themed concert, which of course we're going to go to.
Oh, we're dressed accordingly.
Yes.
Can't remember the 90s.
Well, we do anyway, so...
Well,
current wardrobe, Jones. Speak for yourself.
Well, I think you've upgraded mine, but anyhow, you know, it's all in the preparation.
Good. The thought that counts.
Well, however, whether it's getting wet, getting dry, changing all the time, it certainly does appear to be changing for the better. I did think about half a lap ago as Luca Ludwig was streaking clear in the lead of the race, as he looked from, let's say, around Brunchen back towards, looking west towards the pits. It did seem to be a break in the cloud, and now a dry line is starting to appear, but it would only be a tentative dry line for most people. Get it slightly wrong, you're on the wet line, and then you're in the barriers on the outside of the circuit. But Luca Ludwig has done many, many thousands of laps around here. Such an expert. Get off racing line, though, as he had to go past the BMW 330i there, and suddenly you're kicking up the spray all over again. So it's certainly far from stable, the conditions for them. Plenty happening around the Nordschleife. Not just the racing, of course, there are a lot of festival elements here, and you just mentioned the 1990s party, the concert tonight. But I love the fact, Snow, that the organisers...
Is that what they call contemporary pop, is it?
Oh, I don't know.
1990s.
I don't know. But what I love is the fact that it's not just about what goes on the circuit. They have tried to make it a sort of family festival with a concert and stuff for the children to do, and see so many down on the grid. And a lot of the manufacturers and sponsors have got exhibits in the main building, the sort of show hall on the other side of the track from the pits. So plenty of places to go, and you can be sure there'll be lots of gaming in there as well. There always seems to. In fact, I went to a radio-controlled racing competition in there. Brackets by mistake, but you know, while our racing was going on,
was Nick Damon there?
he just fallen off his charge. So, okay. But yes, our colleague Nick Damon
dismounted.
Was dismounted. Has his radio control. He was a racer in radio control cars as a teenager. Now has his own RC racing TV channel that's going great guns. So we shouldn't sniff at it.
I have to confess that I did as well as a teenager. RC racing control cars.
Dirty.
I know. Say out their name.
Well, yeah, it's best to keep a few secrets, one feels. So, what's happening in the lead of the race? Yeah, still Luca Ludwig. His last lap, 9 minutes 33. And the car chasing him, Sven Muller, in that number 3 Falcon Motorsport Porsche, one of the 2 Falcon cars in second place. 26 seconds down. And its last lap, well, its best lap was the fastest lap of the race, 9 minutes 27. Then the weather got a little bit worse, but the first and second cars did 9 minutes 33 second laps. Line speed by car collection, leading the SP9 Pro-Am class, did a 9 minutes 46. So it just shows how, yes, I did say that right, 13 seconds slower. Yes, it's a long lap time, 9 minutes 33 versus 9:46, but that margin, that proportional margin is still very impressive from Luca Ludwig leading the way, Octane 126 in the Ferrari, and Sven Muller giving chase, and he seems to have done even more overtaking that number 3 Porsche, closing in. They both had a visit to the pits for fresh rubber. Still a handful at the top have not, but some of them are listed as not having done so, but I think they did at the end of their formation lap, so does that count?
Well, it can't have been either the line speed, either of the 2 line speed cars, can it, Bruce, that went off on, that slowed on the first
no, on the formation lap.
Got 3rd and 6th at the moment,
yeah.
haven't they? So they're up there, so and that would be logical ones to say in terms of the colours.
It wasn't one of the Team Phoenix cars, so that I thought it was an Audi, but it was a high-up shot. It could have been a Porsche Cup class car, but it was because I think it's because I was convinced I'd seen a red and white Audi down on the grid. But it might have been one of the Porsche Cup 2 class cars that, of course, were in the mix in that top group, one of which started in third position, even led the race, Gabriele Piana. What happened to him? He was one of the first ones to come in at the end of the first lap and get fresh rubber, the right rubber. He's up into 15th place, and that was at the start of this lap. He's probably going to be in the top 10. He's much quicker than those ahead of him, who are possibly not yet on the right rubber.
So we said about that Audi, that Toyota that might have led for a few minutes. It's still running in a strong fourth position. So
I know.
Can't complain. Yes, it nearly had a shot at the door and a little bit over emotional with ourselves and overwhelmed. But
yeah, unfortunately though, its last lap was a 10-minute and 6-second lap. The car behind, the G-Tech Porsche that was driven so well and led the race fleetingly, Fabio Grossa, also 10 minutes and 8, but then the groups behind, these are the SP9 class cars, now on the right rubber, are making ground, but they're all in the 9-minute 30s. 9 minutes 30s, 9 minutes 40s. The one making the best ground at the moment is the number 24 Lion Speed by Car Collection car, Patrick Kolb at the wheel of that number 24 Audi. 9 minute 35. In fact, that's almost only a whisker slower than the first two out on the circuit. So just remember this, pole time was a 8-minute 19 second lap on a drying track that had been very wet early on. Best lap in the race, 9 minutes 27. So that just goes to show that the track had dried just sufficiently at the end of qualifying for people to scramble that order. But right now, the back half of the circuit is very tricky. That appears to be drying out a bit, but the Grand Prix loop is now where the rain has arrived. Of course, rain is seldom static unless it's set in for the entire day. At the Nürburgring, the pits are up fairly high on the hillside, so you can see quite a long way into the distance, but you can either watch it just missing you or coming up to catch you very hard indeed. Now, one of the cars making great progress, the Aston Martin Vantage, Jean Glorieux, car number 17. And that's in a really good scrap with Ayhan Guven in the number 4 Falcon Motorsport Porsche. Nose to tail with the Turkish driver just in front. But lots more drops of rain on the camera.
Car that started at the back of this start group, didn't it?
Number 4, yeah.
No, and the Aston as well, for the penalty?
No, it was the sister one that had the penalty.
Okay.
It was the GT4 version, so... But right now, Jean Glorieux, don't have a look up the inside there. Having a little think about it, but running deep into the corner, going past the BMW 325i, always that mix. And it looks so they've gone past Hiroaki Ishiura in the Lexus, who really is starting to fall down the order. I said a whole group of cars were 20, 25, 30 seconds faster than the Lexus on that lap, and they have moved past. So that's Guven and Glorieux. Ishiura fallen down to 7th place in that Lexus, but has still to pit. So not just quick, but a driver not on quite the right tyres, but just staying out there. You know what? The weather is changing all the time, and maybe that's the right thing to do. And the number 600 BMW had a real switch in front of Jean Glorieux's Aston Martin at the cut-through on the Grand Prix loop, but good save there, because that could have been the classic example, Snow, was someone else's moment catching you out. Yes, you put them in that difficult position, you dive down the inside of them, but just not finding the grip, and that BMW was really well held.
Yeah, and as you said, in Mercedes Arena Park there with the do the loop and back, and it's just that's put the Aston slightly in touch, or more than slightly in touch with the number 3 car. And I think the Aston may have a little run shortly, not quite, trying to get it done before the end of the Grand Prix circuit there. But the you say the Lexus now looking great on camera, but dropping down the order. But the BMW just on the hairpin back on the Grand Prix loop there, just had absolutely right to be there, just held up the Porsche a tiny little bit, and that's the number 4 car we're talking about, of course, which is with Kolb at the wheel, which is
no, Kolb's in the 24 of the Audi. So Ayhan Guven, who's in that number 4, the Turkish driver brought in for Falcon Motorsport, he was the one nearly caught out because the BMW alongside really had a horrible twitch, but Certainly.
My apologies, yes.
No, it's easy. We have
reading the line out, yes. What I was just saying was there was some great in-car footage there, but looking across at the driver's helmet and his eyes wide. I mean, he's sitting there, you're concentrating on lines or whatever, you're driving an SB9 GT3 car, but he's constantly looking up in the mirror to see where that Aston is, trying to predict through the traffic of, don't let him get there, don't let him get there. They've now got through onto Hatton back, where it looks bright and sunny there. Evening starting to come in there, but it looks totally different part of the circuit. I thought this was going to get heavier rain, not less. But the Aston now lost touch there. As I was saying, on the Grand Prix circuit there, that's where he needed to try and get that job done, to try and get ahead of that Falcon Porsche. Now, I would say now he can't. He's out of touch now for 3, 4, 5, probably 10 car lengths.
You know what? Where the track was wetter, which earlier was the part of the circuit where they are now, Hatton back and moving out beyond there towards Arenberg, Flugplatz in between. But on the wetter part is now the Grand Prix loop, and that is where the Aston Martin, but also I think the Aston Martin with Jean Glorieux, the Belgian driver, used the traffic very nicely indeed, but closes in under braking.
Yeah, but then a little just lost the front end on the apex there. You can see the Aston twitch from the front, a little bit of understeer. That said, there's a definite dry line appearing now, but you can see it's interesting watching this. You always look at the circuit. It's great when we get this visual from the camera overhead. Now, all of a sudden, I was just going to say, the track's lighter when it's drier, darker where it's wet, and that's suddenly changing. In that sentence now, all of a sudden the Falcon Porsche is throwing up spray again. We're starting to get back on a different part of the circuit. The Aston back in touch again. It looks almost at the moment as though the Aston's just a little bit more nimble in the wet.
Yeah, no, that definitely seems to be the case. But what I love, I can't think of a circuit that has better helicam than here, because the pilot is doing an amazing job, but the person focusing that camera is having to find the track, find the drivers, and but also what it shows is that amazing shot from above, and you can see the cars squirming. You can really get to understand how the driver's hanging on, and if he has to hang on, he or she. And at certain points, the Aston Martin is looking a little bit better. But you know what? We're going to another part of the circuit. What are the track conditions like here?
Now, I'm just intrigued. I wonder what tyres these two cars are on. I'll tell you why I'm asking that question, Bruce. It's just watching again from this fabulous heli-camera shot, as you said, beautiful overhead shots here, that the Porsche, the Falcon Porsche, is taking wider lines everywhere. It looks like he's having to go offline to keep it nice and cool, keep those tyres cool. The Aston isn't.
Wir progressiv beschleunigen. Schön gefühlvoll und eingelenkt.
Falkenreifen.
Liebe Fans,
besucht unsere
Social-Media-Kanäle von Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, Twitter und TikTok. Willkommen zu NLS.
Racing crew.
Yeah, we've got our first code 60 of the race, Bruce, which is for this is at just for what, just after Flugplatz and between almost, in fact it is actually at the entry to Schwedenkreuz, and we've got 653, which is our BMW M240 entry, as that stopped there, and there appear to be two cars there. I think the other one is 251. Which is from the SP4 category, which is another BMW E36. That's the Hofer Racing entry. Those two are together. I'm hoping they haven't come together, but it would be pretty logical if the two are stopped side by side. I don't suppose one's helping the other.
Fastest lap of the race? I was talking nonsense. I said it was 9 minutes 21.
You said it.
It wasn't indeed. It's now 9 minutes 18.3 seconds.
It's just dated rather quickly.
Frank Stippler, but of course we saw him really struggling, and I thought he stayed out a lap longer than he might have wanted. But if anybody I bow to for their experience around the Nordschleife, it is Frank Stippler, and maybe he's read it right, and maybe the tyres are, well, the tyres are definitely coming good now. But bear in mind, he's the best part of 1 minute 50 seconds down on the race leader. That's Luca Ludwig. So try as he might, maybe that lap was rather more expensive than he wanted. If he come into the pits and got onto the wet weather tyres, all the sooner it might have paid dividends. However, whatever you put on, was it right for what's good for the next 2 laps or the next 8 laps? That's the big question around here. And a lot of some of the Porsche from the Cup 2 class car coming in for their second round of pit stops. Whatever they put on is not the right stuff to have, but we're very nearly an hour into this race. How have we got through 52 minutes? Something's been happening the whole time. Not a traditional lead battle in this race, of course, but a story of unfolding in many ways as the drivers are trying to get the right rubber on their tyre for the right condition at the right time. But that is not something that is a static thing. Some who were at the front early on had the wrong rubber and now coming back. Christian Cronje's among those, but he's fallen to 13th place. Don't forget, he started that 34 Walk and Horsepower Sport BMW from second on the grid, lost ground right at the start. But since then has been playing catch up. What sort of pace is he driving at? 9 minutes 27. So yeah, ballpark. But unfortunately for him, he's 13th. Unfortunately for him, he's a long way down. Right, cars facing the wrong way.
653, the one I said at Schwedenkreuz, that it has connected with at least the barriers as a very minimum. Something on the rear wing there. Almost looks like it's got a tyre on.
It's yes, the inner wall of a tyre is thrown up onto the rear wing. The door and the 251 BMW on the other side of the track has got its driver's side door removed.
Well, so I would be stunned if those two haven't come together at some point to be parked opposite sides of the track with that amount of damage to both cars. Left-hand side on one, right-hand side on the other. This is the 653 car, wasn't it? And the
251, one of the Hofer Racing BMWs from the
I said they won't be taking any further part in this race, Bruce.
But yes, to have a car facing the wrong way in the track, there's normally something wrong, but to find it looks like one of its rear wheels is folded underneath and the tyre wall was, inner wall was up on the rear wing. How did it get there? Answers on a postcard. So, track conditions starting to dry out, nearly at the end of the opening hour of the race. We've had everything pretty much from fully dry to not fully dry to rather wet to very wet and back again. What was dry has become wet, and now the Grand Prix loop is starting to dry out again, and we're seeing some great scrapping. Lucy Treffs running around in one of the, it's the Landgraf Motorsport Mercedes, not looking very happy on its rubber at the moment, but Lucy pushing on, about to go off into the country. The 101 Porsche tucked in behind. These are cars running down around 20th position at the moment, so quite a few comeback drives at the moment. Car leading the Cup 2 class, don't forget we had one leading the race, is the driver who got up to, one of 2 Cup 2 drivers who led the race, not the one who was first to do that on the run to the first corner, Gabriele Piana. However, it was the 117 car from GTEC Competition. That's in 9th place overall. Fabio Grossa leading the class by as much as he's leading the next driver in the pack, by 23 seconds from the 102 Porsche, also from that class. as well, which is Tobias Muller, who's taken over that car from the driver who started it, the driver who took the lead in the race from Gabriele Piana. So he's the second driver in that car, and it's going very well indeed.
Yeah, I was just watching some onboard there from the, obviously 101 camera cars, 102 Black Falcon.
Yeah, that's Tobias Muller's car.
Yeah, and just intrigued. He was sitting right behind a back marker. You could see very clearly that the pink Code 60 flag at the side of the track, but he was just getting ever closer to the car in front and just almost tailgating it, but obviously at 60 Ks. And I was just slightly wondering why he'd sit quite so close, but also in line with it virtually, because you get no advantage to overtake them when this code's at the end. You want to get going, so you'd want to be not in line with it, but aside, if you see what I mean.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Yeah, interesting.
It's not like he's going to get a draft in a Code 60, is he?
Might catch a cold. So, things are changing all the time at the moment, but leading the way is Luca Ludwig by 20-something seconds from Sven Muller. So it's the Octane 126 Ferrari that's not working quite as well as the Chasers. Sven Muller is just trying to haul him in, but they're having to be cautious. But certainly I think most people should now be on the correct rubber. I think whatever they had at the start of the race, if it wasn't right, everybody's pretty much coming to make the change. The leaders have 5 laps on the board. Brilliant drive from Luca Ludwig to get up into the lead of the race. And Peter, it's not inconceivable because it's the Nürburgring, but things just look so different now. So even 2 laps ago, where we had water streaming off the back of the cars around the slow part of the Nordschleife, and then of course when the cars got into the Grand Prix loop, it was dry. Then it flipped over the other way. The Nordschleife is still treacherous, tricky. We've seen 2 BMWs, one either side of the track. Out of the race, it is a dry line, but the track is narrow. We have cars of the less high performance classes. They're going about their business. And drivers do have to put their cars, the faster cars, on bits of the circuit that aren't really where they want them to be. And certainly one of the drivers being most bold is Sven Muller. Second place, he was 22.2 seconds down on the race leader, which is the Octane 126 Ferrari. Luca Ludwig in the lead of that, but Sven picking his way through traffic with great aplomb, as of course is the race leader, the gold car. The gold Ferrari 488 GT3, looking for his intervals as things keep on changing. Just remember this, 22.2 seconds was his margin clear at the start of this lap. 6 laps are about to go onto the board. There is a flash of sunshine as he works his way along the Dottinger Höhe. It was all comparative. At the start of the race, the sky was as grey as the track. And of course, the rain fell when the drivers were on their formation lap round the back of the circuit at Metzgersfeld. I think that was the first report we had of things not all being right. But since then it has changed, not once, not twice, many, many times indeed. And will continue to change, but there's almost blue sky in the distance. Well, it's a good lap from Luca Ludwig, 6 laps on the board. Slower lap though, 10 minutes and 2 seconds. That's interesting. He did a 9-minute 24 the previous time. So parts of the circuit, just as I'm talking about the Grand Prix part becoming a little harder, that's drying out again. The far side is getting wetter. Or are we looking at tyres starting to go off? The classic case of treaded tyres on a circuit that's drying and drying fast. I think that's too much of a difference to be all of that. So I think it's that classic case on this very long circuit of areas being very, very wet indeed and others being dry. You just have to sort of take the average across the lap. Luca Ludwig leading the way, being given chase by the number 3 Porsche from Falcon Motorsport. Fairly even, and they're being caught by those line speed by car collection Audis from Bruno Spengler and Patrick Kolb. Those are the top 4 as we get 1 hour coming up onto the clock. 1 hour of 6, and of course we've got another 6-hour race tomorrow. We'll add them together to make the Nürburgring 12 hours. Who will it be at the top at the end? Looking back to the start of the race, and conditions were uncertain. Dry on the grid, but very, very grey indeed as we look back at the highlights. And for this three-batch field of cars, by the time the first batch got around the formation lap, they discovered it was damp at the back of the circuit. How many times have we said that at the Nürburgring? The helicopter was almost in the clouds, and a brilliant start from third place on the grid. Gabriele Piana, despite the fact he's using a Cup 2 class car, not an SP9, burst into the lead in the 102 Porsche, jumped past the pole starter Kim Lewis-Schramm. Frank Stippler shot up into third place in the second of the Phoenix Racing Audi. And then half the field seemingly dived into the pits. They went out on tyres that weren't the right tyres. Little bit of contact. The number 3 Porsche working its way, Sven Muller at the wheel, up through the field. But the driver making the most progress was Luca Ludwig, taking the Octane 126 Ferrari into the lead of the race. Frank Stippler eventually said, you know, enough is enough, I have to pit and get the correct tyres. And then, having pulled nearly 20 seconds clear, Luca Ludwig at the bottom of the hill before the climb to the carousel got it wrong and nearly, oh so nearly, put the Ferrari into the wall. He just got it back on the black stuff, and then, of course, he streaked clear, and others were led, once they got onto the correct tyres, to work their way up through the field. Now, a Code 60 is out there on the circuit.
dragging the car all the way around. And I sat there utterly bewildered watching that. How is that possible to A, get the car to the finish at any kind of pace, let alone still win? I mean, fantastic. And more.
No, entirely. Swinging, and you know, it might work for you, it might not, but over 6 hours you've got maybe half a chance to make it up, but we'll double that for you. Good behaviour today, and we'll give you 6 hours again tomorrow. This is the Nürburgring 12 hours, brought to you by Radio Show Limited, and just running through the race order. This is something that's going to keep on changing, but anybody who's got this first hour right has built themselves a very Patrick Gruter, and 10th place is Kim Lewis-Schramm, who started on pole position and really just didn't have the right tyres. You saw him starting to struggle, so he's fallen down to 10th, but at the moment it's Octane 126 leading by a tidy margin, but some of those behind are rather faster. Of their garages, put on their slip the circuit before I can nail my colours to that mast. Dry in the Grand Prix loop. Hurrah! The mix, Mr. Snowden, is the fact that in the opening hour of the race, it all was pretty sensible. You consider the changing conditions, even if they'd been fully locked into wet or dry, which they most certainly were not, then the number of cars that had spun off and done untoward things in this field of 120 plus cars, I would say big pat on the back. I think they've had a really decent run and kept it clean, kept it sensible. So, Octane 126 Ferrari, not on the track. It's in the pit lane. So is the car from second place, the number 3 Falcon Motorsport Porsche. So Klaus Ludwig is watching on. Luca Ludwig was the driver doing the driving. That's his son. And Sven Muller brought it in. So does that mean Bruno Spengler will continue into the race? But of course, those first two cars, the number 26 Ferrari, the number 3 Porsche, was so far clear. Just waiting to see if Bruno Spengler will continue on to another lap or dive into the pits. He's continued on to another lap because Frank Stippler is the next one into the pits. Second pit stop for the number... I've just lost sight of the Phoenix Audi up in third place. So in fact, cars in the pits. 26 from the lead. 3. That's the Falcon Motorsport Porsche, one of the 2 Falcon Motorsport cars. That's up into second place in the pits. Frank Stippler in the pits, listed in third position. Pro Sport Racing in 4th. That's Sean Gloria also into the pits. Also into the pits, Ayhan Changuven, the second of the Porsches from car collection. So the big question is, what sort of tyres are they going to be putting onto the cars in the pit lane? It's grey, but it's dry. Right, the number 4 Porsche, that was the one that started from the back of the pack because it wasn't ready to be on the grid before the formation lap. And having a driver change there. So the driver who drove it in the first stint, Aihenshin Guven, is out. Waiting to see who was getting on. It might have been Klaus Bachler, but I don't want to get ahead of myself on that as to who is taking over. Looking at tyre wear on the Inters that came off, not too bad. And if Patrick Seymour...
I was thinking that I was doing exactly the same. I was costing eye of those, thinking there's another good few laps out of that yet.
Yeah.
Think of the budget.
Yes. Planning for a whole season, right? The number 3
exactly.
Porsche is now in the hands of Joel Eriksson, who was a winner already this year, along with Sven Muller, who won that earlier round with him. So the Swede has taken over onto the circuit just behind one of those. It's the number 23 Lion Speed Audi as he works his way through and out of the Mercedes arena. Of course, they don't stay on the Grand Prix loop for a great deal longer, or not its true form, because instead of going down the hill a bit and turning left, they go a shorter loop to the right, do a double right, and then do the second third of the Grand Prix loop before they peel off onto the Nordschleife. But any driver now out of the cars after those opening stints will have a story or two to tell, because it was certainly very, very tricky out there, and they got into the understanding that by the time they next got to any point on the circuit, it wasn't going to be in the same form and shape and condition, certainly in terms of dryness and amount of grip or lack of grip, than it had been the previous time around. So super, super tricky out on the circuit. You can say that in normal conditions on the Nordschleife, but today those start drivers really, really, do deserve a pat on the back, particularly as almost all of them kept the cars on the island, certainly the bits when we were looking snow.
Well, yeah, but unfortunately 653 and 251 did not. Those two just had it confirmed that they did collect one another. It was hard to imagine they hadn't, but one never likes to throw them under the bus. That hasn't been the case. One might have gone off after the other, one trying to avoid each other.
One might have reversed across the track, facing the wrong way, to say, by the way, your door's fallen off, which was what happened to the 251 BMW.
You haven't raced much, have you, Bruce?
I live in an ideal world.
In an IKEA world. Yeah, so no, unfortunately those two had a little coming together, and I think just about the damage we could see on those cars there, they're probably not going to continue. They take a little bit more than polish to get them back to a showroom condition.
What one does feel that most certainly could be the case, but the fact we've had so little damage thus far is very good. But Sven Muller was all smiles after that opening stint, and for every driver who kept it clean the whole way around. Don't forget, we did have our race leader Luca Ludwig so nearly going off on his own at the foot of the hill before the climb to the Caracciolo Carousel. That's at Steilstrecke. Just simply couldn't get that glorious gold Ferrari round the corner, and that barrier, which is, what are we talking, about a metre off the edge of the circuit, just was coming up on him so fast, but somehow just managed to get round the end of the tyre wall and continue on up the hill. But after what then had been 3 laps of enthralling chasing through the field, it would have been rather ignominious to go off on his own, rather than just, yes, I know he just passed a slower car, but he was into the corner, but sadly he was almost into the barriers, but he avoided it just by the skin of his teeth.
We're just watching, or being treated, Bruce, and everybody listening, and watching to the number 4 Porsche Falcon Motorsports entry being driven by Guven there, that's currently in 6th place. And you were talking about barriers there. I was just watching that bit. It never ceases to amaze me. If I repeat myself, then I do apologise. But that bit where you leave the Grand Prix circuit and join the Nordschleife, there's always going to be mentally that change of circuit. You're going from a modern Grand Prix circuit, nice big runoff areas, you go onto the Nordschleife with a lot less. It's just to mark it, just to really focus the mind. Sabine Schmidt's curve there, which is a 180-degree hairpin to the left. What do? They don't leave your runoff area at all. There is nothing. There is no grass, there's a white line, and there's a barrier. And basically, it's a warning. pay attention, because this is what it's going to be like now for this. You're on a roller coaster now. Place your tokens here or don't play.
Exactly. There is no gradual feed-in. No. It's full into the...
You're in. And it's, you either start with a bang or you don't. If it's with a bang, you're probably not going to go much further than hats and back.
No, indeed. And also, if you have a bang, you could end up facing the wrong way, and it's a blind entry to that corner, and I always think...
Then it becomes everybody else's problem.
Exactly. So, unfortunately, the Klick-Verischung team, the Porsche 119 in the GT3 Cup class, that's Cup 2, appears to be... well, it's having work on it at the garage, but just looking at the faces of the crew down there, it suggests they'll give it a go, but it's not going to be a quick fix. So, unfortunately, for that entry, that is a little bit, how should we say, not the approach they want. Right, who's setting decent lap times at the moment? What is a decent lap time at the moment?
Second place at the moment is the number 3, Sven Müller-Pedal Falcon Motorsports Porsche. The last laps between that and the lead car, the Octane 126 Ferrari with Ludwig at the wheel, has set a best of 9:24. The Porsche done a 9:21. However, the last lap was a 10:02 for the Ferrari, and it was a 9:55 for the Porsche. And that is...
I tell you what,
you've got to wait until we get down to Frank Stippler. Further down in the Audi, has got a 9:49, but everybody else, the top times are 10:02, 9:55, 07.
I've got to stop 07. You.
Yes.
Your screen is a lap down because
my apologies.
Now the gap is down to 0.9 of a second between first and second. It's the Octane 126 Ferrari just ahead of the Falcon Motorsport Porsche, and I think the Falcon Motorsport car may have gone past because he gained 15 seconds on the previous lap. Car 23 still in the mix. That's one of the car collection. Line speed by car collection cars, that's Bruno Spengler, but we've had quite a few driver changes. Just to reiterate, Luca Ludwig has stayed on board the Octane 126 Ferrari, but Joel Eriksson has taken over the number 3 Porsche, and Frank Stippler has stayed aboard the number 5 Phoenix Audi in 3rd place. Pro Sport Racing, Aston Martin, Jean Gloria has been handed over to Christoph Breuer, so plenty of changes at the front end. Klaus Bachler was the driver who took over that number 4 Porsche from Ayhan Şengüven, so my eyes for once did not deceive me. So lots of driver changes, but equally quite a few where the driver has stayed on board, because we're only an hour and a quarter or so into this race. Well, 4 hours and 42 minutes remain, so we're nearly an hour and 18 minutes in, but it's been tricky, it's been chopping and changing, but some crews just starting to find their form, but don't, if you find yourself a timing screen, you can go to vln.de and other sources to find your timing, Radio Show Limited site as well. If you have a snapshot and go, oh, the race leader did a 10 minutes and 7, that's because it included coming into the pits. So good news in the Jody Fanini camp, Jody Fannin, is that his car had the braking problems. That's the Racing One Ferrari, and he's got his helmet back on, and looks like he's going to be getting back on board. So hopefully, yeah, the first hour has been problematic, but hey, slick tyres, give him some slicks. Being wheeled past the car, Peter's looking on. What's the body language?
Well, a very interesting guy. Jody's a good mate, actually, and it's just I'm kind of watching from a mate's point of view and a driver's point of view, but there's a lot of gestures and stuff going on there with acting like the brake pedal and describing things to do with the pedal there. So obviously that car having its brakes bled, as Jody very kindly informed us on a text message. That's what the issue was when it came into the pits. And he's getting out. Yeah, he's undoing his hands device again. I'm not convinced he wants to get back in that car just yet. So gloves come off. Yeah, hands device has been taken off. So he's not jumping in the car there. So as I suspected, the way he was talking to his engineer there, it was just like, I'm not convinced. Something isn't right yet. They've got me into kit, but something isn't right.
Do you think he's been in the car? Because he was very much indicating how much travel there was
yes.
on the brake pedal. Maybe he said, no, you've got to do something else. I've got some feel. Patrick Simon, quick as a flash. The pit lane ace is down there trying to work out what is going on. Patrick doesn't just talk in the pit lane and talk in the commentary box. He has his own race cars. He's got a BMW M1. Not jealous at all. Great car to go and play in. A long way from his days in Formula Ford. Now, race pace. Looking for the interval times between the Octane 126 Ferrari, Luca Ludwig. Pulling away bit by bit from Joel Eriksson, but Joel Eriksson is the driver who doesn't have the track knowledge. Yes, he does overall, but not in this race. He's only just taken over within the last lap, and he's getting a feel in that number 3 Falcon Motorsport Porsche. It says about a 5-second gap between them as they come towards the end of what will be lap number 8. 1, 2. Yeah, just out of the shot as into Tiergarten goes Ludwig in the Octane 126 Ferrari. Again, you can see a dry line around the circuit. Pretty uniformly dry now on the start-finish straight as another lap is about to go on the board. Right, let's see what the lap pace could be. A sensible pace should be in the 9-minute 20s. We won't get it this time around because, of course, the last lap included the slowing down to go into the pits. This time, it's not. And the new fastest lap of the race is the driver who's moved into second place past the Falken Motorsport number 3. It's the Lion Speed by Car Collection Audi car 23, 9 minutes 13.7. So suddenly found 5 seconds on the fastest lap of the race. He's only 2 seconds down. So Bruno Spengler closing in fast. But can Luca Ludwig respond? Let's wait and see. But certainly that was a great lap from the Lion Speed by Car Collection Audi. It's black and it's red, a sort of diagonal split across the bonnet, if you will, in terms of the race livery. Into little cut through on the Grand Prix loop, and it's under 2 seconds now. The Audi is coming for the Ferrari, but is the Ferrari now adjusting, getting used to the new set of tyres, and Luca Ludwig pressing on?
I know you know the answer to this, but I like you, was going to say Bruno Spengler, but it says Florian Spengler on our entry list.
Of course, not in a BMW. What am I talking about? Thank you for pulling me up just 1 hour into the race for rabbiting on. What did I call him? I called him Frank, didn't I?
You called him Bruno Spengler, which I would have done as well.
No, but before that I called him Frank, and that's why we moved down the Frank Spencer route. God, 2 fools in 1 commentary box. Is the space. Right, new fastest lap of the race. The other Lion Speed by Car Collection Audi. So the track is drying out as the drivers are going around. 9 minutes 12 seconds now. He's found another 1.5 seconds. Right, let's take a look. The good thing is at the exit of, well, the entry to the Nordschleife, looking back down around the Grand Prix loop, we can see the hills in the distance. The hills, the forest, the Eifel forest, the slopes, the climbs, the descents.
Don't you dare burst into the sound of music. I can hear, I can sense it.
No, the name is Jones, not Nick Damon.
It's true. Yes.
It'll be tap dancing galore. So here we are, an hour and 20 minutes or thereabouts into this race. A Ferrari is leading by 2 seconds from an Audi. That's Luca Ludwig for Octane 126. Second place, car 23, Lion Speed by Car Collection. They're also in 4th place with the sister car. Sister car is 20 seconds down. The car in 3rd place is a number 3 Porsche. Will that be picking up the pace around this lap on a newish set of tyres? It's done 1 lap since leaving the pits, now onto its 2nd. What else is on the move? 5th place, yeah, it's not an SP9 class car. It's car 102. And it's Tobias Muller who took over from the cheeky Gabriele Piano, who started 3rd after that wet qualifying, dived into the lead, we thought possibly even before the start-finish line, but anyhow, an optimistic start, took the lead ahead of all the SP9 class cars. End of lap 1, came in to serve a pit stop, get the correct rubber on this track that was wet in one part, dry in another. And Tobias Muller's been doing a great job. He's running 5th overall, but Frank Stippler will be closing him down. Well, some cars have been and gone and come back again. The Walkenhorst number 34 BMW, Christian Cronje still on board. That started outside of the front row, but Peter, of all the cars at the front of the grid, the first half dozen or so, that was the one at BMW that was clearly on the wrong rubber and just fell down the order on the opening lap. And at the moment is down in outside the top 10. Last time around was in 14th place. Others might pit to raise up the order. In fact, Marek Bockman has just dived into the pit lane in one of the Schnitzelam Mercedes. That will gain it a position. But
you can't discount it. Certainly anybody of the calibre of Walkenhorst, you can't discount them yet. You know, when you say outside the top 10, 14th, no big deal. You know, I always say this, and it's one of the things that's always befuddled me with endurance racing especially. There's such a psychology, there's such a bragging rights about where you are on the grid and being on pole or the front row or ahead of your teammate or whatever, your sister car, etc. But how often do we see it where cars start down the order or get the wrong tyre, whatever? You've got 6 hours today, and that's half the race. So it's the long game, literally. I know it sounds really obvious to say, but emotion takes over. Drivers want to drive, they want to race. You can't teach a racing driver to go slowly. That's the problem. Some of the ones that go slowly, you can't teach to go fast. That's another effort. That's another module. But
that's for tomorrow's race.
Exactly, that's tomorrow's race. But in some ways, I've had it before. I've been in situations where, and I've been very lucky to share with some very, very competent drivers, of which I wasn't, even one including a world champion in GT level sports cars. And he always had the same view as me, which always intrigued me, that it doesn't matter that much. Risk versus reward ratio. It's a long race, especially a 24-hour race, 12 hours, 6 hours. We're not talking a sprint race called a Grand Prix where poor darlings are tired by 2 hours. We're talking 3, 4, whatever, multiples of that, 6 times that. you can just play the game. You can take your time. There's so many variables. And it's often when you get the head down, you can come through. That Volkenhorst car, all things being equal, it'll be inside the top 10 long, I would say, before halfway through this race, today's race.
I did that funny thing where you raise your eyebrows
I know.
down rather fast, which doesn't work as a commentary thing. Right, now we've got to check.
Perfect face for television.
Yeah, perfect, nearly. Right, looking at a different driver in the Lexus, and he's all over the curbs. We've had, it's Katayoko who's just taken over, and the 345, which is, it really does look like a stretched BMW M6. Sorry, guys at BMW, but certainly that Lexus, something different in feel. Kind of a three...
Oh, the phone's just ringing in luckily the BMW styling department. Bruce, Mr. Jones.
I'm busy, can't you see? So Tatsuya Katayoka's taken over from Hiroaki Ishiura, who drove so well, got up to third place. We thought, good grief, at the rate he's catching the car in front of him, he might be able to pitch for the lead, but then stayed out. And right now, Katayoko just getting a feel for the car, certainly bouncing off the curbs a little bit. He's alone in that. Niklas Born, the young Swiss racer, is in one of the Schnitzelam racing Mercedes, and just catching sight of him monstering one of the KTM crossbows from the KTM Crossbow Cup, surprisingly, and gets past it. But Niklas playing catch-up, sharing with Peter Turting and Kari Schreiner. That's car number 2. One of the 2 cars entered in the sort of acid yellow and black livery of Schnitzelam racing. But this really is a race, in fact almost any NLS race, because qualifying is so limited in time and you get so few laps, and then this morning it was weather interrupted, that the grid was even more shuffled than normal. So the point that Peter was making about how it's where they are at the end that really counts. We have so many comeback drives, but the fact today we had drivers diving in at the end of the formation lap to get a tyre change because they hadn't guessed right, they didn't know how wet it was around the back of the circuit. That gave it the first shake, and then you had others, Snow, who stayed out like Frank Stippler for longer than probably others would have dared in these changeable conditions, because they probably thought, I think the weather's going to change again, I've just got to hang on for 4 laps. What's that? It's 100 kilometres, good lord, that's a bit of an ask, but anyhow, Stippler's done that, his car's in 6th place overall. So, whatever can happen for the Walkenhorst crew with their BMW at the moment outside the top 10, certainly for Phoenix Racing for 6th. You've got to stay, they're still in with the hope of victory. And what did we say before the start of the race? We thought in wet conditions, the Audi looked so nimble that it could be a good thing to have. But I think the best thing you can have here, when changeable conditions are predominant, is a Frank Stippler.
Yes, absolutely. And at the wheel of an Audi as well, it's just, it's perhaps not the fastest car, always. Perhaps the BMW, new BMW, the R8 LMS is, in racing car terms, quite dated now, because it's probably, it's more than 6 months old. I think. I mean, the paint heaven forbid. Yeah, exactly. I exaggerate for clarity, but I would say that it's definite nomination for being one of the most complete cars across all the ranges, and that's what you're going to get here. The circuit, the weather, the topography, the strategy, the tyres. It's going to handle everything. It's going to do 8 out of 10 in everything, isn't it? Where some other cars are going to do 9, 9.5, maybe even 10 out of 10, but they might do a 7 somewhere else, and you get a long 7-bit. You've only got to go get a code 60. We've still got this code 60 at Flugplatz and Schwedenkurz, by the way, because I think it's barrier repairs and possibly a bit of fluid down from those 2 BMWs.
It's now clear,
tried to get married.
Just being cleared up as you spoke. But actually, what your thing about being a good average across the board, it's a bit like if you play Forza and you choose your car. Oh, it's good on acceleration. It's a bit like playing trump cards back in the day. But you want one that can offer you something.
Trumps, yes.
Yeah, exactly. So I call them trump cards. Can't get anything right. But yes, you want something that is going to be good across the board for, well, what the variables for this 6 hour and tomorrow.
Consistent. You want a consistent car that performs consistently, and you want a drive that performs consistently. Because the track and the weather are always going to be the variables. Bruce?
The track is a-changing. The best lap last time around was at 9 minutes 11 from someone a bit further down the order. In fact, it was Marek Bockman, the Schnitzelam Mercedes. We've just had an 8 minutes 45. Bam! The back of the track is
from whom,
dry.
Bruce?
From whom? Luca Ludwig. Who's catching him? Bruno Spengler. No, in fact, he's not catching him because he was 5 seconds slower. The gap between them is now 7.6 seconds. I wish I'd waited a second longer before I said he was catching him.
Stippler's time, 8:37.
Can we wind it back 30 seconds ago? What did I say? What you need is a Frank Stippler. 8 minutes 37. Still off the pace of where they were in qualifying, where it fortunately dried out at the end. But get this, that could also be. I mean, Frank Stippler was 25 seconds down on the race leader, but maybe even in those 25 seconds that he was behind, or 40 seconds further back round the lap, the track condition was drying. So next time around, how low will they go? Will there be more rain? Will there be traffic in front of Luca Ludwig? And as if by magic, yes, there is. A Porsche
Backler 8:34.
I like this game. I like the changing targets.
See your 8:37 and raise you 3 seconds.
Yeah, okay, well,
come on. Brilliant. So that's the Falcon car, isn't it? That's Klaus Backler in the number 4 Falcon Porsche. Just popped in at 8:34, quite casually. Now, what was pole? 8:19.
8:19.189 seconds. He said off the top of his head, looking for his notes.
Said he looking at his notes and reading it off them. Yes,
I know.
Margin was,
but even that was spread out because the pole starter, well, the qualifying of that was Kuba Gimasiak, was 1.5 seconds clear of the rest. But then it's a hugely long lap.
What I've got to ask, what is number 16 Kim Louis Schramm going to do as he crosses the line and gets? Is he going to go quicker?
8:42. So he's faster than the race leader. In fact, he's very close. Apart from that amazing lap by Klaus Backler and the amazing lap from Frank Stippler, everyone's in the 8:40s upwards.
Yeah.
So Klaus Backler, 8th place overall. The number 4 Falcon Motorsport Porsche, the one that had to start at the back of that 43-car lead group because it didn't take the formation lap from the starting grid. It had to come out after the first pack of the 3 packs of cars went past pit exit. So that's done well in general conditions to work its way up into 8th place overall. But clearly with that pace, nearly 20 seconds faster than the car that's in front of it, which is one of the, well, there are 2 Cup 2 Porsches up in front of it. He'll haul those in no time around this lap.
Now, Stippler and Backler are quicker in the first, or in the rest of the field, or the leaders, in that first sector of the lap.
I'm just going to throw in something for you. You said look for the Walkenhorst Motorsport BMW. That'll be there or thereabouts. That's the only other one that's really quick, down in the 8-minute 30s. So Christian Cronjes, the former Spa 24-hour winner, at the wheel in 12th place overall, but he too is going to gobble up all those cars in front of him in fairly short order. So, keeping us on our toes in the commentary position, and quite rightly so.
I do love these sectors because obviously we've got our 9 sectors on the circuit, and I always disregard sector 4 because it's 696 meters long. Doesn't seem an awful lot to do there, and that is basically, ironically, roughly where the exactly where this code 6 has just been, the Flugplatz into Schwedenkreuz. It's just not even 700 meters. But they're all sort of 17, 19. We've got 3,000 meters. And then we get to sector 7, which starts at Kesselchen and takes us all the way through Klottertal, Caracciolo Carousel, Horat, highest part of the circuit, Wipperman, Espach, Brunchen, Pflanzgarten. Shall I keep going? Schwalbenschwanz to the Galvenkopf. It is a stonking 7.2, was it? 7.3 kilometers.
So longer than
one
most
sector.
Longer than most Grand Prix
exactly my point. Yes, that's one sector. How can that time be? It's totally academic, isn't it?
It absolutely is. So 25.378 kilometers is the lap, or 15.769 miles, more than 170 corners.
Your point is perfect, actually, because the sectors 1 and 2, which are effectively the Grand Prix circuit, total 3.7 kilometers.
Well, they're not the two.
I know it's a bit okay,
shortened, but yeah.
The way the truth get the way of a good story, James. Come on.
Sorry, just going to help us.
A bit of a theatre coming in there. Come on, we've got a way to go. I want to peak early.
No, indeed. So, hour and a half and a few minutes extra thrown in for good behaviour. And the race is being led still by the Octane 126 Ferrari. But is the gap going to come down through the first part of this lap? No, it's not. It looks so. Florian Spengler. I had to do that for emphasis because I called him Bruno earlier. Sorry, one of those mishaps you have. Right, Lexus back into the pits. I commented that Katioka didn't look that comfortable, so maybe he guessed wrong on the tyres. But what rubber have we got on there, Peter? It certainly treaded at the side of those intermediates. You'd think they were, so slicks are coming out. So he was struggling because they guessed wrong. He was all over the curbs, I saw, even on the Grand Prix part. So having a little look underneath. They stayed out a long time early on, and now they've undone all the good they could have had because the wrong rubber on that car, and it was obviously a handful on a dry circuit, and just not able to make the most of things. But that Lexus, the LC, very, very quick in a straight line. But right now it's going nowhere, sitting in the pit, outside the pit garage, and the correct rubber off from the intermediates. On go the slick tyres, and hopefully Katioka will feel far more at home on those. Right, they were on the full wets, weren't they?
Just because the thing is the wet tyres, you've got the tread blocks which move around relative to one another. Of course, they overheat. Then that's the problem with slick tyre. Is exactly what it is. It's slick, it's smooth, so that it should heat uniformly across the tread width. Of course, that depends on it, and that's why you'll see quite often guys with tyre temperature gauges and whatever. They'll take a temperature from the inside, the middle, and the outside. Yeah, and just to get an idea of it.
So unfortunately, came in from, well, just outside the top 20, 26th it was listed out after slowing down to come into the pit lane and probably passed by a couple, but for Katioka and the Toyota Gazoo racing crew, a bit of a setback. But what we did see, and this can't be taken away from them, particularly in the hands of Hiroaki Ishiura, all was good. Right, someone's had a big smoky moment. I just had a look as the cars were turning into the Mercedes arena, looking back beyond the paddock, and someone in the distance looks at a massive moment. Had they gone into the gravel trap? I don't know. Had their engine blown? I think that's almost more likely. The cloud of smoke on the far side of the track, hoping the cameras can work their way around there. But someone, somewhere, has had a bit of a moment up there, whether mechanical or driver error induced. I'll keep an eye on that.
Well, I've asked Jody Fanini what's going on with the Ferrari, and I did say just it looks like you've been back out again, and judging by your body language, it looks like still excessive brake pedal travel, and I'll read it out because it's completely clean, don't worry. But yeah, brakes all off, and then all of a sudden the pedal goes to the floor, and we have some braking ability, but not much. Only a driver could say this. Just bear in mind you're driving a GT3 car round the Nordschleife. But once it goes to the floor, it always goes to the floor, and you hope it slows down. I'll just leave that out there, yeah? Then also followed by changing a lot more brakes.
Imagination little.
Yeah, it's just like, wow. You hope it slows down. Now, just think about that. How do you actually go out and deal with that as a driver? You know, we just sitting here in the comfort of a commentary box, watching these cars go around, and Jody, like every other driver out there, want to be out in the car, not sitting in the box watching it being worked on. Obviously, it needs to be quite safe, but some of the speeds the cars get up to here, and you've got quite a few corners where you need the brakes around the Nordschleife, and you can't exactly push around and get everybody else's way. I mean, and that alone itself, you know, Jody's just gone out there and done a lap to try that car out, and it's obviously not, if I say fit for purpose, and that in a bad way, it's not race ready, is it? And you're sitting there, but you've got the problem then of actually managing that car around there and not getting anybody else's way and spoiling that race.
Totally so. And while you're explaining there, we're having a massive race down the start-finish straight. The number 24 Audi, Dennis Fetzer, still in fourth place, but not for lack of effort from Joel Eriksson, who chased him down into the Mercedes arena, and just in front of them is Frank Stippler. He is up into third place, third, fourth and fifth. Stippler, Fetzer, Eriksson covered by next to nothing. You feel that order's going to change quite soon. You feel as though Fetzer's in a little bit of trouble out over the curbing as he goes, as he exits the Mercedes arena. But right now, clouts the curb on the inside of the cut through, bounces a little bit wide. In fact, this was the one that I thought slowed down on the opening lap. The number 3, the 24, red and white line speed car, but clearly up at the front end, it wasn't that. So any other candidate in that class, let's take a look. But here are the gaps. First to second, let's call it 19 seconds. Luca Ludwig. Second place, Florian Spengler. He's just 2.6 seconds up on Frank Stippler, so it's line speed ahead of Phoenix in the Audi battle. Another line speed car, that's Dennis Fetzer in fourth, and Falco Motorsport Porsche in fifth place. That's the number 3 example, Joel Eriksson. But that gaggle from second place down to fifth, very, very close indeed. And the quickest is the one at the back of that pack, and it's the number 3 Porsche, and Joel Eriksson all over the tail of the car in front. And that, of course, is Dennis Fetzer. Just mentioned he was struggling a little bit hitting curbs, but goes through hats and back looking neat and tidy. Oh boy, this bit of track is still so narrow, and it's just never in a straight line for more than a blink of an eye. But the application as the cars go through already, even though it's only 10 past 4, you could say it's getting a little bit gloomy, but it's apart from a moment where we had a good grief, is that sunshine moment, it's been wet or grey, but right now it's got the feel. Oh, and now the rain has come back. As I spoke there, out of the hats and back, looking through the windscreen of Joel Ericsson's Porsche, and suddenly, oh my word, and there was a yellow and red warning flag from the marshals, very quick to point out suddenly what was dry has become wet all over again. So it's been wet, dry, wet on this part of the circuit, and anybody who's just fitted slick tyres, oh, I don't know, the Lexus crew might have got it wrong. They thought they got it wrong by having wet weather tyres, and then suddenly...
I was just thinking exactly that. We've just talked about that, haven't we? And yeah, and by the way, while we're doing that, Christian Krones, isn't it? 34. I said about Volkenholt, didn't I? Yes, Christian Krones has just set a new fastest lap of 8:33.
8:33 now?
Yep.
Okay, there we have. So that was one we were waiting for him to come through, but he's 2 minutes and 12 seconds down the race leader. But that will be the last fast lap for a while, because nobody else further around this lap, unless there's someone who's just about to complete their lap, is going to be having fun. Yellow and red flags, and it's going to be a slow zone. Is it, or was that?
Was that Hatzenbach? I think.
No, it's exiting Hatzenbach as it opens out, and now either a slow zone or someone not wanting to go very fast at all. Let's look at the marshal's post at the side of the track.
Code 60.
Code 60. Okay, well picked out. The pinky purple flag with the...
what was extremely rare about that was the driver spotted a flag. It was quite extraordinary. I've been looking at dashboards and temperatures next. Gauges. What has this world?
No,
modern new world.
No, I think a driver had to slow because the dog's tennis ball had rolled into the pedal.
Not the Unimog that's on the track, I have to see.
No, just inside
for an obvious reason.
And as soon as they leave the slow zone and pass the rescue vehicle, it's back up to full speed again. However, full speed... wind it back a little bit, because certainly the rain is falling. The track is not wet there yet, but it was remarkable looking through Joel Ericsson's windscreen. Nothing. I was just admiring the bugs, actually, thinking what they'd been in a former life. And then suddenly the screen was just bam. It was like someone had a water pistol, and it just came as if from nowhere. But certainly a wake-up call for the drivers. And don't forget that Joel Ericsson was trying to catch Dennis Fetzer, in turn who was trying to catch Frank Stickler, who was trying to catch Florian Spengler. All three of them covered second through to fifth place by about 3 seconds. Up on the start-finish straight, guess what? Full rain.
Very, very much so. Now, Bruce, just going back to, I'm trying to get a little bit of a curveball here. We talked about rules and regulations and parc fermé, etc. Car 260 was one of our 2 Porsche 718 Cayman entries.
Just had a spinner, number 2 Mercedes going around. That's Miklas Born, and that's in the Grand Prix loop on the exit of the Mercedes arena, fittingly in his Mercedes-AMG. Gets it going again before anyone else comes past, but what did I say 30 seconds ago? It's now raining on the start-finish straight. Oh, and a Porsche Cup class car in the background, completely sideways out of the Mercedes arena, like I was on the Xbox this morning.
So the 260 car, which went out very, very early on, I think it was the car that stopped on the formation lap, didn't it? On the SP40. Well, that car's now, that's had an issue. It's now back at the, well, it's not back. Just interesting on the rules. Think about this. You can request until 9:15 tonight, 21:15 hours in CET time, i.e., what's that? Some 45 minutes after the race. Have permission to work on the car and parc fermé. So if you've got a car that's got, let's say, in this case, broken suspension, something's failed, not necessarily barriers, etc., etc., and it's there, it can be worked on if you're given dispensation to get back and to do the second part of the race.
I wonder who decides on the dispensation.
I think it's all down to what's happened and what you've done and who does it. Then, but I mean, it depends really whether the officials want to sit over them watching that car for 4 hours being worked on.
Exactly. Well, someone else is eating their.
Somebody's got to adjudicate it. What's
eating their
having beer and schnitzel? Exactly.
So, joking aside, but one of the beauties of events like the Nürburgring 12 Hours and any event run for the Nürburgring Langstrecken Series, there is an element of good sense. Sometimes you could be really bound and restricted by a rule book, but if something has been force majeure and it hasn't been earned through stupidity or incompetence, then all's fair, because otherwise it could be you next time that's being caught out by something.
You want to encourage people to come out racing.
Yes, and also we've talked about this before. The very mix of people involved. A lot of people come to do it. It's an expensive hobby, but they don't want to be overruled by something that's rather silly, because the silly bit of their life is the bit where they earn the money, and the fun bit should be the bit where they go and spend it. So, you know, again, a little bit of sense required. Good to see. Actually, it's very interesting down in the pits. We've got Lucas walking around, and so many little things. Lucas is fantastic for picking little details out. Little sticker on the screen, on the rear window of the 196 BMW about, you know, it has to have a little stamp, like when you go into Costa Coffee or something, they stamp you. I go to Costa Coffee.
Loyalty stamp.
Loyalty stamp. It's a bit like that. Have you had a technical inspection? Yes. Get your tick in the box with other little. From near Canterbury, Rick from New South Wales, and down from Somerset, Adam Sharp, and their car, he's from Somerset, Bridgewater Way, is running on its own, hoping to win the SP6 class, but unfortunately it might do so by spending more time than planned in the pit. So work going on for that BMW at the moment. So Rick and Dave and Adam Sharp. Now, is it all clear around the back?
Rick and Dave just sound like a South London race team, doesn't it? For those who are UK domiciled.
Chaz and Dave, by the sound of things. Yeah. Right. So, pair of lucky...
Oh, we've 177 in the gravel. That's one of the GT4 Mercedes. It is indeed. That's the
blue one.
the Yanis Waldo one. Who's driving that at the moment? We haven't got who's actually in the car.
No, at the moment. Having a quick flick around, I can find you 117. But
it's from the SP10 class.
It's Pat Zelt at the wheel in the gravel.
Gone straight on a turn one.
Andreas Pat Zelt. Well, we noticed that the wettest part of the circuit was the Grand Prix loop. We just saw that Schnitzelarm BMW Mercedes having a little moment and having to be straightened out again. Back in the country, it seems a little bit brighter. In fact, the car we saw spinning is one we've just been treated to some onboard footage with Miklas Born, the young Swiss racer. Actually, he's very positive in traffic in that. He's certainly a positivity of youth as he picks his way up through the back part of the circuit. The back part being the dry part now. It just seems like a game, doesn't it? They go, right, so we'll let the dry part appear in the back and the wet part will be in the Grand Prix loop, then we'll flip it round within 3 laps. So that's a little bit dastardly, but certainly as the field goes around the rear half of the circuit, looking at the view down to Ex-Muller, pretty dry, almost sunny, I dare say. However, pause for the dramatic moment.
You just mentioned our colleague Lucas Gajewski there in the paddock or in the pits. Down to do. I just sent him a message just saying, send us a wave. So what does he do? Sent me an emoji wave. It's not what we meant, Lucas. It was to the camera.
I'm often lost in translation.
Yes.
So let's just run down through some of the other classes. Cup 2, we mentioned, they've had their moments at the front of the race. Now we've got one in 6th place overall. That's Tobias Muller, the 102 entry from Black Falcon Team Identicar. SP9 Pro-Am, 3rd place overall, Dennis Fetzer. He's moved ahead of Florian Spengler in that little sort-out for 2nd, 3rd, 4th and 5th. That's SP9 Pro-Am, SP9 Cup 3, working down to 19th place overall. The 976 crew, this is a class packed with, well, it's for Porsche 718 Caymans, the 918, 918. I'll get to you shortly if I had as many fingers as I have thumbs. I'll find that in a minute, but anyhow. Going well, and that's 19th place.
It's the webbed ones I'm worried about.
Yeah, Oberheim at the wheel, 976. So it's changed one way, it's swung back the other, and conditions are going to continue changing. We've got 4 hours remaining.
können wir progressiv beschleunigen. Schön gefühlvoll und eingelenkt.
Falkenreifen.
Gesangverein.
World's First Asphalt Watch. Die ersten Zifferblätter aus echtem Rennstreckenasphalt. Auf dem Asphalt wurden Legenden geboren und magische Momente erlebt. Cobbler.
Liebe Fans,
besucht unsere
Social-Media-Kanäle
Von Facebook,
Instagram, YouTube, Twitter und TikTok. Willkommen zu NLS.
Absolutely standard Nürburgring.
Couple of things for you, Bruce. We've still got this barrier repairs going on at Flugplatz, so those two Porsches must have done an awful lot of damage. Well, as you say, doors tend to come off cars, it's something, but can't do another. We've now also, though, in sympathy with the 177 Porsche, I was just going to say, sorry, Mercedes, we've now got 114 BMW in the gravel. We've now got 511, and that looks like one of the, is that the Pro Sport GT4 Aston in there as well?
No, it's orange, but it's not orange and green. It's one of the Porsche Cup class cars.
That's 114 engine.
114.
It is 114, okay.
FK Performance, Ben Bunagel and Nico Otto, but they're deep in the gravel at the first turn, and their tyre marks tell the story. The BMW ran very close to the barriers on the outside. There have been other people in and out of there. That's why there's a tractor down there to remove them from that deep gravel bed. Now, car number 24, running hard. Dennis Fetzer going particularly well. Just trying to see if the car he wants to catch is Frank Stippler, who I thought would pull away, was quicker of the pair last time around. They're still trying to catch the Ferrari. That's a really good lap from Fetzer in the red and white Lion Speed by Car Collection Audi, because he actually took time out of Frank Stippler. But they get down to turn one. The track is greasy there. That's why we've had those two cars going straight on or partially turning into the corner. Oh, it's tiptoes in the Mercedes arena. Stippler and Fetzer trying to get the power down on the exit of turn one. You have to wait until the car's vaguely straight. But through the second corner, Frank Stippler a little bit bolder. But he's 7.8 seconds down on race leader Luca Ludwig's Ferrari, but under a second down on Fetzer. But actually through the Mercedes arena, where it's really greasy, Stippler's showing his experience, just eking out a tenth of a second here or there. But top three cars covered by under 10 seconds. You've had 8.7 seconds. It'll be more than that because Dennis Fetzer's run very deep in the cut through. When I say very deep, I mean off the circuit, across the grass, just missed the tyre wall and back on. I said he was struggling relative to Stippler in the really slippery loop, and that means Florian Spengler, his teammate, will be able to close in. But that was a shame. He was very close to Stippler, getting excited. I said it was a brilliant lap, and this one, not so much. But again, snowy. Last time around, track conditions in the Mercedes arena would have been different. Yeah, just watching these two Audis, sort of line astern here, it's they're twitching all over the place. And the 24 car there, as you say, the Lion Speed car, it was almost a non-event. Okay, he didn't connect anything, but it wasn't like he had a massive moment, locked up, understeered it, caught it, loads of lock, and saved the day. It was just suddenly, it just went straight on and went onto the grass like, oh, hang on a minute. And that's, in some ways, for a driver, that's the worst possible condition. No one told me.
You're not expecting it. You know, nothing can really prepare yourself for that. And we've got his attention now.
Certainly has.
The car park. So are they charging to park in the car park at turn one in the gravel?
That's why people are trying to get out there quickly before they're found out, I guess. But right. So is this helping Frank Stippler? Yes, it is, because he suddenly had the pressure at the end of the previous lap from Dennis Fetzer.
Of one of the few people on the grid that doesn't need any help is Frank Stippler.
So, but what it does mean, he should be able to focus on the car in front, Luca Ludwig. How much time did he take out of him last time around? 8 seconds. That's nice. First part of this lap, though, Luca Ludwig is responding. I'm just having a quick look. New slow zone on the main straight, Marshall's Post 3. So that is on the run down to the first corner, and that's because, of course, we had those cars off in the gravel. Now it's yellow flag at MP2A on the main straight. It took a while to get that yellow flag out, unless they've cleared the first lot, and other people on that really greasy part of the track. It'd be great if we could see the cameras down in that first turn, the entrance to the Mercedes arena. We saw how slippery it was. Let's see if anybody else has taken a tumble off into the gravel to bring out that yellow flag. And just looking, no, it's track clear on the exit of turn one, so it's still on the approach, the waved yellow. Right, 4 hours almost precisely to run today, and we can give you 4 hours plus a further 2 hours tomorrow to bring us up to 12 hours overall. 2 6-hour races, and this one's had plenty of twists and turns. We're very, very close. Having a look at the highlights of the first 2 hours. They've gone by in a flash, it must be said. And right now, the drivers might have thought the track conditions had calmed down, had eased off, had got into position where they could predict what was going to happen up ahead. Haha, not the case. Conditions keep on changing. Back at the start, before the start, for an hour or so before the start, it was grey on the grid, but it was full of colour, packed with not just the 121 cars, but with fans galore getting down close. A full weekend of racing for them here. Cars were flagged away, and then, oh, what a surprise, around the back half of the circuit on their formation lap. The clouds were lower, the track was greasy, dry on the start-finish straight, wet at the back of the circuit. And when the lights were about to go green, Gabriele Piana, third place overall, dived past the leaders, took the lead in his Cup 2 Porsche, while half the field in those top two starting batches dived into the pits. They decided what they'd seen out at Metzgersfeld was scaring them a little. They didn't want slicks on their cars. Came in for either wets or some went out on intermediates. There were little bits of contact. The number 3 Porsche giving a bit of a push and a shove to the number 11 Mercedes from the Schnitzelam Racing team. But the story in the first part of the race was Octane 126 coming to the top, taking the lead with Luca Ludwig on board, tiptoeing around the circuit, then all on his own, very, very, very nearly hitting the tyre wall at the bottom of the climb up towards the top of the hill to the Caracciolo Carousel. He wasn't alone. The number 4 Falcon Motorsport Porsche went a little bit wide, and then the number 17 Aston Martin from Pro Sport Racing chose that moment to go through. Well, something I've just seen now I hadn't seen before is the Octane 126 Ferrari had the number 4 Falcon Motorsport Porsche right under its rear wing coming into the pit lane, and the car slowed even more in front of them. There was a little bit of a push and a shove there, and then with the track getting greasy again as approaching the 2-hour mark, we had cars off in the gravel at turn 1. They've been recovered. The racing's going on. In the pits at the moment is the number 920 KTM Crossbow, and that's Teichmann Racing. They run all 3 of the cars in that class. Mike Ronifast, Felix von der Laden, and Yves Volter. The clamshell roof closed back down. If you just walked into a commentary booth now and looked at the images on your screen, you'd go, a dry day at the Nürburgring. That's in the pit lane, but we know just what 300 metres ahead of you is a very, very greasy turn 1.
Incredibly so. We've seen, what, 3, 4 cars off there in the last 10 minutes?
Yeah.
So?
Well,
still have those barrier repairs going on at Flugplatz. That's all the fluid spill there. It's an awful lot. I know those 2 cars are quite heavily body damaged. I just wonder if there's cracked some oil tank radiator. I think there's fluid down there as well. Because what barriers are repaired. The marshals officials on here are so efficient.
Yeah, but also think about it. Those barriers, that's on a straight part of the circuit, so the angle of incidence when you go in is quite small. Immediately when the yellow flag came out, I spotted there was a yellow and red flag with it. I think someone, you're quite right, has dropped a lot of the sort of liquid you don't want to be driving over at that sort of pace. So the 920 KTM back onto the circuit looking fantastic. I'm not sure I'd necessarily go for the pink and black combo, but the body shape is a quantum leap ahead of those cars we first saw about 6 years ago.
So we don't need the good guy. Obviously, we've got Jodie Fannin in the pits, who's just replied, or sent me a text just saying, still trying to sort the problem, big job going on. Followed by, I hear you've been giving me grief on the commentary, so might not reply again. ...
That must be me. That's you. You're supposed to be his friend. We're giving you publicity and fame, Jodie.
Exactly.
We want you back on the circuit.
Exactly. We're giving. Hey, look, you're not getting any seat time. We're giving you some air time. Be grateful.
So, still tricky conditions. Right, gap first to second. At the end of the previous lap, that's lap number 12, the gap between Luca Ludwig in the Octane 126 Ferrari and Frank Stippler, who had been closing in a little bit on the previous lap and is doing so actually a lot on this lap with 7.8 seconds. At this rate, Stippler in the number 5 Team Phoenix Audi should be right on the tail of that Octane 126 Ferrari when they get round to the end of this lap and put lap number 13 onto the board. And as we look down at Dottinger, there's a golden Ferrari, and right under his rear wing and jinking to the right to go past him potentially is Frank Stippler. I thought he'd have caught him. He may have passed him before the end of this lap. Gaggle of cars up ahead, but by the time they reach Tiergarten, well, the Audi's already in front. I was going to say they're far enough ahead not really to interrupt him. In the background, Dennis Fetzer, the red and white Audi. He'll be ruining the fact that he had that little slip up when he was right on the tail of Stippler. But Stippler into the lead of the race for Team Phoenix. Down to second place after about 10 laps in the lead of the race, the Octane 126 Ferrari. But really their lap times look enormously different. There could be 5 or 6 seconds between their respective laps last time around. The Ferrari right under the rear wing of the Audi, trying to get close enough to dive back out and regain the lead of the race when they get down to turn 1. Having a look, he's going up the inside. Oh no, but Stippler had to get around one of the Cup 2 Porsches that stayed very nicely out of the way and then tried to turn in. Don't do that, because you've got an Audi and a Ferrari coming up the inside of you. Oh, and the Ferrari has had it. The green and red Porsche cut across his nose. That's making good the escape. Wow, what a move there from Frank Stippler.
Yeah, well, that was the GT3 Cup from the number 60 entry from the SB7 class. So that's the 24-hour specials between 3.5 and 4 litre capacity engine cars. Number 60.
Can I just answer my own question?
Yes.
What was the difference in
well, I can't answer it for you,
in lap pace between our race leader, new race leader Frank Stippler, and the erstwhile race leader Luca Ludwig? It was drumroll, almost precisely 8 seconds. I wondered if it might be 6.5 seconds. It was even more than that. And now in front, Stippler is going away, but Luka Ludwig is nothing if not game. Trying to hang in there. Lights are flashing as they go through the compression behind the paddock and rise up the hill towards the Wiedol chicane. Luckily for them, no particular traffic in front of them, and well, unfortunately, unless your name is Luka Ludwig, you suddenly get a BMW 325i, trying to keep out of the way and failing to do so. Dennis Fetzer, not so far behind in third place, 5 and a bit seconds from first through to third. This is good. Have we mentioned new code 60 at Kesselchen?
Yeah, that's for the 271 entry. That's the Toyota GT86 Cup car from SP3 of Pit Lane AMC Racing, with Matthew, Pierre or Jacques Castellan at the wheel, or of course Kurt Duradin. But most likely to be a 75% chance of a Castellan at the wheel.
So it was the other guy.
Exactly.
So at this point in the race, a lot of the drivers haven't even had a go. We've generally turned, having turned the first 2 hours, we've gone from driver 1 to driver 2, but some of the crews have got driver 5 in them, including actually the car in third place. Patrick Kolb, Milan Doncha, unless one has dropped out. Dennis Fetzer, who's at the wheel at the moment, going well. Patrick Niederhauser, who's one of the stars in Audi over the last half dozen years. And Lorenzo Rocco, for short.
We haven't done it.
No.
What, to Torrepadula?
Indeed, my friends. Lorenzo Rocco di Torrepadula. There we have it. But anyhow, he's keeping his name out of the lights in a 5-driver
powder dry and his name out of the lights.
That'll be a wise approach to life, I feel. So track is now clear at Schwedenkreuz. I love the fact you looked at that's between Marshal's Post 82 and Marshal Post 86. We reported from Kesselchen, Marshal Post 128. Have we lost our marbles? Are we making these numbers up? No, it's just a very, very long lap, 25 and a bit kilometers, nearly 16 miles. Just to give you a general idea of how the pace has fallen away after that little flurry of rain in the Grand Prix loop. The best lap of the race, still in the hands of Christian Cronjes. No sooner had he set that 2 laps ago, 8 minutes 33.2, the driver's at the front of the field. The driver at the front of the field is doing 8 minutes 47. So suddenly the track falls away by 14, 15 seconds, and that's only for the very best. So the slightly greasier conditions, those less able or with a car that's less kind to them, their margin has fallen away by even more. So it really is swinging one way and another, the track conditions here. No wonder the drivers are looking quite worn, even after just the 2 hours. Oh, I can throw you in another yellow flag. Fuchsruhe, only Marshal's Post 94. So you've gone through Flugplatz, through Schwedenkreuz, through Arenberg. You've got to Fuchsruhe and you've made a mistake. Well, we'll have a look, but that's already been cleared, so it was a very quick one. But Marshall's well aware that they need to not leave anything out there in case it's half a risk. They've got to get that yellow flag. They've got to report that there's an incident. They don't want the rest of the field coming through around one of the many, many blind corners on the circuit, or tricky corners, and clashing into a car that's in a position they didn't expect to find it. Who's on the move? Falcon Motorsports. Have a looking at their pace. They're looking quite handy at the moment, but their drivers, Joel Eriksson and Klaus Bechler, are down in 5th and 6th position. So let's go through the manufacturers, Peter. Leading the race, Audi, Team Phoenix, Frank Stippler, the driver, but he was in at the start of the race, so he's probably going to be thinking, might just need to go and have a cup of coffee in the pits and have a change. Octane 126, their Ferrari's in 2nd place, but the gap between them on the start-finish line was just under 0.2 of a second. It's gone out since then because Stippler's pulling away. But then we've got, so it's Audi, Ferrari, Audi, which is the line speed by car collection cars, Dennis Fetzer and Florian Spengler. Then we've got the Falcon Motorsport Porsches in their 2x2 formation with Joel Eriksson 5th, Klaus Bechler in 6th. And I fancy Bechler's just, he's a little bit closer and is probably about to overtake Joel Eriksson. Certainly the Austrian does appear to be catching the Swede quite easily. Well, quick glance at the screen, and Porsche Cayman going into the first turn. I thought, we've got a slow zone, but the others coming in weren't. So I don't know why he has slowed down so much. Didn't see the number, so I'll spare the blushes. But I can tell you, coming out of Galgenkopf, we've got is that BMW,
BMW
moving very slowly?
Yeah. Looks like one of the junior categories, possibly M240i at a quick glance, or possibly even a little bit older version than that. Just before that, Bruce, we were treated to a fantastic view of the camera going back down from turn 1, back down the pit straight. And as you say, it's just a bright, sunny August day, which it's not, because middle of September we've had pouring rain so far. But as we said, it can just change so much. It's incredible compared to what we've had so far, and we're only just over 2 hours in.
Have I gone too hard too soon? I just don't know. Right, now, others moving up through the field. Certainly we've got the pack was shuffled, I think we can say, in the early stages of this race. The opening lap of the race, the drivers who dived in at the end of the formation lap because they were on the wrong tyres, and someone playing catch-up. There's Johan Schmidt Starter down in 21st position, but he's in an SP9 class car. He's the leading AM runner, or AM entry in that class, and making up ground, actually putting in some pretty tidy lap times there. But that was one of the cars that just lost out early on, didn't have the right tyres on the right time. And for some of them out there, they actually didn't even bother changing tyres.
Yeah.
Oh, that car is really limping in. I mean, it's
871 Adrenaline Motorsports M2 CS from the M2 CS class. Cunningly named.
Very good.
The commentator's ease.
I like simple.
Yeah.
But I mean, the run from down Dottingher is very long at full speed. But when you're going at about 60 kilometres an hour without having to do so, then it just must be excruciating. And also, of course, we're just looking at the lack of pace. We have no idea if various needles on gauges are sort of pinging off the right-hand side that all is wrong, or is it simply a puncture? But anyhow, that is going slowly. But the good thing on the straight is people can see precisely where he is. And the marshals here, absolutely fantastic.
It's got left front tyre damage. I know that. You can see that on it. But what's that from? It's caught the old thing of cause and effect, isn't it, Bruce? Is the tyre gone down and causing other damage, or is it something else where he's run wide, tapped a barrier and just kissed it and just broken the rim a little bit, and that's deflated the tyre? Hopefully not. They've got tracking out and all sorts, and of course as the tyre drops, the cars have quite low ride heights anyway, so it runs down to the rim then that's where it starts to overheat the rim. The alloy wheels, they get to overheat, and it gets all sorts of multitude of problems, and it's that driving it back painfully slow. I think somebody in the paddock has just lit the barbecue, ready for the steaks later on.
I think that's what I thought, what I saw out of the corner of my eye a while ago, and said someone's having problems at the exit of the Grand Prix loop, but it's
having problems getting their barbecue.
Some joker with wet charcoal. Anyhow, better to sort of flag it up than not mention it at all. But right, looking down through the class, haven't done that for a short while. I haven't really moved further down. We've got a driver out there who's listed as having no pit stop at all, running in 24th position overall. It's car number 10, which you were talking about earlier.
That's the Max Cruz Golf that was running so high at the beginning. The number 10 entry, yeah.
So that really is out of sync. That will then take a tumble down the order. But that if anyone has done the stint from the start...
Oh, yes and no, it isn't actually, because it's pretty impressive not to have had a
no, exactly. But it means they've been through so many changes of weather and just dogged it out. I was slightly wondering if any cars came in at the end of the formation lap, if they would be listed as having taken a pit stop, because so many we saw dive in, didn't we?
Yeah.
And it might be one of those. But anyhow, very, very impressive run from them. But... certainly they'll have a story to tell, but every single lap the conditions were different. So looking at the gap from Stippler backwards, well, that was quite a lap for him. And the line speed car collection Audis have both dived into the pits from second and third. That's Dennis Spetzer, Florian Spengler. But we saw Stippler take the lead. He gained 7 seconds once he got in front. So 7.1 seconds clear, and eking his way ever further forward. Wait to see if Joel Eriksson will dive in, but that means for the line speed by car collection Audi crews, that's their 3rd pit stop. The first 2 cars, Stippler and Ludwig, only 2 pit stops each. Likewise, the Falcon Motorsport Porsches in 5th and 6th. Joel Eriksson, Klaus Bachler, only 2 pit stops to them. And then, amazingly, the car that leads Cup 2, as I said it, in 7th place is coming into the pits. But this is the car. There we are. Let's see if I can will some other people.
It's almost like you've done it before, Bruce.
And, well, we just mentioned a possible pit visit for Benjamin Leuchter, car number 10. Finally, he comes in for the VW Golf's first pit stop of the race. He knew he had it coming. And do you remember the old fastest lap of the race? I'll give you the new fastest lap of the race. It's by the same driver, Christian Cronjes, 8 minutes 24.9 seconds. That is considerably faster on that lap. Get this, race leader Frank Stippler, 8 minutes 53 seconds. 8th place, 8 minutes 24 seconds. The best part of half a minute faster around that lap. So Peter was saying with less and less confidence that the Volkenhorst BMW was in with a shout. It was outside the top 10, it's well inside the top 10, and Christian Cronjes flying around the circuit in number 34. Peter also mentioned the fact that the weather was getting better and better. Bright sunshine on the start-finish straight. And yet, what, 2 laps ago, cars were skidding off in the Mercedes arena. It wasn't heavy rain there, but that's because it fell and went through very quickly. A little look at car number 960, going very well in the Cup 3 class. 26th position overall. Now, does that put it in the lead of the Cup 3 class? No, it doesn't. It puts it 3rd in the Cup 3 class, which is being led all the way up there by car 976. FK Performance. I don't need to say Porsche 17 Cayman, but I have. It's a GT4 Cayman. Oberheim at the wheel of that one, leading the way.
It's still predicted weather-wise to, it might have eased off for now, down to not a great deal, but it is predicted to have 97% chance of rain between 5 and 8, which is approximately not far off now, is it? Yeah, it's coming up to 10 to 5.
Wow. No wonder Fabio Gross is smiling as he's interviewed in the pit lane. This is the driver who took the lead of the race. He was the 2nd Cup 2 class Porsche Cup class car to lead this race. He did it the hard way. Didn't just blast off from the grid and go to the front like Gabriele Piana did. He stayed out when it was really, really wet, and he was on the on one sort of tyres and picked his way through traffic. So big smile for the GTEC competition Porsche racer. And I think we'll hear quite a lot more from him, because that was a seriously good drive. I mentioned, of course, some of these crews have 5 drivers on board. Some in their driver lineup, some have 4, some have 3, some only have 2. And as far as I know, this is one of them, Fabio Grossa. You couldn't do that, have a 2-driver lineup in a 12-hour race. Well, they're doing it here, but of course it's 2 6-hour races, and 2 drivers can perfectly well split a 6-hour race. But a bigger question if it was all in one big long loop. Not saying it's impossible, but certainly, the teams think about what works best for them. And in fact, Peter, I think the thing that works best is track familiarity today. I know it's changing all the time, but at least if you were on the previous lap, you'd have half an inkling of what it was like.
Well, exactly on that note, and I don't wish to promote one person, I'm not meaning that, but just because I'm getting intel from a driver who's out there in this race, Jody Fannin, just saying about what's happening with time, but just to prove the very point you've just said. He had 0 laps in the car yesterday because of an issue. His first lap in the car this morning was soaking wet in qualifying. Then the rest of the team did the laps in because it was drying out. And then he started the race and had a brake issue. And the point I'm making is that's from a driver on the heat of the moment, real life now, in a car that he's not particularly used to. And we were saying how the familiarity of the Falcon guys that are in the cars all the time. And you're going there, you've got to get your head around that. You've got it in a different space of they'll give it to him, and you have to trust your engineers, and they will. They'll get the car ready and they'll get it done. And he, like everybody else in that car, and all the rest of the people in the field, don't get me wrong, but just that having to go out there and go, is it going to work? Just that comment over it, and you press the pedal and hope it slows. Yes. Different breed.
A different breed. Meanwhile, in the commentary box, would you like another jelly, baby?
We're not allowed anymore.
No. But the good news is
they're banned at NLS 2.
2 hours, 20 minutes to go. And the view out over the circuit, it was impressive at the start of the day. An hour before the race, an hour before the little smattering of rain came in. Now it's a beautiful autumnal afternoon.
Oh, for now.
For now. Don't spoil the fun.
For now.
10 to 5 in the afternoon. And so we're going to go properly into the evening here. But track conditions maybe to getting the closest they've been to uniformity, but actually I know by the time I reach the full stop in this sentence, something else might have happened, but certainly not on the start-finish straight, because all is fine and sunny. All right, 3 hours, 39 minutes, and, wait for it, 15 seconds to go. And that's only to bring us up to the halfway point in this race. And if you didn't catch the start of the broadcast...
I'm going to correct you, it's quarter distance, actually.
You what?
It's halfway today's race. Quarter distance of the full race.
Oh, I see a rule. Yes.
Look, what? Oh, yes. Yes, it's two races, isn't it?
Yes.
I couldn't resist.
Yeah, but
very, very rarely you witness it there, viewers and listeners. You actually caught Bruce Jones off guard. That is very rare. It's taken me 2.5 years to achieve that.
And sadly,
the wheels are processing.
No, but
he hasn't even got a comeback. No, this is extraordinary.
But I think I do, because I was talking.
We're witnessing history. It is the week for it.
Yes, yes. But was I not talking about when they got up to the halfway point in the race, which is not this race, overall race, because when they parked the cars.
Yes.
I wasn't talking about the halfway point of the 6-hour race. Good grief!
If you stop and listen very carefully, you can just hear that squeaking. That's backpedaling.
I think if we pressed Y and rewound, I think you might have found you jumped in the wrong moment. Not that it matters.
Oh God. Not that it matters. Why say it then?
Anyhow, just to clarify, when the
cars
I was saying, are parked on the grid, as Frank Stippler comes in from the lead of the race, his lead was 7 and a bit seconds. When the cars are parked on the grid in Parc Fermé, that will be the halfway point in the race. And the Ferrari comes in from second place. Luca Ludwig may have gained a few seconds back, but that was a great stint from Stippler. And who will go through into the lead of the race? One will presume it would be the Lion Speed, my car collection Audis. We've had the driver change there. We've got Lorenzo Rocco in 24, and car 23, the sister car, is now in the hands of Leon Kohler. So it could well be we have the Porsches coming into the lead of the race.
So our fastest lap. So we've got in the lead. Sorry, the lead cars are into the pits now. So we've got Frank Stippler. In fact, we've got the first 3 cars into the pits now. So we've got Stippler, Ludwig, and Ericsson in the Phoenix, Audi, Octane 126 Ferrari, and Falcon Porsche into the pits. So Audi, and just the other Falcon ones, we've got both of the Falcon Motorsport. Now they're actually double stacking them now. So we've got 3 and 4 the Falcon Motorsport cars in the pits. I think you are allowed to do this because they've got space to do that each. So the number 3 car is rotated on its jacks to face that sort of 45 degrees in, so it can be refueled and done its driver change. The number 4 car is right behind it. So top 4 cars into the pits now. Stippler, Ludwig, Ericsson, and Bachler all in. Now the number 3 car is certainly doing the driver change. That's Ericsson is now out of that car.
And so's number 4, likewise, driver out. But if you just happen to arrive and fire up a screen and take a look, it looks like number 3 Porsche has just driven across the nose of number 4 to stop it exiting. But of course, 3 actually came in ahead. That was Ericsson ahead of Bechler. Bechler had been closing in. He's the driver who's strapping in his teammate. You can see his red and white livery on his helmet. Bechler, a proud Austrian. Big question is which teammate, because you've got quite a choice. It's not likely to be the driver who started the number 4 car first, which was Ayhancan Güven, the Turkish racer. So it was either Komil Ledergar or another Austrian driver, Martin Ragginger. So Falcon Motorsports having a quartet of drivers in each of their cars. Some of the other teams do it with just 2, some with 3.
Now, very cleverly, Bruce, there, our cameraman has just zoomed out on the pit lane, so we can now not just see the number 3 and number 4 Porsches, which are now both being rotated. It's like synchronized swimming to face the right way for the pit lane, but of course the Octane Ferrari down at the front there, who's going to get to go out first? So we can see basically the battle of the pit stops here. The number 3 Porsche that was facing the wrong way is now facing, both facing the right way, ready to go out. Which is going to be out first? We've got the gold Octane 126 Ferrari, number 26, and the 3 and 4 numbered liveried and Falcon liveried Porsches.
What we don't have in the shot, even though the cameraman is trying to stretch his lens wider and wider, is the car that was brought in by Frank Stippler, the number 5 Team Phoenix Audi. But that's blasted. He's found it. He's blasted out of the garage. And who has taken that over? Because we can give you a bit of a choice.
Then the Ferrari straight out.
Oh,
now Stippler, very naughty, jumping around at one of the Cayman Porsches.
Well, that was Kolb.
I think you're sorry. The Stippler driven car came handed over to Kolb. You're quite right, number 5 there. That's why Bruce is here to correct me, and because it's a job. It's a great job, and I'm sorry I keep you so busy, chap. But yeah, sorry, Christian Kolb there going down the pit lane. It is wide enough at the end, so you're clear of all the personnel, so it's perfectly safe. You're within the blend line, so you're not on the racetrack. So I would say no rules broken there. There's a 918 Cayman in the 718 Cayman in the way, so he drove around it all completely safely. Didn't leave a set of number 11s. Didn't leave that. He's fine. I would say that's absolutely fine. What was interesting was right behind we saw the Octane, the gold 126 Ferrari rejoin. We didn't see which of the two Falcon Porsches came out first. In fact, those two hadn't moved at that point.
No, they still haven't moved. So out of the pit lane, right. Okay, number 3 Porsche, which is the one that came in ahead of the number 4, is out in the hands of Alessio Picariello. So they've kept that position. And the sister car is now in the hands of Comileruga. That's going to be a really, really mighty challenge between those two drivers. Tip-top around here, tip-top in Porsches. So Vincent Kolb leading the race. Bjorn Grossman has taken over from Luca Ludwig. Then come those two Falcon Motorsport Porsches, just waiting for the Audis to come through. They pitted a lap earlier. In fact, they've both been passed. I'm talking of the number 16 Audi that was brought.
Kim Louis Schramm. We're just behind Christian Krones in the Valkenhorst BMW. Kim Louis Schramm stayed in the Phoenix Audi. Ben Tuck has taken over the 34 Valkenhorst car.
Okay, the thing I was looking for, Peter, actually is where the Lion Speed cars were. Remember, before the pit stops, Lion Speed by car collection, they were running 3rd and 4th. They haven't come through yet, but the cars that were 5th and 6th, which are the Falcon Motorsport Porsches, are definitely out into 3rd and 4th positions.
Yeah, they're actually listed at the moment currently as 8th and 9th.
No, okay, I just got to correct myself because I was just wondering the case, and the cameraman has showed me exactly why I had reason to fear. BMW off at the side of the track. Of course, these times and their positions are within the pit lane, but by the time they'd accelerated out of the pit lane, those Lion Speed cars had gone through. They'd pitted a lap before. I think in time they'll be passed, but it's one of those little anomalies on a timing screen.
So that's the 520 328i BMW that's parked at the side of the track. Just trying to get where that is on the track. That's going to cause a certainly.
Is it a Tiergarten?
Well, no, it's not. That can't be Tiergarten. No. I see what you're trying to say, but I don't think it is there.
Well, it's a fairly unusual camera angle, but I think it. Anyhow, well. Ex-Müller exit of, apparently. Doesn't look like. Oh, I suppose it could be. Yes. Yes. Oh, you know, that's a real case of TV cameras flattening an incline, because we all know Ex-Müller. There's plenty of up and down to be going on with.
No, you're right. No, it's the beginning of Tiergarten.
Oh, that one. Okay, didn't flatten it as much.
Yeah, it is. It's on the left. Yes, it's where it showed me on my GPS. It's actually on the right. So it's the very yes. No, that's what that was just confusing me. Was
the second part.
It's the second part. It's the first part of Tiergarten. I was thinking that's not quite enough a curve, because it starts with a gentle left, then a right, and it's just parked itself there. Then it tightens up, and that's one of the great challenges of Tiergarten. Is, as you say, you've done that a whole bit on the Dottingerhoer, including that King flat there, best part of just under 300 k's in a GT3 car down there, and all of a sudden you've got a left, right, and then a left and a right, and it's like, whoa, hang on, and just a slow boy. And of course, what they do to make it a bit more fun there on the left, they put the barrier right by the track. No space, no error. Take away your safety blanket.
Right.
You're a professional.
We saw Vincent Kolb leave the pit lane at great speed. The reason he needed to do so, didn't want to lose any time, and the reason he didn't want to lose any time, he wanted to be sure he could be in front of the Lion Speed by car collection Audis that pitted a lap before. Leon Kohler is now challenging him for the lead of the race and getting the nose of his red and black Audi just in front. So Lion Speed by car collection. Their tyres a lap warmer, the driver a lap more attuned with the circuit as Vincent Kolb tries his best to get the feel for his car. They slip back into second place. Just a whisker behind them is Bjorn Grossman in the Octane 126 Ferrari, and I think in possibly fourth place should be the other Lion Speed car, but that's in the hands of Lorenzo Rocco. With no disrespect, he's not quite in the same category as these top three, but it still looks quite tippy-toe around the far side of the circuit in the slower corners. Drivers not wanting to take a risk at all. Are we looking at a code anything over there, or are they just... Yes, we are. Very slow-moving vehicle ahead. Driver of Leon Kohler sensed that. You can see him suddenly. Is it? Yes, it is. And backing up. And that means we have first, second, and third, which is Leon Kohler in the number 23 Audi. Oh, we've got a Porsche sideways across the track. Car number 111. That has dropped a little bit of fluid as well.
A lot of fluid from the front end there. There's rads in the front of that Porsche, and there's a lot. They're running dry line through that. The first three cars are through that, but that's very strange because it doesn't look like there's any damage to the front of that car, but there's a lot of fluid come out of the front.
And then leaked down. You can see the gradient on the circuit. The car is tail into the barriers clearly on the uphill side, and a small gradient has taken whatever liquids come out.
It's a Fricadelli GT3 Cup car, yeah. Klaus Abelin, it's one of the drivers of that car.
Yeah, Felipe Fernandez Laza, and the third driver is Jules.
And it's Klaus Abelin at the wheel of it as well.
Oh, that's most unfortunate, but more to the point, unusual. So,
I mean, it looks undamaged, but it might have just swiped it enough just to do the radiators.
Yeah.
But it looks. I would suggest. I was hoping that something had failed and caused it to put fluid on the front wheels, and therefore it's gone off. But it stopped, and then the fluids come out. You can see that very clearly on the track. So it does appear that Klaus Laben's had a little bit of a moment there and just kissed the barrier, shall we say? And it's enough to take the cause a fluid leak there. Might be recoverable though.
It may well be. Just having a quick little look around at so Foxruhr is one of the areas that has got the leak, and that is the one with the Porsche sideways in the track. That's Marshalls Post 98 for those who are keeping track. On these small things, the race closes up, but don't forget those further back are going to gain a lot of time on the race leaders, who were some of the earlier cars to get into that scene around Foxruhr, where the 111 Porsche is leaking fluid across the track, sitting 90 degrees to the angle of travel. And that, I would sense, would actually give a bit of an advantage to those who are giving chase. The number 3 and 4 Falcon Motorsport Porsches, I would suggest, will gain from that.
Yeah, it's literally just ahead of the entry to Bergwerk, isn't it?
Yeah, correct. So, all quite tricky. Just waiting for the sign on the timing screen to tell us that it's been cleared, which it hasn't as yet. So many points of interest. One has to keep keeping one eye open at all times. So, just as the race was getting going again after the latest round of pit stops, we were just starting to have those little battles. For example, the line speed by Car Collection, car number 23 getting right into the mix. It was close to the mix before the pit stop, served its pit stop a lap before the two Falcon Motorsport Porsches, and also before the Ferrari came in, and we thought things may change, but actually I think it was a really good drive from Leon Kohler to get up into the lead of the race. Vincent Kolb not wanting to lose a single second in that battle, but now, of course, with the slow zone, for some it will be very frustrating. For others, it would have been cleared possibly before they get there. That will gain them a bit of time, but it's still not gone to green. Let's have another quick check. At that point, Arenberg, it's clear. No, still not green there. So for those who are coming in behind, they're still being slowed, much as the race leaders were. Gosh, so much has happened in this race. Started grey, but they found the track was wet at the far side on their formation lap. And then it was who had the wrong tyres on? Well, that was pretty much all of them. How long did they dare stay out on the track before effecting a change? That was the big question. Frank Stippler stayed out possibly the longest of the drivers who were really struggling, and it paid dividends because that car is right at the sharp end of the field. When I say the sharp end, I mean the lead. That was car number 5 at the start of this lap, but certainly some others in there as well. And I'm sure, Snow, if we look down the timing screen, we'll find some people who've dropped a long way back, and yet they may come back into the mix at some point, but I think it's sort of settling down now. I still really rather fancy those Porsche lineups for Falcon Motorsport. They're 3rd and 4th overall, but with drivers of the merit and ability of Alessio Picariello and Come Ledergar, just in this stint alone, they've got to be working their way to the front.
Yes, indeed. And I'm just surprised. Well, two things, actually. I'm really pleased to see an Aston in the top 10 in 7th place, the Pro Sport.
It's been going well.
Entry. That's good to see. That's a strong run to date. That's just nice to see. It warms the cockles of my heart. BMW. I'm just looking down the order. We are 5th. Okay, we have 1 and 5th, Valkenhorst Motorsport car. Outside of that, you've got to scroll down to 22nd to find its sister car. And there's nothing else in between. I think, are they the only entries this weekend? I think they are, aren't they? Because we haven't got Rover Racing.
No.
We haven't got the BMW Junior team, so the Valkenhorst are the 2 cars. Normally we've got 4 or 6 of those, so it is the only 2. But long way to go yet, though.
Most certainly is. In fact, it's only when you look down the entry list you realise that some people have not come out to play. I'd have thought of all the rounds, unless you have a very, very, very good reason, this is one you'd really want to do. But then again, I sort of understand even more for the sort of national drivers. This is even better to do because they get so much driving time. They get driving into the darkness. They get the overnight. They get to do it all again. So, but for some of the pro teams, giving this one a miss. But you know what? I think people will look on and go, it's a lot of driving time. In fact, in many ways, they probably love this in the early part of the season, so they can get their drivers as much driving time to prepare them for future events. But I think this is a race that's going to have a very good place on the NLS calendar for years to come. We'll see how it goes. I'm really looking forward to the restart on Sunday morning when we have passed the halfway mark and set off into the second half. 2 6-hour races if you're just joining us, listening to the broadcast from the 5th round of the Nürburgring Langstrecken Series. It's been some great racing, and now it looks so Leon Kohler cannot last a great deal longer, being accelerated past by, yes, it's the gold Ferrari. No longer Luca Ludwig, it is Bjorn Grossman. So Grossman goes past him quite easily, but still with windscreen wipers going. But Kohler, having been passed, is hanging onto the Ferrari, but he's got to look in his mirrors because what's coming up fast? It's a aquamarine and mid-blue Porsche. It's Alessio Picariello. It's Falcon Motorsports. Track looks dry, but the wonderful camera shots show us still, you go offline and it's still a little bit greasy. Every driver on every lap, unless it's clear ahead of them, will be going off the line at some point. The faster cars in their hope of getting past the slower car, and the slower car in many cases just trying to keep out of the way.
Now the Ferrari's got past, but the Audi's tucking in and trying to get a draft. There's not many places to get past on this part of the circuit. He's looking to the outside. He's trying to fill the mirrors of that Grossman-driven 126 Ferrari. But then again, they're not saying they're holding one another up, but they're so busy doing that look who comes into play, as you say, Alessio Picariello. And all of a sudden he's right there. He's going to go straight past the Audi. He's going to take him straight away. He has down the inside, straight down the inside. I don't think Kohler saw that coming, quite literally. All of a sudden, it was a Porsche there that was 10 car lengths back, not a minute ago.
Well, I think you're absolutely spot on with that, Peter, because he was so busy trying to slipstream the Ferrari that he just, I don't think, was looking. And then suddenly, of course, the very nature of the Nordschleife is there's so many twists and turns. Once you go round one, you're about to encompass something else. But
he's coming now.
The Ferrari. Was there a slow zone or something? The Ferrari slowed right down.
There was certainly a slow zone for a minute there. So
but Picariello went past him. And then it was almost they went, hold on a second, and now the Audi is right on his tail. And Leon Kohler right on the tail of the Ferrari. I mean, clearly from the pace of Picariello in the number 3 Porsche, he was going to be going past anyhow, but that was most untoward.
Well, it was a bit bizarre because Leon Kohler looked like he went, he did go past, then looked like he almost gave the position back. As if it's like, oh, hang on, I shouldn't have done that. That looked, to me, like a driver giving it back, not being overtaken again, if that makes sense. There's a difference.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And it was one of those things where you suddenly have a different angle looking down, and that moment you think, hold on, is that car? Yes, that car is slow, but the person who wasn't slow, was catching them both, was getting to pass them both, was Alessio Picariello. So he is now leading the race.
Well, just from the bit of onboard footage we're seeing from that number 3 Falcon Porsche there, driven by Alessio Picariello, it's it's got a very twitchy front end on that Porsche. That's always just pushing it in, trying to get it deep into those corners and get it to bite. I suspect there's quite a bit of left foot braking going on there to get some weight transfer onto the nose and get the car to stick. I don't know. I'm not driving it, but that'd be my first thoughts.
Yeah. But having got past both of those cars, now he's pulling clear. Picariello has, he's already opened out about a 2-second margin over them as they go halfway around the lap. But the Ferrari is not getting away from Kohler. Kohler's been a little bit up and down, but I'd say having one of his best races yet. Another slow vehicle up ahead, and the gap comes right down. Suddenly the Ferrari has knocked it back, looking for any quick warning on the timing screen.
This is at Bergwerk, isn't it, for the Klaus Avalon driven 111 Fricadelli Porsche that's been removed from the track now. That's not that's been taken away, but there's obviously something down on the track there still.
Well,
Porsche's still there. Still there. So
they've actually moved it around a little bit to make a bit more space in the track. They've swung the nose around, but as soon as they leave that corner, then of course you can accelerate away, probably with a lot of nasty stuff on your tyres. Of course, that we saw the leaking fluid coming from the nose, that number 111 Porsche. But as they're released thereafter, suddenly you could just see Leon Kohler read the restart better than the driver in front of him. Bjorn Grossman in the gold Ferrari is now gaining.
It just didn't go at all.
No.
That was extraordinary. It was almost like he thought the zone hadn't ended, because Picariello just vanished like a scolded cat, sort of like somebody lit the fuse on the firework and he was gone. But so here it is again on the slow-mo. So they're going past the Porsche. There is quite a bit of, there's an awful amount of right-hand lock on the right-hand side wheel of the 1111 Fricadelli Porsche. I'm suggesting that shouldn't be there normally, so I'm guessing he has gone off and swiped the barrier, which would have done the rad behind. So great shame there. But recoverable. But I just don't know what was happening with Grossman there. He just didn't seem to pick up the pace at all, and air on the side of caution. No,
I don't think.
Oh, now hang on. Picariello's had a big moment there, and I think he was just gathering that up. Indeed, exactly as Grossman, exactly the same part of the track. That's going to allow the Audi to come by. That's just coming out to the last bit before they come up to the carousel there, Bruce. You saw the Ferrari going sideways by 30 plus degrees, and we just caught the end of it on camera there, of the Porsche, the Falcon Porsche, having exactly the same issue. The Ferrari's got away with it. The Audi did get alongside, didn't quite manage to do the overtake.
That's been 2 moments from Grossman where he hasn't looked comfortable. Remember, I thought they'd gone into a slow zone. I think he was just actually struggling to get around the corner. That's the moment in which Picariello went from third to second to first. Windscreen wipers now back on these cars. So yes, the spectre of rain is no longer a spectre. It is here at the far side of the Nordschleife. All these cars twitchy. I would suggest Leon Kohler looks a little more comfortable in the chasing Lion Speed by Car Collection Motorsport Audi, and I expect our race leader to pull clear, and that is Alessio Picariello. However, as you pointed out, he's pushing right to the limit. He had a twitchy moment, and I think at the very corner that a lap ago, no, not quite, a similar one, a big twitch from Leon Kohler as he moves past the Ferrari. Bjorn Grossman just not looking quite.
But just look at Leon Kohler. He's able to use the curbing. He can put the car wherever he wants. Grossman is having to keep off. He's keeping off all the white. He's keeping completely within inside the white lines. He's not comfortable in that car. The body language of that Ferrari, it's tippy toe. It's going through the corners 5-10 k's slower than the Audi behind quite easily.
And then he's slower to get the power down on the exit. He is, he's driving a much narrower track than anybody else, unfortunately, around him. However, bear in mind, we only just saw the windscreen wipers going on again, so maybe the last 3 minutes haven't been good. Maybe that will dry by the next time he's got to this point of the circuit next time around. But right now, that Ferrari was leading, was second, is third. So the new race leader, Alessio Picariello, one of the 2 Falcon Motorsport Porsches, car number 3, is in the lead of this race. He's showing that with Sven Muller, who started the race, Joel Eriksson, who took the second stint. He's doing stint 3. And the Kiwi, Jackson Evans, I'm sure, in the remaining 3 hours and 15 minutes of the first half of the race, the first 6-hour part of this 12-hour package, will be given the go in the next stint. But right now...
Well, Bjorn Grossman just dropped into a different postcode, hasn't he?
Well, the camera crew's struggling to find him because, yes, the turns come thick and fast, but he's already...
second helicopter.
He's 3 seconds lost in... Well, how long ago was the overtaking maneuver?
5 corners.
15 seconds. Whoa. Going through the recliner carousel towards the end of the lap. The front end still pushing.
No, it's the back. It's actually getting constant oversteer.
Okay, that was on the exit of the corner, so he's trying to get the power down. He's been very, very
twitchy.
Yeah, no, I didn't want to speak for the next corner. I want to see if there was another twitch, but certainly brave. But how much has he fallen behind Alessio Picariello? But don't forget, Picariello, Belgian racer, had a moment of his own about 10 or so corners back.
Oh, no, there's a... I think that's a flare at the side of the track there.
Just to explain what Peter and I both sort of stopped to think about, puff of smoke, but then it was bright red smoke right in front of one of the drivers, well, all of the drivers as they came through, in the rain, halfway around the lap. Don't know what it was. At first, the screen was slightly distorted, and I thought someone's just locked up on a dry track, on a wet track, but interesting. However, interesting, we don't like flares in motorsport. Unless it was Bjorn Grossman sending up a distress signal. Or the number 4 Porsche going out of Galgenkopf in the hands of Komil Ledergaard. Massive twitchy moments as he went on to Dottinger-Höhe. But now the rain is spattering in heavy fashion.
That was a definite Code Brown.
That was a definite potential end of race there, but well gathered, but all on his own as well. That's the embarrassing thing. Where did you drop it? Were you overtaking someone on the outside? No, it's all on my own.
Well, at least he's committed. He's trying.
Yeah, absolutely so. Certainly is. Needs to, because his teammate is pulling clear. They were, don't forget, they were together in the pits, but Alessio Picariello has certainly pressed on rather harder so far than Komil Ledergaard. Maybe Komil had another couple of problems earlier in the lap. Just looking for the timing intervals when Picariello's gone through with a 9-second advantage over Leon Kohler, who built up nearly a 5-second advantage over the Ferrari, having just passed it late in the lap as Bjorn Grossman struggles. Vincent Kolb in the car started by Frank Stippler is in 4th place. He hasn't had a good lap there. In fact, he did a 10-minute 27. Our race leader almost 10 minutes on the nose. That's why Kolb is falling backwards. Kolb Ledergaard, 10 minutes 21. So the sister car was 22 seconds slower. The sister Falcon Motorsport car. Do you think they put them out on different sorts of tyres?
Well, they could do. So you've got to think, why would you?
Well, why? Because generally it's, well, TV director just showed us a little flash of a, well, it could be from any race meeting at the Nürburgring. It was a weather map with rain coming in on the map, but right now on the start-finish straight, we're looking a little bit quiet, a little bit dry. That's the good thing. Round the back of the track, though, towards the end of the lap, let's say in the last 20%, there was definitely rain as the cars were going down the long straight, the Dottinger-Höhe. Gabriele Piana, who led the race at the start, started 3rd on the grid, was first into the first corner. In fact, slightly before. He's brought the Cup 2 class leading car from 6th place into the pits. That will elevate the next car in the order, which is the number 24 Team Phoenix Audi. Car that started on pole, car number 16, with Kuba Gimasiak, the driver who set the pole time, now up into 8th position, will become 7th position. He's lapping way faster than Lorenzo Rocco, which is the next car up the track, so he should pick him off next time around. Should be into the top 6. Looking for other cameo roles of people picking up positions. But really, it's the story of the number 3 Porsche working its way to the front, and sadly for Luca Ludwig, it might be the story of his co-driver Bjorn Grossman going in the opposite direction. Was in the lead of the race in that 126 Ferrari and is not now, is 3rd. And, well, we'll see, he's still faster than the car behind him, but dropping way away from the front of the field. Fastest lap on record, still the 8 minutes and 24.9 seconds set by Christian Cronjes. That's the 34 Walkenhorst Motorsport BMW that did get up to about 6th place, but now has fallen back somewhat, Snowy, back to 10th place overall.
Yeah, I'm just looking at because Grossman's only done 2 laps in that car, hasn't he?
Yeah, you know, he's sort of settling in. Don't talk about people. Suddenly I'm just waiting for Ben Tuck to come through, just mentioning the 34 Walkenhorst Motorsport BMW. I think there might be a problem with that one. Let's hope not, but no, it looks competitive around the sectors it's completed, waiting for it to come through, but it's down in 11th place, and Yeah. Looks like it had quite a long pit stop, in fairness, but code 60 at Metzgersfeld.
Did you say Marshall Post 101?
Indeed. Indeed. I tried to leave that out. It might spook people. It was a slow zone, and it's upgraded to code 60. And at the Vidal chicane, a slow zone up-rated to code 60. One starting to feel the rain is falling again. And
no, you're right. It is the Valkenhorst car. It is at Brunchen.
Okay, right. Oh, yeah. There we go. So I just suddenly thought its last lap was a 14 minutes. So Ben Tuck not long in that car. Clearly something mechanically untoward. As I say, that'll probably show a picture of a car in the barriers.
Actually a bit further around. It's right at the exit of Brunchen. It's actually nearly at the beginning of Pflanzgarten, where it stopped, unless it's still moving. Now, this is the next thing. Is it still moving? I don't think so. So I think we're about to find out properly with some visual from the helicam view.
Which just can't pick up the car. It's hidden behind some trees. Oh, the car sideways across track. It's a 34. Now,
it doesn't look damaged immediately. On immediate sighting, it doesn't look damaged.
No, it just looks a little bit grubby from the
very
rain
grubby
on the track. The white and black livery is now sort of grey and grey. Sort of the light has become dark. The dark has become a lighter with the filth off the track. What we can see from the overhead is Leon Kohler in second place. Bit of a gap. Should be Bjorn Grossman looking for the gold Ferrari. But the car in second place, Leon Kohler, opening the taps and back up to full racing speed. But unfortunately for him, his racing speed is nowhere near a match for that of Alessio Picariello, who's leading the race. In every sector, the Belgian driver is taking a second or two, and that's still with 2 sectors to go around this long lap. With the rain starting to fall again, you can just see Leon Kohler just being a little bit more cautious, because the dry line is the dry line and the wetter line is the outside line, and he had to go to the outside line, gets past one of the BMWs at the tail end of the field. But
more importantly, offline's no good at all, is it?
Yeah. None whatsoever. Just going through the corner at the bottom of the... now I'm seeing who else has tumbled. Car being put on the flatbed, lifted up.
That's the 34 Valkenhorst car,
right,
I think.
Okay, very, very tight indeed. We've got Kuba Gimaziak. Car number 16, that's the pole starting car. Now, did he just go past the number 4 Porsche? Yeah, number 4 Porsche's in behind him. At the start of the lap, it was by far the other way around. Also, I'm just quite interested in the pace of Komen Ledegar. It's just not been that great. I see he got a problem. But again, did Falco Motorsport send Alessio Picariello out at the same time?
According to my timing, they're running 5th and 8th. That can't be right. So a quick refresh in case
I've got them at Picariello leading the race.
Yeah.
And Komen Ledegar in 5th place. How many laps have you got?
Yeah, but saying Gimaziak.
Oh, Gimaziak, yeah.
Sorry, it's 5th and 8th, so...
I think Ledegar's had a problem. I'm looking at his timing.
That's my point, yeah.
Yeah, he was very...
They shouldn't be together on track at this point. That's my point.
Okay. Again, code 60 is popping up all around the track. It's the bottom of the hill before you climb up to
I think it was
the
quite
carousel.
cool what we did commentary-wise there. We didn't doubt ourselves, we doubted one another. Simultaneously. It was quite cool. No, you're right. No, you're right. No, I'm wrong. You're wrong. Hang on.
Which one's the blue car? That's my normal standard.
Let's say what's really happening. Come on.
Well, one of the hardest things is the fact that the timing intervals, the gaps around the lap, are so long between one interval and the next.
Exactly.
That you can lose someone in the trap of that. It's not like 20 seconds from sector 1 to sector 2. Some of these intervals are several minutes, and if the TV director is not fortunate enough to be picking that up at the time, then it suddenly becomes very, very difficult indeed. Getting lots of shots of the Lexus as well.
Yeah, I was just going to say that, sitting now about to come past one of the Falcon cars. So that's the Lexus that's currently
23rd position at the moment, but that was the one that had to make the extra pit stop. Yes. Remember, it was rather tricky in the hands of Kataoka.
Just pulling away from the Falcon Porsche there, like it's got rocket boosters.
Maybe it does. Right, Alessio Picaro. Oh, now more rain is falling around the back of the circuit. Suddenly a face full of the wet stuff for Comir Lerogard, running in theoretically 5th position overall. He's behind one of those, that's the Mercedes we saw deep in the gravel at turn 1 a while ago, that bright blue one, GT4 class car. The person who's on the wrong tyres is Kuba Gimaziak. Look, he's just been caught hand over fist by a GT4 car, the Mercedes I was talking about. This is the driver who took pole position, but does not look comfortable in the number 16 Audi at all. Mind you, I'm not saying anyone should be particularly comfortable. The track is very, very difficult, and you have to be aware of where the next slow zone is, so a bit of information from the team.
We've got internet then. Just both. That's
so for
it's gone.
The big question is who is doing what and how. 17 laps on the board last time around for Alessio Picariello. Leading the race at the start of this lap from Leon Kohler by 9 seconds. It's been a very long time since that was the case, however, because there have been slow zones. There have been slow drivers, and there have been drivers on the right tyres, drivers on the wrong tyres. Kuba Gimaziak in the Team Phoenix Audi that started from, get this, the front row. No, better than that, pole position. All over the place out on the track, and just to be picked off by a Mercedes is a lap or two down. Just made it look very, very easy indeed. That's from a different class. That's the one Janis Waldo, Max Lamesh, Andreas Patzelt and Ersin Yusukan. That's from SP10. That's not the way it should be. Right, the number 3 Porsche from the lead of the race in for another pit stop. And are they going to gamble on tyres? Had they the right tyres? But Alessio Picariello well clear of Leon Kohler. And Kohler, I think, has crossed the line 11, nearly 12 seconds back, but not coming into the pits by looks things. So a roll of the dice from Falcon Motorsports, almost halfway through today's first part of the 12 hours. We've nearly got 3 hours on the board. And whoever is at the wheel of that 177 Mercedes is just picked off. He's in a GT4 class car. That's SP10 here. Absolutely flying around the circuit. And it's the Turkish driver in that lineup. It is Ersin Yusukan from Istanbul. Just seems to have it. Well, he's confidence by the bucket load. Just picked off the GT3 runners, going towards the end of the lap onto the drier part of the circuit. Kuba Gimaziak used his speed in the background, but you know, he picked him off as though there was a problem for the pole, but Gimaziak fighting back. But you don't often see a GT4 runner go past a GT3.
Now, we just said about a roll of the dice there, or you said, Bruce, roll the dice for the number 3 Falcon Motorsports Porsche 911 entry. Alessio Picarelli only done 3 laps in that car. Of course, 3 laps at the Nürburgring is 30 minutes, and a lot can happen in that time. Have they just pulled a blinder there? Because that's quite a short run normally, because they tend to go to 6, 7, maybe 8 laps at best.
Yeah.
So Falcon, it's not their first rodeo, is it? They've done this before.
No, entirely. Falcon Motorsport, you think they've been so strong for a good 10 years in this series. That is an interesting little tweak. Have they a better weather map than other people? Do they know better what is coming? But certainly, looking at the pace Picariello was displaying in that car, nothing wrong with the pace of his pace on that sort of tyres. But even during the slow zones there, we could see the weather was changing yet again. So, interesting. It's almost one of these things they've already started back timing, working out when they want their final pit stop. However, it's 6 hours today, 6 hours tomorrow. So we're just over really the half hour, the halfway point in the first half of the race.
Say half hour, don't do that to me.
He's already got his hat and coat on. He's heading out the door. I can't believe it. So, having to keep ourselves on our toes. Just wanted to see now the lead goes into the hands of Leon Kohler, who's driven really, really well, but was totally outclassed by Picariello. What can Picariello do once he's back, and what different tyres has he put on the car? Has he had more of the same? Did he have a puncture? It could be something as simple as that. We all know it's easy to slide wide, easy to hit these curves, easy to pick up a puncture, because I can't see too much reasoning in why he came in, because certainly in terms of the rubber on his car, it was very competitive indeed, so that didn't need changing. One of the Schnitzelam Racing Mercedes crosses the start-finish line. They have cars number 2 and 11, and the better place is Marcel Varshavich. That's the one we've just seen in 9th place overall, but he's the best part of, well, just over 3 minutes down on the race leader. Still on the lead lap. Well, people knew what to expect. Changeable weather. It's the Nürburgring. Looking back at highlights of the first half of this race, and the track was dry when the field set off on its formation lap, but that wasn't how they found it when they got to the far side, and the circuit was wet by the time they came back down Dottingerhohe, getting ready, jockeying for position for the start. The low-hanging cloud made it concerning for all, but Gabriele Piana qualified third in a Cup 2 class Porsche, took the lead, went from third to first by the first corner. And in behind the two Phoenix Racing Audis, Kuba Gimaziak's car driven by Kim Lewis Schramm and Frank Stippler giving chase. But in the middle of the pack, it was tippy-toe stuff. The number 11 Schnitzelarm Racing Mercedes shoved to the side of the circuit by the number 4 Porsche from Falken Motorsports. But into the lead of the race went the Octane 126 Ferrari with Luca Ludwig at the wheel, driving beautifully in conditions that were wet, then they were damp, then they were dry. Then he was off so close to the tyre wall at the foot of the hill on the climb to the carousel. One of the Golfs also had a big grassy moment, beautifully held. In the same corner that Ludwig went wide, so did the number 4 Porsche as well. That was a little bit of a moment there for Ayhan Guven. The number 2 Mercedes, Miklas Born, going for a spin as the weather went from dry to wet again in the Grand Prix arena. And Frank Stippler kept on pressing. Leon Kohler kept on pressing. And great overtaking manoeuvres. It really was give and take through this first half hour of the race. And then slow zones turned to code 60s because we had Klaus Appelern's Porsche off, leaking fluid on the circuit. But then, almost as though he was using a different script, Alessio Picariello picked off Leon Kohler, went off after Bjorn Grossman, who'd taken over the Octane 126 Ferrari. And it was as though the Ferrari was not given the full complement of gears. And then possibly the biggest moment, the best save of the race so far by Komir Ledergaard, coming out of Gaukenkopf onto the long run to home, and the front of his Porsche went left and right again before he got it stable. So those are the highlights of the first 3 hours of this race. And that 3 hours to go until the cars will park on the grid in park formation. It's brightening up again, Peter.
No, you were laughing though. I was going to say 3 hours gone, 3 hours to go, and we'll do it all again tomorrow. That's all I was going to say.
Nick, all your best lines.
It is brightening up for now. I say that so often at the Nürburgring. For now.
I know. You can't.
Could be my catchphrase, couldn't it?
Yeah, well, we know we can't get ahead of ourselves here because often we would say, how we thought the race was panning out. What I need to see now is the pace that Alessio Picariello is going to be able to achieve. What was the problem? I'd love to know why he came in for that pit stop. As you pointed out, only 3 laps into a stint when setting a pace that was dropping the other cars around him, so he wasn't on the wrong rubber. The driver who does look as though he's sort of on the wrong rubber some of the time is Kuba Gimaziak. He's running in 5th place. That's the number 16 car, but he has looked a little out of sorts. But now I think maybe the weather conditions are becoming a little more constant. He's seeming a little more sure of himself. Right, the corner where several of the front runners have slid wide is the corner of the bottom of the hill below the carousel. He goes around the outside.
See that though? He went around the outside of the car, got on the curbs, and curbs are painted. Paint in the wet, it's never good. And you could see immediately just came out of the throttle. I said, oh no, I don't want to be here. Yeah. Do not touch the power. No throttle input. Just let it get it all sort of straight and breathe again. Breathe in, breathe out, and relax.
Okay, Alessio Picariello has just driven past the other Team Phoenix Audi. That is now in the hands of Vincent Kolb. So the pit stop has delayed him, but not by an absolutely enormous amount, because the Belgian is just rocketing clear of that number 5 Audi. So that means he's probably back up into 4th position overall. Just waiting to see if we can catch sight of the Ferrari that should still be in 3rd place. No, the next car he's coming across is Kuba Gimaziak. So Vincent Kolb has gone backwards, not literally, he's just dropped down the order. And the other Phoenix car sliding across the track, right across the nose of Picariello. Gimaziak, no, he's not looking comfortable in that. Whereas, contrastingly, the Falcon-tired Porsche from Falcon Motorsport. Well, they've got two of them, but the number 3 is the one that's really hooked up. I said on the grid, I really fancied Picariello's chances in this race. I'm a big fan, unashamedly so, having seen what he's done in many conditions around the world. And certainly watching him race in Japan, where when the rain comes down, it really does. He's put up some mighty performances over there, and that's why he's in the Porsche camp and doing what he's just done to Kubagir Maziak, passing him and putting out 1.5 seconds, and then it'll come down because they're going into a slow zone. Everyone has to hit the anchors. And just when you look down from the cameras above, it does look as though you can almost imagine a child pushing the cars along the carpet. It is so slow as they go past the happy but maybe slightly damp campers. And at the side of the circuit, just trying to work out what car is pulled off. I just have a nasty little feeling. I just want to check where the Lexus is. Gamu was listed in 21st position last time around, still listed there. No, it's anyhow. The car is largely white and black, but possibly not the Lexus. It has a bit of red at the tail. That's the one pulled over at the side of the circuit. Oh, hold on a second. Where are they on the track? Just trying to work out where was it that we lost the number 34 car, the Ben Tuck BMW. That was just trying to remember. I thought that was earlier in the lap. I thought that was Foxruhr or somewhere around there. Anyhow, that part of the track has been negotiated. The slow zone has been cleared, and our race charger, Alessio Picariello, goes off after his next target.
Yeah, Brunchen for the 34 Valkenhorst car.
Okay. Yeah, that could just about tally. So some brave souls sitting in the open grandstands looking down over the Vidal chicane. Always something happening there. And as I say that, we're suddenly looking at the Vidal chicane. It's looking a little bit greasy. A little bit of the light's not as strong as it was before. More flecks of rain.
It's looking greasy, Bruce. It's looking horrible, actually.
Often when you see rain on the lens of a camera, it's rather less rainy than that. It's just gathered before, you know, the director saying keep your shot, and when you're clear you can get your rag out.
I thought it was an artistic filter, those dewy filters.
Yeah, race filmed through an Airtex shirt. You don't understand if you weren't around in the long ago's. It was a shirt with lots of little holes in to help you breathe in the hot climates.
Superseded by cheesecloth.
Yeah. Once it moved into the 70s.
Exactly. So our Falcon Porsche continues. There's the Falcon car, I think, on the pit straight with very high shots there. I think that's the Falcon car, is it not?
It is. I think it should be going across. Yes, it's listed in third position. Yes. Bjorn Grossman in second. He's another 25 seconds up the track, 26 seconds up the track, and a similar distance behind Leon Kohler, who's leading that number 23 line speed by car collection Audi. If you just nipped out to make a coffee that lasted you 20 minutes, you might not have worked out why the number 3 Porsche is not leading the race, why it's down in third position. And that's because after only 3 laps of this stint, Alessio Picariello, who'd taken the lead, was pulling clear, came in for a pit stop, couldn't see anything untoward. His pace was good before, it's still good afterwards. So it'd be interesting to get to the foot of that. Was there some other tactic that was being included, or was it a puncture very late in the lap that made him just dive into the pit lane? Or was one tyre just not feeling balanced? You know, there's so many things like that. But sometimes it... what would you do? I'm putting you on the spot now, Snowy. A nasty noise.
Did you say coffee break? No, sorry.
A nasty noise in the cockpit, suspicious sound, or suddenly something doesn't feel right. It's the Nürburgring. Do I dare think, no, it's probably okay, I'll go past and do another lap? Or do you think, if there is a problem, I'll lose a lot more time than coming in for a pit stop if I just simply come in and go, could you just check that? What would you do?
Well, it depends what type of noise it is, and I think probably the first thing you do is, unless it's absolutely terminal, immediately you get on the radio to your crew and report it. They will probably have lots of data, not quite like levels of sort of Formula 1 and LMDH cars, but they'll have quite a bit of data on these things and say all things are good. If it's, unless it's a vibration, it's mechanical gears and things, you can tend to hear pretty well, but you know, you can also get through. You can get on and do that and miss a gear out. They're not as easy on these sequential gearboxes because you've got to go through that, whereas the old, what they call stick shift, you could miss it out, you know, so block shift it. Progress in some ways can actually be detrimental because you can't then get round it because of the way it operates. But unless it's fundamental terminal, you keep going for the time being. My view would always be, it's an endurance race. Keep going. You don't quit until you have to. And it can also be that if you stop early, it can be a problem at the side of the track where you're better stopping at the box and give the crew the time to evaluate it.
So the mind of a racer, but I mean certainly at the Nürburgring Nordschleife, small noises that may not even be there can play a very large role in a driver's head. But right now, Leon Kohler, last lap a 9:58. You might go, hold on, that's a minute and a bit faster than Picariello, but Picariello, some of that was served still in the pit lane, so his pace should be the fastest of anyone at this stage in the race. The lap times, though, really way off they were again, but we keep having these flurries of rain. We're only just past the quarter distance in the overall Nürburgring 12 hours. We're kind of treated as two races that get combined tomorrow, where they get started, get this, like in a biathlon. If you're in third place and you finish 7 seconds down tonight after 6 hours of racing on the car ahead of you, rescue vehicle coming out,
going out just
to the circuit. I'll just finish that thought before. No, it's quite right to do that. You always wonder what the next incident is. Whatever time interval you are down on the driver ahead of the car ahead of you, that is how many seconds after they start tomorrow morning that you start. It's under code 60 circumstances. Now, riding on board, the number 3, also Kuba Gimnaziak, is just up ahead of Alessio Picariello. Of course, he passed him earlier, passed him easily. Picariello did that. He then served a pit stop for whatever reason. He should be closing in, but at this point, actually, suddenly Gimnaziak is putting a little bit clear, but
disappearing.
What we don't know is there a problem with the Porsche, or have they opted for a totally different sort of tyre that might be good in 3 or 4 laps' time? What's the weather going to do? Don't ask me. And what was that course vehicle doing on the circuit? Again, right, yellow flag at the Vidal chicane. No, it wasn't the Vidal chicane, it was after that the car came on. Bergwerk, there's a slow zone at Bergwerk. It's hard work at Bergwerk. So, ex-Müller, round to Bergwerk. Some of the cars in the race, love it. You suddenly get the sight of such a standard BMW 330i, just white, and someone had some red stickers, stuck them on the roof of the door. But at this point of the race, it looks great. Really, really nice and clean looking. Gosh, even on the zones, you know, a side-on camera shot would make Nürburgring look spectacular, but one from above, particularly on a track that varies between dry to greasy to wet, it's fantastic. You see so much movement and so many moments where the driver goes, you know what, focus is a good thing. You're quite right. We saw the Aston Martin, was it the Aston Martin earlier? No, it wasn't. It was Bjorn Grossman, wasn't it? Staying off anything that wasn't black, only staying within the white lines, because these curves, you can see people going, oh no, I'm drifting out to the curb, oh, I've hit it, it bounced me back across the track. Last thing you wanted your car suddenly to be changing angle in these greasy conditions. Drivers really on tiptoes, wanting to feel confident, not always able to do so. But also for many of them, you don't want to arrive at a zone which is suddenly you're supposed to be slowing for and find your cars up on the curb. You want as much grip as you could possibly get. Stay on the Black Star, stay on the Terra Firma. More slow zones. You can really see how some drivers are a little bit more alert. If you're tucked in behind the rear wing of someone else, they can see the flags and the message for a slow zone, but you necessarily can't, so your mind is a little more focused on other things. Certainly the driver of the number 504 BMW was a little bit caught out by the number 60 Porsche, which we've seen a fair bit of. That's the dark green and red one that's always trying to keep out of the way. Generally does a very good job, but certainly whoever was at the wheel of the 504 Team Sorg Rennsport BMW had their hands a little bit crossed up there. Just try and work out who it is, the 504. I could be scrolling a long time. Anyhow, just to reiterate, we had 121 cars down for the grid for this race. 115 made the start.
Just looking at the the bulletins, I think the intervention vehicle we saw joining from the end of the GP track going into the Nordschleife might be to lead one of the Unimogs round for some barrier repairs.
Ah, okay, that's
they're used to lead service vehicles around as well. You see, repair vehicles. So maybe for that.
Right, while you were just mentioning that, I was having a little look. 57th position I scrolled down to. Second, the V2 VT2R class, it was Gert in the Team Sorg Rennsport 504 BMW. In fact, let's be completist. Let's have a little look at who's leading the VT2R class. And it's car number 500. And at the wheel of the moment, it is, that should be Oscar Sandberg. Now, I talked about him before the start of the race, along with Sendre Setsas and Daniel Zils. They are the overall championship leader. They've had 4 races so far this year. They've won their class in each and every single one of them, because it's been a large class. They have 16 points per race. They're on 64 points. The next closest challenger is on 17 points fewer than that, on 47 points. So not only leading their class today, leading the championship overall. So no wonder they've got a grip of that class for the Adrenaline Motorsport team. Alton Automotive crew looking good again today. So it's not stop start, it's quick quick slow, it's quick quick slow, it's stay off the curbs, don't spin. What's the rain doing? What can you report back to your crew? How confident are you in the car? So onto another lap. Leon Kohler, he's confident enough to continue. I would reckon since the Lion Speed cars pitted a lap before the others, I reckon this is either lap 6 or lap 7 of this stint for him. So Leon should be coming in at the end of this lap in car number 23. His margin in the lead of the race, it was Bjorn Grossman behind him. It should still be Bjorn Grossman behind him, but Alessio Picariello is catching that Ferrari.
Only 4 laps in.
Only 4 laps in, gosh. Really? Wow. Okay.
I'll just update that just in case.
Yes, just in case your screen has frozen a short while ago.
No, you're right. It has. He's 6 laps in.
6 laps in. Yeah. Oh, well, there you go. Gosh, it's quite tricky when there's so much information to look at and you fail to notice that your screen has decided to have a little coffee break of its own and talk at great length while disproving your own theory. Well, certainly Leon Kohler's driven very, very well here today, leading this race. Last lap a 9 minute 36, which is 10 seconds faster than the chasing Bjorn Grossman, or receding Bjorn Grossman, but he is being caught by Alessio Picariello, who's 5 seconds a lap faster than the race leader. But with that extra pit stop for Picariello in the number 3 Falken Motorsport Porsche, he's 49 seconds down. It hurts coming into the pits, but if he can squeak it out over the next few laps, he will certainly get back some of the margin he lost. However, I don't think it was anything that was planned. I can't see any logic to it, because Picariello was the, if not the fastest, the equal fastest driver on the track at the time. The Ferrari from Racing 1 looks as though, with the mechanics moving to the side, it might be about to go racing. And Lucas Gajewski, one of our pit lane crew down there, taking a look. And Will Tregurtha, another British driver, is in that with one of the Schurl brothers, Christian Kohlhaas. I have to remember all that. Jody Fannin was quite a late crew addition.
Now, big moment for the lead car there, the 23 Audi, going straight across the grass. Now, I'm just trying to think where that was. He went across the grass and back on the other side, almost collecting the barrier on both sides. And I'm just going to see where that was.
I would like to see a replay of that, not just because it's spectacular, trying to work it out. Right.
It says Hatzenbach at the end of Hatzenbach.
Yeah, no, it's early in the lap, that's for sure.
Yeah, it's literally it's the end of the Hatzenbach. So you've got your left, right. Yeah, it's the end of the Hatzenbach. So you've got the middle part. You've got a right-hander. He's lost it on the inside. So I'm guessing he lost the front end there. Had to get it straight, gone across the grass. But the problem was then he's avoided that bit, and then he'd gone all the way across the track and the curb the other side, and got it on the grass. And that will have got his moment there. We mentioned very quickly about penalties earlier, just before we go back into this. But there's actually not a driver in that 39 car yet. There's no lid in. That's not a driver.
No, but Christian Kohlhaas, the boss man, about to get on board.
We mentioned penalties, how strict they are here, by the way. Car 502 has just received its penalty for speeding, and it's a 30-second penalty for speeding at a mere 5.6 k's over the 60.
Tough luck. What was that? Oh gosh. Replay of the moment is that there's wrong and there's very wrong and there's a little bit more, but running off the track across actually one of those rare large grass verges. and back on the exit of the Hatzenbach sequence. So big heart in mouth moment for our race leader Leon Kohler. Wow, that will have focused, but again, it's been so difficult in the first 6 hours, this 12-hour combination through Saturday into Sunday, with that lovely break in between for a big barbecue and beer and other things you do when you're camping. However, track conditions, whenever you think they're settling down, they prove different. Either someone's had a moment and dripped liquid that is slippery across the circuit, or more to the point, the rain has been flitting in, flitting out. Nothing has been constant. And when Peter looked at his weather forecast before the start of the race, the percentage likelihood of rain within the hour on each hour was cranked up a little more. And I think at the end of the race, it was up to 90% or something similar, having started at about 40% likelihood.
Well, the percentage now, between now and the end of our race, is 98%.
He makes it up, but it's really good for effect. Well, there we go. So get your... Well, that being the case, that is why we've seen the likes of Christian Kohlhaas taking the Racing One Ferrari, because as the light goes down tonight and the rain increases in likelihood, you want your youngest drivers with the best eyesight out there around the Nordschleife.
Well, we saw that weather report, didn't we? Was it from, was it the Falcon team? We showed the satellite in the garage, didn't we? I think it was the Falcon Motorsport team, we saw it. We've got 20 minutes to go to come to another head of an hour, so I'm just going to leave it another 20 minutes to look at that weather report and see if that's moved through a bit and see what that percentage of 98% is before the end of the race. My gut feeling and instinct says at the moment, Bruce, that it's going to be reducing.
Yeah.
Nowhere near 98%.
No. No, absolutely. Right, I'm just taking a look. Leon Kohler's had the big wake-up call, but at that point you don't want to then back out too much. You've got to keep on it, because the last thing is soon as you start tiptoeing around.
It's like when you're driving down the motorway at night and you're falling asleep and you nod. You suddenly find you've changed lanes. That's the wake-up call. That's the road comparison.
Man of the people, putting it in the focus. A horrible moment, and at that point you definitely pull off the road, pull to the hard shoulder, do whatever you need to do. But for these drivers, of course, they're in a race, and it's the focus. Yeah, I think back to the days, I'm not about to say when I raced, because I scarcely did, playing rugby. If you didn't want to tackle properly, you're going to get hurt. Going 100%, you're not the one getting hurt. You're the one that's, in these days, you're the one probably injuring someone else. But when I played, it was a case of you came out absolutely fine. But as soon as you didn't quite engage, your head be on the wrong side, you get a knee in the face and all of that. So, well,
it's the age-old thing of you need to be fit to drive these cars, because if you're not fit, you get tired sooner, and tired drivers make mistakes. And I have been in the situation in a 24-hour race in a GT1 car where it was 37, 38 degrees ambient and the power steering had failed, and you're into the second part of your double stint, and you're supposed to do, let's say, 4 hours, and I'm about 3 hours in, and I did make the call and to say, no, I'm not going to be able to do this, and it's not fair to the team. So let's prepare driver number 2, 3, 4, wherever it was. I think I was 4, therefore driver number 1. And I thought, no, and I was told afterwards, absolutely no shame, good call.
No,
and just, don't risk it. It's no point.
You're not a hero, are you? If you're number 4,
well, no, you're not running the barriers facing on with lots of carbon around you. No, shredded everywhere. No,
but you know how much harder. Just again, seeing another mistake from the race leader, Leon Kohler, drifting wide in the corner. How much more concentration do you require on a track like this, where every lap seems a little bit different, and it's greasy now? We did have almost a dry track for a short while, but the most recent flurry of rain, which seems to have moved away, has left it very, very tricky indeed. But how much more concentration do you require, particularly after you just almost dropped the car at the start of the lap?
Yeah, I mean, I was going to say it's mad to say lots more, because you don't relax driving a car anyway. But it's the reverse of that similar thing where you're running for, say you're running for second or position, and the lead car's ahead, and they're not in sight, and all of a sudden you get that driver in sight, that lead car, and all of a sudden you'd find something extra. You dig deep. You think you're driving to the limits and the best of your ability anyway, but something else happens, sort of physically, whatever, you suddenly do it. It's exactly the same as that. That's what the mistake happens when the conditions change. One, you've got the idea of it, which is what happened there with the Audi we saw went off. He's had his wake-up call, but then that's why I said you've had that coffee, you're wide awake, you've had the espresso. Whoa, that was close. And you process very, very quickly. But that's what drivers do. They process quickly and park it, no pun intended, of right, that's done, we got away with that. Don't put yourself in the same situation again. Move on, literally. It's all about going forward.
It's calibration. You've got, as a professional racing driver, you've got many levels of calibration, whereas someone new to racing has probably only got one. It's get in the car and drive, but you're not assessing in the sort of equivalent of using a micrometer screw gauge or something. Yeah. You know, you have many different terms of reference, and you can apply it to whatever you're doing. But I tell you, one term of reference that doesn't lie is the stopwatch. And let's see, Picariello is taking great sectors of time out of Bjorn Grossman. He's now passed him for second place. I mean, in the previous sector, that long one, he took 11 seconds out of him. But that means race leader Leon Kohler is still leading, but his times in comparison have been, first part of the lap, fairly good. He still lost about 7 seconds in that, but certainly Picariello's catching him at really quite a rate. And the way he's passed Bjorn Grossman, who we saw didn't look very comfortable a while ago, is phenomenal. Now, what's going to be calling in the pits next? Now there's it's almost a flurry of rain in the sky. Yes, the light is falling, and of course the headlights are all the brighter as the cars come along the Dottinger towards the end of the lap. Kuba Gimasiak coming into view. He's in 4th place overall. Not so long ago he was ahead of Picariello. That's something of the past. Cup 2 is being led by Gabriele Piana, the 102 car, number 112, running quite well in that class. That's running 4th in class. Just seen that, Remenko at the wheel. Just waiting for the next timing interval to see scores. Picariello. The race leader, Leon Kohler, into the pits. Car number 23 into the pits from the lead of the race. Remember, I checked on how many laps he'd done. That was on 6, and he's now presumably done the 7th. And that means Alessio Picariello, who was leading the race, and he had that extra pit stop that we weren't expecting. Just 3 laps on the board into his stint. Having taken the lead of the race, was pulling clear, but something untoward brought him into the pits, so he's 3 laps behind the others in terms of when he might be making the next pit stop. But he should go through into the lead of the race, while the 23 Audi from Lion Speed by Car Collection is serving its time in the pits. Number 3 Porsche looking comfortable. Windscreen wipers beating, goes through the kink on the back straight, if you will, then up the rise, Vidal chicane. No traffic immediately ahead of him, but was an incident at the chicane a short while ago. Can he turn in? Can he? Well, sort of, yes, some on the track, some in the gravel on the exit. Certainly his right-hand front wheel kissing the gravel. It just shows how hard he is pushing. The Ferraris come in. Bjorn Grossman, will he get out? And will Luca Ludwig go back in, or is he going to stay on board? I think he'll probably stay on board, and when the conditions get darker, Luca
just yet.
Will complete the day.
Yeah, I don't think Luca's had enough of a break yet, has he? It's not run on FIA rules, but you've got to have, you can't have any more than 3 hours in a car without a 1 hour break. I would imagine that's a similar rule here. Full course green for the first time in a while, Bruce.
Waiting for the lightning strike now you said that.
I like to mix it up.
Yeah, no, it's good. I appreciate the...
I find the listeners get complacent and nod off otherwise.
So greasy as the cars come through the final sequence of corners onto the start-finish straight. That 177 Mercedes still going really, really well. You know, pressing a Porsche Cup class car, which really shouldn't be, being a GT.
Is that the builder's car that picked up all the gravel in turn 1? That's
yeah,
it, isn't it? Yes.
Yeah. So down in 40th position. Its lap times very, very respectable indeed. And the Dacia Logan. It's been a while. Well, we've taken 3.5 hours till we spotted this crowd favourite with its. Did you make that at home? Rear wing sitting on the boot lid. It's not the width of the car. It's jaunty. It's fun, but that's the name of the game. I mean, it must be an absolute scream racing that around here. You could You don't have the grunt, you don't have the grip, but it's here. It's become a standard bearer for this series, and it's still going. It's been, you know, I thought it was a little novelty, would come out for one race and then be parked, but it's now, you've got a race livery rather than just running in the full white in which it left the factory. So the fans,
they're out there racing. It's brilliant.
Exactly. And, you know, whenever you scroll down your timing screen with 115 cars starting, you have to scroll quite a long way. But you know when you find Dacia Logan, it's going to be the only one. I'm still scrolling, by the way. I'm at 91st position. Dacia Logan, 98th position overall. 15 laps on the board. Our race-leading car's got 21. So soon it'll have 16. But, you know, it's part of what this championship is. Many people in different sorts of cars having a good time. And they're running 4th in the SP3 class, so they'll be gathering points as well. Worthy points for their championship.
Yeah, but there's 115 cars in this field still. You know, there's some extraordinary things there. Like, you know, teams like Adrenaline Motorsport with their M240Is who have won this series time and time again. And the little Dacia Logans plugging around there. It's up ahead of them.
Reminds sort of.
So we've got 6th, 7th, and 8th into the pits. That's Piani, Ragnar, and Makvec in the Black Falcon, Black Falcon, and then Falcon Motorsports.
Commentator's nightmare, that combination.
Exactly. The pause makes it clear. And Schnitzelbaum Racing. So the two Porsches and the Mercedes in. Just going to have a quick look at what position they're to.
While you're doing that, can I just point out that 31 seconds were gained on the race leader on that lap by Alessio Picariello. He's 18 seconds down, and that rate of progress, I can't remember where the slow zones were. I'm not entirely sure there were any on that lap. He should be on his tail by the end of this lap, if not into the lead of the race. But
well, Piani and the Black Falcon's done 3 laps, and looks like he stayed in the car. Left the pits now. Has he left the pits? He has.
That's the 102.
The 102?
Yeah, we saw.
No, it's got
Tobias Muller drove it for quite a while.
It's got Hakema in it now.
Okay, so Hakema is third in the sequence.
Yeah, okay. Yeah. So he's in now. So my screen hasn't updated to that. The Falcon Motorsports number 4 engine's now got Tad Martin Ragnar in for 3 laps. I'd missed that, if I'm honest.
What?
That Ragnar was in the car. He's out and stayed in the car again.
Interesting, because I had someone else driving that car. I think I had Combe Ledegar.
You did have Combe Ledegar in it, but
unless that was wrong.
But I've got, because I've got Martin Ragnar down for 3 laps. Laps 19, 20, and 21.
Okay, here's one for you. I think it's just come out with Ragnar. He's just taken it over from Ledegar. Ledegar was definitely in the car. We saw him have that big twitch coming out of Galgenkopf.
Well, the reason I'm questioning myself is, Bruce, that it says Ledegar had laps 16 to 18, so 16, 17 and 18, 3 laps in total.
Yeah.
And the screen very clearly says laps 19, 20 and 21, Martin Ragnar.
Oh, didn't see that then, okay.
Yeah, so that's why I'm questioning.
Okay.
I'm questioning exactly the same basis.
No, clarity through...
Didn't think he'd done it, but the lap count makes sense.
Yeah, but do you remember? Yes, because that actually...
I don't think it's right, though.
No, I'm not sure it's right, because Ledegar wasn't making ground. I suggested they might be on different tyres than number 4 Porsche to the car that's setting the pace in the race. Will still be back in the lead, the sister car, the number 3, because suddenly there was a huge distance between them. When they served the previous pit stop, when Joel Eriksson got out of the number 3 and Klaus Bachler got out of the number 4, They were together in the pits. We commented about how they were parked side on, and I don't think there'd been a huge difference in time. But then after the pit stop, there was a huge difference in time and the number of places. The number 3 car continues to work its way forward, just looking around the first part of this lap. Of course, don't compare it. Little bit of ebb and flow in that, but maybe the damage has been done in the chase. Picariello around the outside in the number 3 Falcon Motorsport car, but Leon Kohler, I think, probably owes us a pit stop fairly soon. But Picariello, don't forget, most of the cars were within a lap of each other in terms of when they served their pit stops. He came in a lap. Picariello off the circuit, back on the circuit, only the left-hand wheels the car into the dirt, so he's pressing hard. But I think he'll come in probably He was a lap, I'm sure, after the Lion Speed cars when he came in, and then he served the extra visit to the pits, didn't he, after only 3 laps?
Yeah, I'm just going back to this Ragginger thing. Sorry, I've got Ledegaard in the car at 15:56 for 31 minutes and 50 seconds to 16:28. Let's say laps 16, 17 and 18. 10-minute laps, 3 laps, that would be correct. And then you go to Martin Ragginger. He went in at 16:29 to 1700, half an hour again, 30 minutes, 29 seconds, laps 19, 20, 21. So he must have done those 3 laps. His best being a 10:01. What did Ledegaard do in it? 10:21, 20 seconds.
Yeah, well, that was the one that I queried at the time, because I think at that stage Picariello was into a 9:59, and there shouldn't be 21 seconds between them. So maybe something was untoward. Maybe he had I don't know, but or maybe simply Falcon Motorsport were trying to share it out. That car only had a three lap stint. You can have one as well. Answer that. No, I jest. In that, the number 3 car going well at the moment. Leon Kohler still leading the race. He was 18 seconds clear at the start of the lap. I have to disbelieve my own timing screen. It was telling me the first sector of the lap was done 2 minutes 40 seconds faster by Picariello, giving chase to Kohler. Yes, Kohler's had some scary little moments, but I don't think it was that much. Right, at the end of the lap, let's see what it is between first and second, between Leon Kohler in the Lion Speed by Car Collection Motorsport Audi. Has he gone into the pits? Can't see that yet. Alessio Picariello, who's been hand over fist holding him in, is now in the lead of the race. Where is Leon Kohler? In the background. So did he have that really slow first stint? Now your timing screen, look at the first sector, 1 minute 16 for our race leader Picariello, 3 minutes 56 for Kohler, but Kohler hadn't just come into the pits. I don't understand that. I expected Kohler to be passed on that lap by Picariello, who was 20-something seconds faster than him the previous lap. Yes, in 1 lap, but still waiting for Kohler to come through. Yeah, he's been passed by Kubik and Maziak. There has been a problem somewhere around the circuit, so he's fallen back at least to 3rd. Is he still going?
He's on the pace again in Sector 2 and Sector 3. Yeah. So the big thing to see what happens at the end of the lap, doesn't it? Does it add up?
This is the hard thing when you, with such long sector times, if you lose someone, you start to question it, and then you're thinking, please show me where he is on the lap. But the TV director's probably trying to find him as well. He's still got over 100 cars to choose between who to show us, but certainly there's a problem for Leon Kohler, who'd driven so well, but he was becoming increasingly, how should we say, loose in his driving style as the conditions changed yet again. Certainly Picariello is on top of it, but
now we've got a 120, which hasn't become a code 60 yet, for one of the Teichmann Racing KTM crossbows, that car number 927 at the side of the track at just before Callanhard, so just after Metzgersfeld into Callanhard.
The single windscreen wiper beating across the screen of our race leader. It's the number 3 Falcon Motorsport Porsche, Alessio Picariello. Now ahead of Kubik Maziak, now leading by 1 minute 42 seconds.
Gamaziak's in the pit now.
And Gamaziak comes into the pit, so it's probably slightly less than that, but Gamaziak has to slow to come into the pit lane. But I think next time around is when Picariello, or possibly the lap after, comes in. You know what? He might not mind coming in. The conditions suddenly seem a whole lot greasier all over again. We saw Leon Kohler struggling to cross the start-finish line. Right, what was the problem at the start of the last lap? Leon Kohler, his lap, 12 minutes 15. The fastest, that is 2.5 minutes slower than Picariello. We had almost all of that lost in Sector 1.
Yeah, it was
and a little bit
1:24 first sector that became a 4 minute.
Yeah.
So it definitely does add up.
I mean, 2.5 minutes, that's enough time to go into a gravel bed and be extracted if there's an extraction vehicle near at hand.
Or have a 180 spin and stall it, restart it, Alt Control Delete, reset and turn it around.
Yeah, but 2 and a bit minutes. You do it normally less than that unless you're all fingers and thumbs.
Not if it doesn't want to start.
No, that's true. Needs winning. So Gamaziak into the pits from second place. So he's worked his way up the order. He was the driver that took pole position in tricky conditions this morning. That means Leon Kohler, who didn't come into the pits, will go back into second place. Bjorn Grossman in third in the Octane 126 Ferrari. Fourth place will be now in the hands of Vincent Kolb, sharing with Frank Stippler. Frank's done the heavy lifting. And then the Cup 2 leader. It's the car that led the race outright on the run to the first corner. 102 from the Black Falcon Team Identicar crew. Started by Gabriele Piana. Second run by Tobias Muller. Now Paul Hakema at the wheel in 6th place overall. But Vincent Kolb doesn't move up to 4th because he too dives into the pits. So both the Team Phoenix cars in the pit lane having tyre changes. And possibly also driver changes. I think no, Kolb will carry on. Then we've still got over 2 hours remaining. 2 hours and 20 minutes remain in this, the first half of the 12 hours. An experiment, and certainly an experimental way. So, right, if people are just joining us for the first half of the Nürburgring 12 hours, we've got an interesting way of restarting. Not the way we've seen, right, you've completed 32 laps, you will all start line astern. You will start, if you did 32 laps.
Start where you finished.
Start where you finished with the same timing interval with which you crossed the start-finish line when the checkered flag was shown. If you're 4.2 seconds down on the car in front of you, you start the race tomorrow, Sunday morning, 4.2 seconds after they do. However, the whole start is under code 60 conditions, so no one's going to be rocketing off at great speed until the last of the starters on Sunday morning has left pit exit, then bang, up to green, and hopefully it'll stay green. We have had slow zones, we have had code 60s, and if the weather is as tricky tomorrow as it has been in the first nearly 4 hours of the race this evening, then you can be sure there'll be slow zones, you can be sure there'll be code 60s, there'll be spinners, maybe accidents, but the drivers today I think have covered themselves in glory through the first 4 hours. But what you don't want now, as the light begins to fade at just gone 10 past 6 in this autumnal evening on what was a grey day, we don't want any more rain coming. However, we're almost at the point at which you can check your weather forecast again, because it did say last time Peter checked the last hour of the race this evening, hours 5 to 6, 98% chance of rain. We think it's going to be rather less than that, but at the moment the Grand Prix loop is covered by, it's like low cloud with a little bit of spit, but all the windscreen wipers are going snow.
I'm just thinking about that restart, and it's still, I wouldn't say it's perplexing me, but it's intriguing me. How long is it going to take to do a lap at code 60k? Because my point being is, you're absolutely right about them starting at all the gaps, but we haven't got 30 or 40 cars here, we've got 115 cars currently in the race.
I'll ask you a question.
Yeah,
I think I've got an answer for you.
Okay, go on.
Well, I was just going to say that if the race is finished not under code 60, it means the gap from first to last will be, let's say, but it ought to be, judged on the pace of the leaders, no more. Let's say it's 12 minutes, sake of argument, 12 minutes. At code 60, a lap around here, because everyone has to go within that 12 minutes. Whether they're laps down, they'll still be laps down. But they won't be released into other cars coming around at full racing speed, because it will still be code 60.
That's my point, though. So how long does it take, how many cars we've got to finish? If you've got all those starting under code 60, are we going to have them do a complete lap under code 60
no.
and continue going?
No, I don't think so.
All 115 cars out as they are currently running.
Yeah, no, I think the mathematical point there is that when they finish on any lap, you know, even if there was a 15-minute spread, running at code 60 around a 25.5-kilometre circuit will not get you round to the start-finish line before all of the cars have been poured onto the circuit, covered by the 15 minutes between the first car taking the checkered flag and the last. No, I think it's all worked out, because I don't think they want people starting another lap under code 60.
No, exactly.
And you're still pouring out. No, but I think mathematically they have to. If they finish, say we finish now, when Picariello comes across the line to complete his 23rd lap, there won't be a spread of more than a lap behind that, will there? Because there'll be people who are laps down, but, you know, do you understand what I'm saying?
Yes.
Or not?
Yeah, I do. I'm just trying to figure out, does it work? I understand
it must work. It must work. It only doesn't work if we're still finishing under code 60, and therefore the gap between the first car, the winner of the first half of the race, and the last car in that train under code 60, well, that would be a very long time, wouldn't it? So I think it works either way.
We'll find out tomorrow.
again, I live in the camp of optimism, but I do think sort of hard maths works in that, even if...
Yeah, usually does.
But anyhow, doing something different, but I think it's a really, really good way of restarting. Because if you're on a short circuit, you go, that's fine. Anybody who had 32 laps will start you in grid formation, nose to tail, off we'll go. As you see in series
that makes today a 6-hour qualifying session.
Yeah, but with a lap,
it creates an order, not the gap.
Yeah, and if you have a lap that's 25.793 kilometres or whatever it is.
It just doesn't reflect the hard work you've done today to finish 3 minutes ahead of somebody else.
You could be 2 seconds the wrong side of being a lap down.
Yeah.
And then you're going to have all your ducks lined up to regain anything like that. So
we have now got that code 120 did become a code 60 at Callanhard. There's no car indicating was that must go out from outside of the barriers.
So Alessio Picariello listed as 1 minute 42 seconds to the good over Kuba Gimasiak, but we know Gimasiak came in to serve a pit stop. He's gone back out. This is the Polish driver who took pole position. But did Leon Kohler, who stayed out, get past him? I think he did. I think Leon Kohler will be in second place at the moment. Yeah, and third place is now Bjorn Grossman, the Octane 126 Ferrari. Has anybody else got past Gimasiak in that number 16 Team Phoenix Audi?
No, I don't believe so at the moment.
Not yet. Next one who might would be Frank Stippler in the Team Phoenix Audi, but I think he came in on the same lap as his teammate Gimasiak. In fact, Gimasiak is now still in 4th place, having been second but serving the pit stop. Will Stippler stay in 5th? We don't know. We'll see what happens when he comes out. But now, all images of the circuit, the light's fading. Of course, it's been very grey all day.
Well, it is 6:15. Heading towards October in the Eifel Mountains. Difficult. We've got another 3 rounds of this to come still.
Yeah, going deep into the winter. The last one is the delayed second round that was snowed off, NLS 2. Yeah. So, very complicated.
Yeah, the code 60 at Callanhard was for I forgot which car it was. It was the 927 Crossbow Teichmann car I mentioned.
Oh yes.
Which car it was. It appears to be off the track, and the reason I couldn't remember it was because it's not on my GPS anymore. It says intervention vehicle, so I'm guessing it's gone off, been removed, but there's some barrier or repairs or something going on. But I just couldn't remember what it was, so just be reminded of which car it was. So lots of footage at the moment on our cameras of the number 3 leading Porsche, the Falcon Motorsports 911 GT3. Alessio Picariello at the wheel of that car, SP9 Pro class car. That its best lap of the race so far being an 8:46.42, which is nowhere near the fastest lap of the race. The fastest I can see at the moment was an 8:30.
It was an 8:30 something from the car that's now out of the race, the number 34 Walkenhorst Motorsport BMW, wasn't it? Christian Cronjes, and then haven't really got to the foot, but no one's going to be setting a faster lap at the moment because quite simply it's becoming very wet indeed all around the circuit. It wasn't just the light fading in terms of the light fading, it was also the rain coming in. So
it's funny you say that, Bruce. I was just watching that number 3 Falcon car coming out of Galgenkopf and down to the Dottinger. They had the lovely Rover helicam shot showing it above, and as it was sitting there, you could see it was dry. There was no spray, no marks behind that car, and all of a sudden it just started a little haze, and it grew and it grew and it grew. By the time it gets to the pit straight, it's there. It's fully wet on the pit straight.
No, it really is, and the gap between Picariello and Leon Kohler, 2 minutes and 5 seconds. So more changes in the lead of the race. But Picariello, I think, should be coming in next time around. Could be the perfect time to do it, to assess on this lap just how much wetter it's getting, what sort of tyres are needed. Very, very tricky conditions, particularly with the fading light at this point. For most of the drivers, they've done probably close to anything between an hour and 2 hours in this race, according to how many drivers they've got in their cars. But for Picariello, still, actually, maybe that simple move of coming in after 3 laps of a stint while running competently and competitively, unless it was a puncture that forced their hand, maybe they thought, you know what, we've looked at the weather map, we want to have the choice to be pitting 3 laps later than normally. So it could be something as simple as that experience. They go, you know, when's the time? It's coming up to 2 hours and 10 minutes to go, and it's nearly 20 past 6 in the evening. Yeah, that could be the time to when the rain is going to strike. We need to be able to react to that very moment.
So a lot of sight of the 170.
Yeah, sorry.
Running there.
Yeah, no, indeed. So, but
SP10 category, which is, I think, SP10 leader. It is.
Yep. Okay. Well, the SP10 is the class for GT4 cars. Going well today.
Können wir progressiv beschleunigen. Schön gefühlvoll und eingelenkt.
Falkenreifen.
Liebe Fans,
besucht unsere
Social Media Kanäle von Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, Twitter und TikTok. Willkommen zu NLS.
How are the weather conditions today? We just talked about the 333 Golf from Max Cruiser Racing back on the track. Had its moment, didn't cause a slow zone. But picked up by people looking at the timing screens, and good to see that kept going in the right element of the race. But there have been little slips and slides, but luckily, so far, touch wood.
I think one of the other Astons just had those, the 176 post-war code, the GT4 entry. I think that's just had a bit of a moment. It's going again, but it did cause yellows. And in fact, I think it was a 120.
I think it's just gone through the screen.
Yeah.
If it was the white and orange one, it looks like it was. So that would be going nicely through the Sabine Schmitz curve any second now. No, not quite yet. Probably through the Vidal chicane at the moment. But yes, that's GT3 Aston Martin in the SP9 class on the lead lap, going well, and that's very good news for Pro Sport Racing. Maxime Dumouriez, Jean Gloria and Christophe Breuer joining them this weekend. Yes, proof if we need it. There's the Aston Martin in the other class, the GT4 class car, turning into the Sabine Schmitz curve now, just ahead of one of many, many Porsche Caymans.
There are a few, aren't there?
Well, great car to have around here, so nimble. It's really what you need. Everyone has this great idea about having the ultimate top speed, but having something you can handle around the shapes and twists and turns of the main part of the Nordschleife. That is rather more important, one feels.
I won't say whom because it would be unfair, but a well-known British constructor owner once said to me, any fool can drive fast in a straight line. It's 50 bits that matter.
I've met some who can't even do that, never mind.
Well,
so
you promise not to be so unkind to me on air.
No, I've got to work with you tomorrow. That'd be ridiculous.
Sure, of course. Look after yourself.
Now, just looking, often you look at the timing screens and the lap times are a little bit all over the place because of slow zones, but as you said, been fairly clear recently. The light is fading. A few drivers are just stepping on board and going, oh, they weren't telling a fib. It is rather difficult, but the laps last time around, the fastest drivers, actually Patrick Niederhauser. No, he wasn't fastest. Car in second place. Leon Kohler, 9 minutes 29. That was quicker than our race leader. Alessio Picario, 9 minutes 42. But I'm just trying to think where the last slow zone was, because if it was a lap and a half ago, which is effectively what it would be if we're looking at the last lap time, that's 15 minutes ago. So whenever we pat ourselves on the back and go, well, it's all clear, of course, a lap time could have been affected from that long before. Still so slippery and greasy out of the final sequence. Twists onto the start, finish straight. Camera crew's going to have to work harder and harder to pick these cars out. Lights are on. Remember, right at the start of the race, we had a wet race board hung out for everyone to alert them to lights needing to be on. But now they're starting to need to really be on so the drivers can pick out their points around the circuit. Into the Grand Prix loop, quite hard to pick anything out because it's a circuit not well liked when it was open because the fans were so far back and around the circuit were just large expanses of grass. Of course, it's a modern racing circuit since Lerman Tilke designed this, and then so many others we're treated to many, many like it. But harder to place your car, easier when you can see what is alongside the track, a la Monaco or the older-fashioned tracks, the more old-fashioned tracks like Spa-Francorchamps. But so far, so good, I'd say. We've nearly reached the 4-hour mark in the first 6 hours of the Nürburgring. 12 hours. Conditions continue to change. The one other variable is the light is beginning to fall. One senses at 6:30 local time in the Eifel forest, your light would be becoming quite restricted anyhow. But right here, right now, it is falling away. Alessio Picariello, yeah, Leon Kohler was faster on that lap. He's got it down to 1 minute 52 seconds between first and second. But at the moment, with 4 hours gone, it's the number 3 Porsche from Fulco Motorsport leading the way by 1 minute and 52 seconds. Maybe on this lap there will be a fight back. Back when the sun wasn't balmy, but it was just about there. The grid was packed with fans ahead of this. The first 6 hours, the first half of the Nürburgring 12 hours. 6 hours on Saturday, 6 hours on Sunday. It was grey, it was overcast, but it was dry. Until, that is, the drivers went to the back part of the circuit on their formation lap. They got out to Metzgersgeld, found it was greasy. At the start of the race, Kim Lewis-Schramm slightly napping, and from third on the grid, as half the field decided they were on the wrong sort of tyres, they dived into pits. Gabriele Piana in a Cup 2 Porsche, that's car number 102, didn't hang around, took the lead of the race from the two Team Phoenix Audis. And in behind, some stayed out on tyres that probably weren't the right tyres. Grip was a problem, just seeing the number 3 Porsche at the start of the race. That was in the hands of Sven Muller, clattering into one of the Schnitzelam Racing Mercedes. But the Ferrari took the lead and did so beautifully in the hands of Luca Ludwig. He had his own moment and came oh so close to sliding off at the foot of the hill on the climb to the carousel. Others too ran a little bit wide. Wherever it was once wet, it became dry, and the reverse was true. Fabulous battle between the number 4 Porsche and Jean Glorieux in the number 17 Pro Sport Racing Aston Martin. It was very, very close indeed. The race-leading Ferrari very nearly being pushed into the pit lane. Spinners, Miklas Born, that was harmless. Others lost a little bit more time down at turn 1, getting deep into the gravel. And there, the fleeting moment when the sun actually came out properly along the Dottinger Höhe. It wasn't to last, however. Great run from Leon Kohler, driving as never before, going past the sister car. And then, unfortunately, everybody going through the muck, the grease that came out of the front of the stricken Fricadelli Racing Porsche that Klaus Abelin dropped. And then the driver on the move was in the number 3 Porsche. It was Alessio Picariello picking his way up through the field, past Leon Kohler, past the Ferrari that had been leading the race. That was in the hands of Bjorn Grossman. Then the sister car, number 4, Komi Lederger, having a massive tank stapper coming off the Dottinger Höhe. Then the number 3 Porsche made an unexpected pit stop, had to come back out and pick its way up the order all again. Leon Kohler leading the race. He had a moment or two of his own, completely off the circuit and then rejoined. And so too did the number 3 Porsche in a moment that I hadn't spotted before. So still problems out on the circuit, but it's the number 3 car leading the way, coming surely towards the end of Picariello's stint. What's left on the clock, 1 hour 57 minutes. That's only the first half of the race. Of course, we have 6 hours again tomorrow, but Picariello, as we just saw on the highlights, has had his moments going off the circuits. In fact, frankly, the cameras can't cover everywhere. Hands up who hasn't had a moment sliding off the circuit at some point in this race.
Well, I've had a few moments in here in the booth, never mind out on track. Picariello, this will be the end of his 8th lap.
So, stretched one further.
He must be quitting this lap.
Yeah, and I sort of just having a look at his tyres are clearly not as good as the fresher ones on Leon Kohler's car. Every sector, Kohler's taking time out of him. So maybe at the end of this, the 8th lap, he really is hanging on. Of course, maybe with those various slow zones and the odd code 60s or whatever, he felt there's a little bit more life in these tyres. Maybe because the track's a little bit damper and. But anyhow, Picariello, maybe it's a major job he's doing, staying out for this extra lap, but the writing's on the wall. A, he has to come in because the car will need fuel. B, he has to come in because the tyres will be feeling very, very tired indeed. But he's not hanging around any point in a race like this. You've still got to be grabbing any moment to go past another car. So the 977 Porsche from the Cup 3 class, that was passed quite easily. K. Kramer Racing entry. But a little bit of caution required, but the job was very well done indeed. Looking to see who's leading that Cup 3 class, and it's car 976, so that's his FK Performance leading the way, and that's in a very, very impressive position overall, 18th. And it's driving it at the moment is Jens Murtefind from Buchholz, so that's very good for the Porsche 718 Cayman class. The 102 Porsche back out, but no longer in the lead of Cup 2. That's still just outside the top 10. Was in the top 10, had that pit stop. That's pit stop number 5. Whereas the car that's leading the class is in 9th place overall, car number 120. But that's only pitted 3 times, 3 to 5. You can understand why the order was flipped around. Driver at the wheel of that is Daniel Bickel, sharing with Tim Shearbart and David Yarn. Avia W&S Motorsport there. Having a good run. That will surely dive into the pits. Coming out of the pits, Jean Glorieux has just taken over from Maxime Dumaret in the Pro Sport Racing Aston Martin we were talking about earlier on. That's the one in GT3 class, in SB9 as we call it here. 7th overall, but back into the race.
Nick Bailey of PR for the Falcon Tyres in the UK has just sent me a message by saying that the reason they did 3 laps, we were questioning it earlier, was simply because of weather and needed to change the tyres. That simple.
Okay.
Probably because we weren't sure on those 3 laps, was it right? Was our timing scheme? We were questioning ourselves because sometimes timing schemes lag, but that's when we read through it. But Nick, thank you very much for letting us know. It's always good to have that.
Was that for number 3? Because we were questioning it on the number 4 car, the Ragginger taking over from Comi Ledergar. It could work for both because they both had, those cars had a 3-lap stint.
Are you listening, Nick? Bruce has got a question for you. I'm waiting for the phone to light up again. The magic box.
Maybe we asked too much. Maybe they want to give us a secret. But both those cars
too much, Bruce. It's our job.
Yes, I know.
We're meant to.
But you know, interestingly, the number 4, I don't know if the sister car is just not lapping on the pace. Last time around, Picariello leading the race on tyres that may not be as good as they were, definitely aren't as good as they were. 9 minutes 35. The sister car, Ragginger, which is more recently out of the pits, 9 minutes 45. It just doesn't. Would you set up the cars entirely differently? I just simply don't know. But the 3 is the one that's had the pace thus far out of the pair.
I'd have thought it was unlikely to set them up.
Yes, I agree.
Right on cue. Nick has very kindly just replied with both cars, same strategy.
Okay.
Exclamation mark
at different
and a
times.
big smiley emoji. So there you go.
Okay. Also, let me remember, as a flatbed, there's still repairing barriers around the circuit. Yeah. This is a feature of the Nordschleife. Brilliant at it. Don't forget, the number 4 was in pit lane when the others set off on their formation lap, so had to start at the back of the first group of cars. That's down in, along with a couple of others perhaps would be nice, certainly 40-plus cars. So they did really well to pick their way up the order. Easier job for the number 3 that started in about, I think, 10th place or so. But so let us not forget, it may be a long race.
You're just describing cars that are running at the front. Nürburgring, in these conditions, you've waxed lyrical about the intricacies, the difficulties of the Nürburgring, the weather, the conditions. You said an easier job.
Understatement, overstatement, wobbling free.
Oh, absolutely. I can do it all. Any emotion, I can cover it. Yours, Bruce Jones.
Play it down. Play it down. Keep it in check. Get enthusiastic from time to time. Look on the bright side. Right, talking code 60, we have one at Hocheichen. So that's pretty early in the lap. I'm just trying to remember what corner I saw the barrier repairs being undertaken. But for some, they'll be caught by it. Others will be able to sail through.
That's it. That intervention, there's an intervention vehicle there, which will be protecting that. God, that is just at the end of.
You go out of that Hatzenbach and you get into Hocheichen.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah.
Yeah, before you disappear off down to Flugplatz really quickly.
Right, good news for fans of the Lexus. The driver's been quickest in it so far. Hiroaki Ishiura has just got back on board. This was the car that we saw in 3rd place, herring onto the tail of the car in 2nd place. And that was then just when the Ferrari came past and blatted a lot of them. But really brave opening stint, staying out long beyond the others, waiting to see what the weather would do. But you know what? There is no Japanese racing driver who isn't used to every single flavour of rain. Because when it comes down in Japan, whether you're racing at Fuji, at Suzuka, at Sugo, particularly those ones with lots of gradient change, it's fun.
It doesn't drizzle, does it?
No. It's a sort of rain out there you think, can I make a dash across the paddock to that commentary booth? No, not without swimming. Yes. Not without a change of clothing.
It's usually answered the first time you attempt it.
Yes, yeah. And you know, when you then going into an air-conditioned commentary booth when you've been completely drenched, it's not the best of ideas.
It's a good way to get a cold, though.
Super quick, double quick. Not a fan of aircon to start with, but needs must sometimes. So V4 being led by Falkenbach in 81st position overall, so having a decent run in that. And again, it's just worth reiterating all the many classes here. So while we have these GT3 level cars that will blast along the track in, enormous speed in the SP9 class, the V4 class cars are just wholly different cars.
Yeah,
Totally
that was a 701 car, wasn't it? The 325i we were looking at there. That's yeah, highly colourful, base sort of blue, royal blue, with lots of day glow on it. I'm going to mention a sponsor here, unfortunately, but very similar to sort of Pertec colours that were on the supercars in Australia. Very similar sort of colouring to that, and then of course came to British touring cars in the UK with Andy Jordan. But it was that day glow, literally almost highlighter colour of orange, which is probably easy to see this time.
Yeah, I was just going to say,
absolutely perfect.
when you get to the weaker lights,
yeah,
that is the moment at which, in fact, suddenly, as you say that, a bright yellow, really deep yellow, BMW Hove's interview down Dottinghurst, and again, at the start of the race, that would look quite bright, but now, bright yellow with a bright blue tail, it's starting to really glow in the not quite dark, so that just proves your
kind
point.
of Ukrainian colours, that one, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely so. Oh, drivers have to be so cautious.
I was going to say,
through the final sequence of corners.
Typical BMW there, just a little bit of rear end drift. Like, oh, hang on a minute, just stepping out a little bit. Nicely controlled.
All part of the fun, it must be said.
Of course, doesn't wear the tyres too much in these conditions.
Now, just taking a look around this lap, yeah, continued gain until sector 2 by Leon Kohler. Might have had a little moment there because he's dropped away from the pace of Alessio Picariello, who surely is coming in this time around. Will be the end of an 8-lap stint after a 3-lap stint. Surprised us by just doing 3 laps and coming in, but the team keeping an eye on the weather, what were the right tyres to have on their cars at that time. BMW M2 CS class, 41st position overall. Car 883 Di Martino, the bright yellow and bright blue entry we have just been treated to in the murk, in the gloom, the descending gloom above the Nordschleife. Yellow flag now at Hocheichen, so whenever you think it's just a little bit better, it becomes so rather than a slow zone. That's good. Cup 2, mentioned it a short while ago, still in the top 10, being now down into 10th place. In fact, Daniel Bickel has just been dropped behind the recovering Aston Martin, not recovering from anything more than a pit stop, but Jean Gloria, yeah, hooking it up pretty well. He's up to 9th place. Lots of people diving into the pits. Hold on, Ishiura's back into the pits. He's just done 1 lap, come back into the pits. So that's unfortunate for the driver of the Lexus, all Japanese crew.
120 Porsche there, we're seeing a camera shot at the end of the pit straight, or the start-finish straight, and just struggling to get that car slowed down and turned in enough and get the nose of that Porsche, and that's that was a car that started 9th overall. That was a Via W&S Motorsport entry, so the Daniel Bickel car with a 911 GT3, but just struggling to get it in. Didn't go off track. But we've seen a few cars. The gravel track there's been like the Venus flytrap. It's just pulled a few cars in and said, "We'll have 2 or 3 of you." Just a reminder of, I'm as you've said, this circuit it gives and it takes away. Just when you get a little bit complacent, or maybe not, it suddenly says hello and just grabs a couple of cars. And it just tried to grab that Porsche there for a minute. It's almost like that magnet. No, and just managed to get out of the front and get it round again. It was pretty epic. The car behind just took the apex, where he was going like, apex, I'm trying to miss the gravel.
Or the grandstand.
Exactly.
Now, of course, so much of this is the timing of the pit visits. Did you get it right? Did you go too soon to come in and change onto a sort of tyre you thought was right at the time when you were negotiating Bergwerk, but by the time you get there next time around, conditions will not be right for that. For Alessio Picariello, leading by 1 minute 40 odd seconds, he's got to come in surely at the end of this lap. Will it be the right time? The track conditions slippery, as we saw down at turn 1 just a few moments ago with the 120 Porsche, but is there going to be another downpour? Because if it comes in 3 laps time and they can't predict it, then the race leader is going to get caught out and have to come in all over again. How much the teams hedge their bets? That's one of the very, very big questions we have to consider. But for them, for Falco Motorsports, they've rolled the dice, and surely this time around, with just 1 more timing sector to go, we will see the Belgian race leader dive into the pit lane. That should put Leon Kohler, who pitted not so long ago, back into the lead of the race in the number 23 Lion Speed by Car Collection Motorsport Audi. So it's Porsche leading from an Audi from a Ferrari at the moment, because Bjorn Grossman has crept quietly back up the order. He has not been comfortable in these conditions, but he's in third position. Don't forget, the Team Phoenix Audis are giving chase. One's in fourth, that's Kuba Gimasiak, and one with Frank Stippler is down in seventh. Those cars will work their way forward, that is for sure.
Now, Bruce, I think we've lost the number 640 Mustang. That's the OVR Racing Cologne entry. That's caught at code 60. It's stationary on the track at the side, just at the end of Hatzenbach. Really, actually, just had Hocheichen, which is for Flugplatz. And that's the 640 Mustang. I think that's out for them. Looks like it's out of the race.
Okay, well that's bad news. But just had a moment for the 976 Porsche. That was the class leader in Cup 3, and it just was one of those the little cut through on the Grand Prix loop that missed its point entirely. Kept on going, found a proper cut through beyond the cut through, and rejoined the circuit. So that's Jens Murterfint. And again, thank goodness there was another cut through, otherwise they'd have had to go all the way down the hill to the Dunlop Curve, a hairpin at the bottom, not being used for the NLS events, and then back up the other side. But again, as we saw a short while ago, someone turning, it was car 120 turning into turn 1, wasn't it, as you said?
Yeah, exactly.
Just going straight on, and this was the same story. But
just
again,
test the limit of its understeer.
So one really feels right now the temperature's starting to fall away. It's never been cold, but certainly it's a dampish evening. Certainly the air you can feel around the Eifel Forest is, you feel just a little bit greasy.
This is not a play on words. Should we do a snowy weather update?
Let's do that.
Ooh, you suddenly re-engaged then. You're so interested. So, Nürburgring. Here we go. I said it would reduce, didn't I? What was 98% is now 70% at the end of this race. And we are an hour and 43 off that. So just under 2 hours to go to the end of part 1 today. 70% chance of rain. So that's reduced a bit. I think it's going to stay greasy, I would say.
Well, I think when you get to the evening falling, things very, very seldom, unless you have a warm breeze, you know, insert the name of any Maserati you can think of, a Bagheera, a Mistral, whatever, a Kamsin. Ghibli. Yeah, what else can we do? Was it Marak? They were all warm winds, weren't they?
It was Marak, yes.
Yeah, Bora, another wind.
Yep.
I'll stop now. The Quattroporte,
they had a theme and they kept to it.
No, I like it. I also like the concept of a warm breeze. Yeah. The GT4 class Aston Martin having a good little scrap around. This is the one.
I've got to think what the Levante is now. Is that a wind as well? That's the SUV version. I have to find. Yeah, well, I have to find out now, don't I?
You do, don't you?
Yes. yes, I am that.
It's not for you. It's for other people.
Yeah, absolutely.
Hold on, I'd like you to find something else. Hold on, no, he should be coming towards the end of this lap. And Picariello has gone on to his 9th lap. Which is just finishing his 8th. I think he's finishing his 8th, but you can let me know on that.
Yeah, it was. Yes, I can do that.
A little flick around.
Yes, 8 laps completed.
So he's on his 9th. Whoa.
It's got to be it, yes.
Yeah. Well, I was thinking he should be coming in, but he started another one. There's the name at the top of the time charts. Car number 3, SP9 Pro. We know that. First position class, Alessio Picariello, Falcon Motorsports, leading by 1 minute and 44 seconds. On very old tyres.
The Levante was named after warm easterly wind that blows from the western Mediterranean.
They're going to have to run out of cars.
Comes the Latin word levade, which means to rise.
Ah,
we knew that, didn't we? We just couldn't go back that far to school.
They are going to become limited on how many cars they can introduce, really.
Well, being an SUV, I guess to rise is quite good. That's quite clever.
Yes, SUVs.
I actually talked to a customer this week on an event in the UK. He was talking about how he just placed his order for his Lamborghini Urus. So the 700 brake horsepower SUV. And I had to ask in a very careful way.
Where are you taking it?
And I asked what was the appeal. And he looked at me like I'd got 2 heads. Because obviously the fact that I asked the question was, well, that was the problem. Oh, okay. I thought it was a benevolent way of asking the question, as opposed to if I ordered one, which is ridiculous, didn't even pay the deposit. But I told you, you'd say, why? That's what. No,
I'm just difficult.
What the appeal was a nice way of putting it, but yes, I never did get the answer. And yes, he has gone for the metallic yellow as well, apparently.
Well, that's so people can see you coming.
Yeah. So we've got slippery surface flags down at. Now that's where the. Ooh, is that the Mustang that's on the?
Yellow and blue with the tail end, but it's a multicoloured car.
Yeah. I've got no pictures of that's what it was like, but
there's certainly a lot of powder down in the circuit to dry out spilt fluids. And again, you quickly grab your entry list and start flicking through and flick through and flick through. The Ford Mustang, car number 640, OVR Racing.
Can be, no, because the leading car has just gone past that, and that's already at Bergberg, and then 3 Falcon Motorsports entries. So no, that's for. So what's that code? That's a different code, 60. So let's get rid of that. Sorry, Bruce, I will find.
No. It's all good. It's all good. One has other ways of trying to find out.
Now, there was definitely something, so that was Exmuller, as you say, just before we go up to Bergwerk. That's what they've just cleared just after there, because we saw the onboard footage of the number 3 Falcon car with Alessio Piccarello in, which must be coming in this lap, so he's got a way to go on that yet.
Right, confirmation.
Yeah.
Crash at Hocheichen.
Yeah, that's
640.
Yeah, that's the Mustang, but that's a lot.
Oh, I thought we were talking about the Mustang.
No, that's my point. That's much further.
Oh,
back.
yeah, it's further out, isn't it?
I was trying to establish what was on the flatbed.
Exmuller.
Up at Exmuller.
No car shown, it said. Code 60.
Well, there is, because there's something.
We see it on the back of a truck.
Yeah.
Okay. We'll count them out, and we'll try and count them in.
That work when it's on the back of the flatbed then. It's been levanted. It's risen too much.
Has it?
It's obviously out of altitude. It's slightly ironic for a GPS centre, isn't it?
Yeah.
Kind of, yes.
Have to change the settings on that.
Exactly.
Conditions still really, really tricky for the drivers. And don't forget, it's not as though a driver's been here throughout and gauge the conditions, but they've been changing lap on lap. The moment on the start-finish straight, it's dry. One of the Renault Clio's just powering along. Even there, kicking up a tiny bit of spray, looking for the background, because fairly soon, at the end of this lap, our race leader should be in. In fact, he's still got about half a lap to go. That's Alessio Piccario, 1 minute and 45 seconds to good over the line. Speed by car collection number 23 Audi. Leon Kohler at the wheel of that, but Leon early in his stint, and Alessio very much at the end. He's on his 9th lap. We think they're doing well to get 8 laps in, but don't forget, this isn't the heat of summer. This isn't a dry, abrasive circuit. There's a lot of slip and slide on it, and also some code 60s and slow zones to overall drop the pace that little bit, and maybe that's the kind element. But certainly, come what may, a lot of concentration will go into a 9-lap stint. So Picariello has done a very good job indeed.
Well, that car just coming down to Schwalbenschwanz now. Won't be long before it completes this lap. The double left-handed Schwalbenschwanz and that fast double right of Galbenkopf onto the glorious Dottinger. And it's a very tricky corner, that, actually, because you sort of, the mentality is that you go through Schwalbenschwanz and you do that and you go left and concentrate, and it's tempting to look like flick right into Galbenkopf, and it's actually tighter than you think, and whether there is or isn't, I don't know, but it looks like there's a little bit of camber there. It just tails away, but more to the point, as it cambers and tails away, Nürburgring, they're very clever at this. They take away your safety net. They leave you no room there, so you can't afford a twitch on the exit at high speed. And obviously, exit speed is really important, especially at that corner. Probably all the corners on the circuit, that's where you need the exit speed the most.
You know what it reminds me of? I don't know if you used to watch much ski racing. On the Hannenkamm at Kitzbühel, there's a corner where you literally have the screening on the front of trees on the edge.
Sunday, part of UK Live.
Absolutely fabulous, and but you know, you've already got your heart in your mouth as they're going down, where there's space either side of the course, and then it just goes right hard to the edge. There's another corner in Val Gardena that also does precisely that. And look, because they're already going at about 80 miles an hour as they're cutting across a meadow on sheet ice. But
race leader is at Tiergarten now, so should be pitting any second.
So just waiting for the signal that Picariello will have reached the end of this stint. It's been a long stint, 9 laps.
Yeah,
just worth
even
pointing
the
out.
GPS is slow. I haven't got anything on account. The GPS is slow right down, so
He's in. He's
I'll
into
be
the
amazed
pits.
if he isn't. There he is.
The red bar at the top of my timing screen. Now the big question is, he had, what did I say? It was a lead of 1 minute 40 something seconds.
46, I think it was.
He's on a different sequence, obviously, to the number 23 Lion Speed by car collection. Good to see that the Racing One Ferrari is out of the garage, is circulating, but obviously a long, long way down. But they had all the braking problems.
Done 5 laps so far. So we've got a long way to go in theory, though that car's not done. Well, actually, no, Spengler did 8 laps in that car earlier.
Okay.
So the Lion Speed car is capable of doing 8 laps.
All right, looks like smiles all round as we have the driver change. Jackson Evans, the Kiwi, on board. That means they'll have cycled through everybody in that lineup from driver who started, Sven Muller, through to Joel Eriksson.
Quite a few 8 laps in the second stints here. So Eriksson, Spengler, Ludwig, Schramm, Bachler, Fetzer, Stippler, Berkman did 8 laps. Schierbath in the number 120 Porsche. That was the car that took the lead at the start, or that was the 104?
No, that's 102 that took the lead.
Yeah, 120. I'm thinking
120 was the one we saw having.
Did 9 laps in the second stint.
Okay.
So it is possible. It's the only car that's done it in the race, I believe.
Until Picariello. Well, you're saying that was an 8-lap stint. I thought it was 9.
It's saying 8 lap. I think it's 9. But
I wonder where his pit gap box is relative to last lap 9:42.
Yes.
I think they're early in the pit lane, actually.
Yeah, so it's done a 9.
Hasn't crossed the line yet.
Hasn't triggered the sensor yet. I would agree.
Except he has. He's got 27 laps apportioned. Yeah, look, he's under the starting gantry.
He's done 9 laps. Picarello did.
Yeah.
Picarello did 9
and you could also see there's a big BMW gantry across bridge across the circuit. He's beyond that.
Other brands of bridge available too.
No, I'm just being accurate in terms of.
You can get a Brunel.
Everyone knows. What's that? Some spare parts of the X3? No, I don't. SUVs.
Yes, your ex-Frank Sittner car. Yes.
So it is. Mrs. Frank Sittner.
Yeah.
Very good little image. There's a great big graphic right in front of the driver with the pit timer.
Drivers do need that sort of thing, trust me.
It tells you what gear you're in. They've got half an idea. Your pit speed, 0. Well, that's good. You're at a standstill. But most importantly, your pit time counting down to 0. Just so you don't disbelieve the mechanic who's standing
in front. And even the graphic, the LCD there, it's in green for the pit speed and the gear, but the countdown's in red.
Yes.
So just to highlight it, because drivers are drivers.
Hey, dummy.
You got it. Yeah. And this is at 0.
Look.
And I bet it goes green as well. See, now look at that. Last 10 seconds it's gone to yellow. I love it. Time to go. Look at that. Absolutely brilliant.
Brackets not yet.
That goes green, doesn't it? It says go. It even says go.
It says go, and I think the car was moving properly in under a tenth of a second.
Yeah.
I think I saw 0.11 second. The car was moving properly. That was great. I'd like to see that.
Fabulous insight as to but that's what you need to do.
Well, how many races have we seen where people have driven super hard? They've got around problems, they've got it sorted, and then they speed in the pit lane, or they don't serve their minimum time, and it's just all goes away.
Even down to Phoenix at the end of the 24-hour race this year, it was as a question whether because there's something on the refueling at the end where they accidentally started the car while still refueling it. Even a simple error like that, the driver had restarted the car and it was being refueled. Had switched it off again. The fact that they switched it off again and said, okay, I think they gave them it was a 50-second penalty. And I think that was just to say it didn't affect the result of the race. But we were covering it on radio show, and John Hindhoff and I was sitting there just kind of like, hang on a minute, this could affect the end of the race, the result of the race, and the overall winner.
So cruel, right at the end.
But it's absolutely for safety. The driver had accidentally, for whatever reason, misread some signal, something, whatever, not that bit, and restarted the engine. Now, he didn't go anywhere, he didn't gain any advantage. That's not the point. It was a safety issue. And that could be another time where they restart it, put it in gear, and away we go. You saw it in the Grand Prix, or was it last weekend, where, was it Perez ran over a wheel gun left out by Ferrari? These things can happen, but they don't like it happening, it shouldn't.
No.
It's got to be metronomic.
What sort of expression do you reckon Alessio Picariello will be wearing? One where he's looking very confident and happy, because that was a very good stint, a long stint. He actually looks like he hasn't been in the car yet, but hey, we're talking about people having to be fit for this. But Lucas Gajewski looks as though he's had a bigger workout. I know he's been walking up and down the pit lane, but that's Lucas full of enthusiasm.
He has sent me a text about 20 minutes ago saying hi to Bruce.
Has he?
Yeah.
Say hi back. He's a star. And he's making Picariello laugh, actually, or he's standing on his foot. I'm not entirely sure.
He's wincing. That's what it is. Actually standing on his big toe. He can't see on the camera at the moment.
It's just the 2-minute interview or the full 5 minutes. Right, all changes at the front. Jörg Wiebahn has just taken over the 23 Audi. And that was the one in second place that Leon Kohler did such a good job with. So in fact, that is now on the same lap sequence as our race-leading car. And don't forget, it's Mitch Evans on board that now, the Kiwi, having taken over from the Belgian racer. The other Falken Motorsport Porsche in the pits, Martin Ragginger, is out, but until he crosses the start-finish line, it won't be confirmed who's on board, but I think the process will go back around to Ayhan Guven. What did I say?
Back out on track, not out, as in out of the race.
Oh, I see. Yes. Okay.
Even though he's sitting right next to me, and I'm used to this, like, what do you mean he's out? What have I missed? Oh, right, sorry.
Back out was what I said. Back.
It's returned,
not just out.
Returned to the track.
It's all looking good behind, though. And expect the driver change in that. As I said, it should be Ayhan Guven if they're keeping their driver rotation. Klaus Bachler's driven that as well. Komi Ledegar, who wasn't in it for enormously long, but maybe he's being saved for when the light is fading. The light's fading now, an hour and a half or so remaining in this first 6-hour segment of the Nürburgring 12 hours. Quite an experiment, this, but I think the real proof will be, well, it'll be fantastic to have 2 6-hour races combined to make the 12. It'd be interesting to see how the novel restart process is tomorrow. I think it seems like a brilliant way of doing it, where however far behind the car that was in front of you were at the end tonight after 6 hours of racing, you get the signal to go that same element of time apart. So if it's 4.2 seconds, it will restart 4.2 seconds behind tomorrow, and that would be with the cars that are laps down. They too will start the interval behind, the timing interval behind the leading car at the end of the race. So if they're 3 laps down, but only 9 seconds later, crossing the start-finish line, taking the checkered flag tonight, that's precisely when they'll restart. So the order will be completely rejumbled, but no one should lose any of the time advantage they've gained in getting to the end of the 6 hours tonight. Should be quite a spectacle. We're so used to these races starting, Peter, with the 3 batches of different classes of cars. And waiting until the front runners in the SP9 class, in the GT3 cars, come flashing through.
Yeah, sorry, but just looking at the bulletin update, and the 102 Black Falcon Team Identica 911 GT3 number 102, as I said, has now retired from the Cup 2 category with a technical defect. So
okay, thanks for
retire entirely. It is out of the race.
Not back out.
Correct.
Good.
Don't start doing Mickey Flanagan.
Well, it's been a day so far. We're 4.5 hours into the 6 hours, the Saturday 6 hours. And the light is fading by the minute.
The Saturday 6 and the Sunday 6.
Indeed.
It did.
But we have to do it under the...
Sounds like a sort of low-grade boy band, doesn't it? Really?
The Sunday 6. The Saturday 6, the Sunday 5, because one of them's got chicken pox.
Exactly.
Or trouble
One's got a hangover.
Too much fizzy drink.
Sherbet.
So, a juggling at the front. I'm still waiting to see the return of Luca Ludwig, who surely be getting back into that Octane 126 Ferrari sometime soon. Bjorn Grossman has kept it in 3rd place, but don't forget, he was in the lead. It came charging up the order in the opening number of laps, took the lead, and Luca Ludwig was just pulling clear. Looked really, really mighty, but he will be having another crack soon. But Bjorn Grossman was maybe being cautious, but many a time just looked as though he really couldn't find the grip he wanted on this greasy circuit. But certainly would be interesting to have the Ferrari back at the very front end of the field. Can it happen, or is the number 3's pace for Falken Motorsports just simply too good so far? Well, we'll see. And the weather chart, when we last looked at it, was down to a mere 72% likelihood of rain. Had been 98 for the final hour or so. So that could be a twist, and all the harder by being in the dark as well.
The Müller Motorsport Porsche just into the pits, just changed driver. That's from 16th. That's car 1, 2, 3. That's just had... it's got Marcel Hopper at the wheel now. That car had a bit of an interesting qualifying session, and it's not the first time they had this at the 24 hours, or where they had quite a lot of damage, and they do test the mechanics there after having to do all-nighters and put the car straight. So good to see that car back out again. It's just seems to be the way with that. So the 24 hour, it was really quite badly damaged.
Now, just in case you didn't get to understand the situation at the end of the 6 hours tonight, the checkered flag will fall on the race-leading car after 6 hours, and everybody else behind will then just report to the start-finish grid and park their cars there. That will be Parc Fermé. Now, having place changes, I was saying Bjorn Grossman must be coming towards the end of his stint. Well, he just lost a position, just lost third position to Kuba Giamazziak, the driver who took pole. So the Team Phoenix Audi, looking a very wieldy tool now, gains a position. But just to finish my thought, so all the drivers will park their cars on the grid overnight, where it will be Parc Fermé, except in exceptional circumstances. And wasn't it just for the first 45 minutes or something you said when you looked at that rule, Peter?
No, no.
Dispensation.
You've got about 45 minutes after the race ends, approximately. Trying to think when it ends. Is it 2020 or 2030 it ends? 2030. So you have 45 minutes until 21:15 hours local time to request dispensation to work on the car in Parc Fermé.
Okay, that was the 45 minutes.
So
okay,
that's the 45-minute grace period at the end, and it's still subject to request, which can be refused.
Yeah. So ostensibly, the cars will not be touched overnight. The teams are encouraged to rest their crew, feed them, water them, put them to bed, and then getting up for a start tomorrow for another 6 hours.
We've got visions of all these teams having a little crash at the back of the paddock area.
Tucking the sides of the duvet in.
Yes.
Comfortable, can I plump your pillows?
Corners. Yes. Yes. Fold the corner down, a little chocolate on the pillow.
Yeah. Travelling rug over your feet. Oh, it's been a while.
Those days, hey?
Mitch Evans leading the way for the number 3 Falcon Motorsport Porsche. They didn't.
Jackson Evans?
What did I say? I said Mitch, sorry.
Yeah.
Jackson Evans. Oh, dearie me. Trying to pretend I'm not tired and suddenly proving quite the contrary. Jackson Evans, who's done such good jobs in the Porsche Super Cup and the various European Porsche series since coming up from Down Under. New Zealand really does seem to have just a production line of races at the moment. Not bad for a small population.
Now, close battle here between the Audi and the... Ooh.
Yeah, but the weird thing about it is Bjorn Grossman has been reinvigorated. He was passed quite easily by... Oh, I'll tell you why, because suddenly the timing screens worked out. Luka Ludwig has taken it over. Okay, I was going to say, this is... I said he should be coming, but I think it was one of those cases where they just didn't flick it over, because suddenly... You know, Grossman, as I pointed out, had really been not very comfortable in the car. But Luka Ludwig, when the track was at its wettest, clearly was, because he tore from about 10th place into the lead of the race. Now he's all over the tail of Kuba Giamazziak. I think that's just served a pit stop. That's why they were slow to get the driver name over, because certainly Giamazziak passed Ludwig. Ludwig now appears to be getting up to speed and is going back. I think that makes some semblance of sense, but... the track
interesting in the ebb and flow there, not just in traffic as well, but where the two cars. The Ferrari gets really, really close on some of it. It loses out a bit more in the technical, and the two cars are very, very similar in terms of footprints of, obviously GT3, SB9 category cars, mid-engined, big V8s. They're a very similar format compared to a lot of cars where we've got front engine versus the rear mid-engine. These two, they're quite a similar sort of layout. It's the higher speed corners where the Ferrari appears to be gaining.
Yeah.
There's the technical bits where the Audi seems to pull away. I think it's a combination of two things there, actually. In the technical area, I think the Audi generally pulls away and the Ferrari loses out. It's almost at 50-50. So they're on the Dottinger Hoa now by the look of it.
Yeah, and your concept totally proven, because the gap between them has doubled. It's about 20 car lengths, and on the twisted bits, 3 corners, 4 corners ago before Schraubentrans, it was a little bit closer. Under braking though, Ferrari closing in a little bit, but I fancy...
It's had the speed there through the Kim, but look what it will lose out. Oh, no, intervention car. So there's a code 60 there, so they've got to slow right down, go around the intervention car. That's towing something back. It's barrier repair truck and trailer going back into the pits or paddock area just at the end of Tiergarten. You're there racing for, you know, what we're doing for here, third position, aren't they?
Yeah.
And you suddenly come across a Unimog at Tiergarten. Yes, I know you're equipped for it. You've done the license, you've done the permits, you've got all that. I know the professionals, but all the same, you're in your zone concentrating, and all of a sudden there's a Unimog towing a whacking great trailer full of steel right behind you. Okay. Breaking your rhythm.
Yeah, but how about the people competing in the World Endurance Championship at Fuji, where you get the coach tours going around during a practice session? I know you're not likely to clatter into one, but it's still a little bit absurd. And think how high a great big coach full of school children looks as you're skidding around underneath. Now,
so Niederhauser and Stippler into the pits.
Okay, out of, yes, we said the others are fighting over third position. Now they are third position on the track as Niederhauser for car collection, the line speed by car collection crew. That's car number 24 from third place with almost identical lap times. Frank Stippler behind him, the number 5 Audi from Team Phoenix. But the other Team Phoenix car, number 16, now into third position overall. Kuba Gimasiak and Luka Ludwig, very just a second or so behind him, but I sense overall closing in. Just been treated to a wonderful high shot, and it showed there's a very high shot from the helicopter. Well, it's the best place for it. Looking at some lakes in the distance with evening light glinting off them. I had no idea there were lakes as close to the Nürburgring Nordschleife as that, but an absolutely amazing shot. I really do take my hat off to the Rover-sponsored helicopter. It does a brilliant job.
So the two just coming. I said the two. And the Ferrari's been held up by that number 60 Porsche that gets itself loads of airtime. It's no fault of its own. It just happened to be the wrong place at the wrong time. If you're driving a gold Ferrari, that is. And it was said, no problem. Just get in the way. There it was. And I was just saying that Ferrari had caught a load of time up down there through the hats and back, and they had it all taken away again in the sake of 2 corners.
That is just simply what happens racing on the Nürburgring Nordschleife.
It's the Nürburgring, isn't it?
But, you know, for the directors, this is fantastic. This battle's getting closer and closer. Now I need a really wide shot to cover all of the gap between the third place and the fourth place car. But it's Kuba Gimasiak, the number 16 Audi, being chased down again by Luka Ludwig. But actually looking down from the camera shot now, it's about as bright as it's been all race, bar about 10 minutes. At about 3 o'clock this afternoon. So this is at 7:15 in the evening coming up. Certainly some of the people will be thinking about where they put the fatted calf or the pig with the apple in its mouth when they're warming up their barbecues, getting ready for the fun this evening. And I'm glad to see that it's dried out a fair amount, because we all know when you're camping, staying in the old Hotel Horizontalis, a little bit of dampness doesn't make it very pleasant job indeed. Kuba Gimasiak working
past the Dacia Logan.
Indeed, that's twice we've seen it this race. Mysteriously, it swept by majestically.
Yes.
Not the Dacia Logan, that is.
Yes. In a wildebeest fashion.
I'm only upset we haven't got a Moskvich or a Wartburg. I know they've discontinued. It'd be rather interesting to see one of those waving the flag. But the last quarter of a lap has been very, very good indeed for Kuba Gimasiak, and far less so for Luka Ludwig, who was giving chase. The start of the lap was under a second down, but now I'd say it's a 3 or 4 second margin between the pair of them.
Well, we're a little way off. In fact, 16 minutes goes with our number 16 lead car in this battle on the screen at the moment, which is the 5th place car of Kuba Gimasiak, the Phoenix Audi. Say 16 minutes off the final hour of Saturday 6. Just for fun, we're going to do it all again tomorrow. Pro Sport Aston Martin, Gurio in the pits with the number 17 car, still running in 9th at the moment. Obviously that'll shake out a bit in the running order, but
I
just
know.
Just look at the sector 3 time for Kubica Maziak in the Phoenix Audi, a 1:57.
Well, also the fastest
sector 3 all race.
Yeah, but Carl has just said its fastest lap on this drying lap. Marcel Marshevich, one of the Schnitzeland Mercedes, 8 minutes 39, way quicker than anyone else in the field at the moment. But again, you get differing tyre life where people are in their stint. But for the local run crew from Schnitzeland Racing, that's very impressive. Running in 8th place overall, but at that rate should be catching Combe Ledegar any time soon. But certainly very impressive.
Können wir progressiv beschleunigen. Schön gefühlvoll und eingelenkt.
Falkenreifen.
Asphalt Watch. Die ersten Zifferblätter aus echtem Rennstreckenasphalt. Auf dem Asphalt wurden Legenden geboren und magische Momente erlebt. Coblor.
Liebe Fans,
besucht unsere
Social-Media-Kanäle
von Facebook,
Instagram, YouTube, Twitter und TikTok. Willkommen zu NLS.
Dacia Logan chalks another lap up, and the light has really faded in the last 10 minutes, and still cars coming in and out of the pits. Just waiting, reeling from that amazing lap from the car in third place. Kuba Gimasiak, Peter just explaining how that is super impressive, but he's dialed in, the car's dialed in, and he'll be coming into the pits fairly soon, which is very good news for those in front, because they don't owe us a stop for a while. Jackson Evans in that lead Porsche from Falcon Motorsports. That's number 3, sitting on an advantage over York V-Barn in one of the 2 Lion Speed by Car Collection Audis. It's red and it's black. It's car number 23. It's in second place, shared with Florian Spengler, Simon Reicher and Leon Kohler, who did the heavy lifting in that car, but lapping about 5 seconds slower on that lap than the race leader, so the advantage will only grow for that number 3 car. The interesting thing to me is the number 4 car, now up to 6th place. That's the sister car of the number 3. It's the other Falcon Motorsport car, but the 3 is leading, the 4 is down in 6th place overall. Lap pace, not too bad. Komi Ledegaard, who to my eyes came out, did a short stint, handed over to Martin Ragger, and then has taken over all over again. Maybe he felt he had more running in him, but certainly for them, in that Falcon Motorsport camp, it's not going as smoothly as they would like. Kuba Gimasiak leading the race, in third place, just a little bit delayed by the Racing One Ferrari that's had all the brake problems, spent well, probably the best part of an hour or so, if not more, probably 2 hours in the pits, getting it sorted. That's back out on the circuit, but clearly having lost that much time.
Yeah, we just had a code 60 as well at Fuxora for 489, which has hit a Marshall's post there, would you believe, gone off. Come back again though, but it's still going. And that's the Matilda Racing VW Scirocco 489.
Okay. So many incidents still to be found. And the driver on board the Racing One Ferrari is the other British member of the team. It's Will Tregurtha, who's done great things over the years in GT4 in particular, but he'll be enjoying racing a GT3 car. But just a shame they're down in the 110th position. They lost so much time sitting in the pit garage, the Racing One Ferrari. 115 cars started, it's in the 110th, but it is still going. But unfortunately for them, they've only got 13 laps on the board, which is 16 laps, less than half of the total of the race leading car, which is Jackson Evans in that number 3 Falcon Motorsport Porsche. That really emphasises, Peter, just how much time they were sitting, not twiddling their thumbs, trying to get to the foot of the braking problems.
Twiddling their thumbs. I don't think that's how they'll view it. I'll ask Jody, shall I?
Well, he might have something strident to say.
It was first time for everything. You know the one bit you'll have heard is that, won't you? Yes.
Yes, of course.
Of course.
Your name is Dirt.
Yeah, well, nothing new there.
So 40 seconds, as near as can be, is the gap between our race leader, Jackson Evans, getting plenty of worthwhile lapping in the fading light here at the Nürburgring. It's never wasted. Of course, you have fading light of a different sort, but at a different time of day when you compete in the Nürburgring 24 hours. But any GT racer worth their salt very much needs to be getting time on the Nürburgring in all types of light, all sorts of degrees of wet, dry, greasy, whatever the Nürburgring can throw at it, because it really does ceaselessly throw more than any other circuit, I would suggest, bar Spa-Francorchamps, but with its longer lap, it just makes it all the tougher for the drivers. One of the drivers loved the challenge of both those circuits. Right, another lap about to go on the board for Jackson Evans. 8 minutes 29, but that's that car's best lap. But bear in mind, Kuba Gimasiak's car, 8 minutes 15.8. That's a mountain between them, but it matters not, because at the moment Jackson Evans is pulling clear of Jörg Wiebahn in second place. But what can Kuba Gimasiak do this next time around? If he keeps doing 8 minute 15s, well, that'd be A, phenomenal, B, that will really take chunks out of the first two cars ahead of him. However,
it will, given that Jackson Evans has done it at 8:29, so he's 15 seconds clear of that, or quicker. But the line speed Audi in between is at 8:52 on its last lap.
Yeah, so just waiting for that to cross the finish line.
Yeah, just what I was thinking, yeah.
It should improve, but the gap between them was a whisker under 40 seconds. When I see them, I mean Jackson Evans in the lead of the race and Jörg Wiebahn. Jörg Wiebahn, of course, is in a Pro-Am lineup. You don't expect them to be as fast, but as the light falls and our race leader is coming up the slope towards the Vidal chicane, we still haven't got Wiebahn across the line in second place. That should be happening any moment soon, but he'll be almost onto the Nordschleife through the Sabine Schmitz curve. He's got one corner to go before he turns to the driver's left and left again before Jörg Wiebahn has crossed the start-finish line. Well, certainly no visual between the pair of them. Right, 1 minute 21 is the gap between them, and a 9 minutes 11 second lap. However, the battle is for third place. It's exciting. Kuba Gimasiak was 5 seconds clear of Luca Ludwig, and Ludwig has cut it down to under half a second going along the Dottinger Höhe. He's 3 car lengths down. He's 4 car lengths.
He's got the toe as well. This is where the Ferrari's quicker than the Audi. He's got the toe. I don't think he can do anything this lap. He's got to get it into Tiergarten. They've just gone through the kink of the Dottinger Höhe. I don't think he can actually do that now and get it up on the inside, but this is where he's going to lose out a little bit now. The Audi is quicker through this part. Although Kuba, nobody's told Luca Ludwig that at the moment.
No, I was just thinking, as you were saying.
That was the last lap. I'm going to have another go. I'm going to do different this lap. Now, onto the GP circuit.
And he's got a much better exit than the Ferrari driver.
He's going to send it down the inside. It's a possibility. He's not quite close enough. Thank goodness there's no DRS in this racing.
Oh.
It's real, proper, genuine overtake, or not, the case may be. In this case, it's not. Now, Ferrari taking a tighter line through there, through turn 1, which is really quite acute. And this is where the Audi starts to pull out again. When we said this before, didn't we, a couple of laps ago? The Ferrari just doesn't seem quite as quick in the technical sections. It's well planted, but that Audi just pulls out a little bit. 1, 2, 3 car lengths already in almost as many corners.
Yeah, it really just seems to have the punch out of the corners, and then when they get going, maybe slightly sleeker in shape, we get the Ferrari closing in. Did they both get through the cut through? Yes, they did. We've seen many drivers simply finding no handling whatsoever, but of course...
Well, that would point towards a traction issue, because if it's faster in the straight line, it's got the grunt. The 2 cars are the same, but coming out of the corners, you're right. The Audi just seems to get it done. That said, you've only got a bit of traffic, as has just happened, and all of a sudden, that bit of traffic has put the Ferrari right in touch with the back of that Audi once again as they're coming up towards the Vidal chicane, toward the end of the GP lap. They're going to be going through the Sabine Schmitz curve, the big sweeping left-hander with no room on the outside here. They can't run it wide here, can't do anything, make any mistakes here. Sweeping through, and to start another lap of the Nordschleife down through the Hatzenbach. This is where the Ferrari was bizarrely slightly quicker through here the last couple of laps. Can he do anything about it? It could come down to traffic now, Bruce.
You know, what I look at this battle, it looks so that the car you really want is the Audi, and I'd suggest that Luca Ludwig is driving out of his skin to stay with it at the moment. And technically, he puts the car in the right place, but then as soon as the traction is required, the Audi seems to have it to accelerate away. But Ludwig not making any mistakes at the moment as he's closing in. Don't forget, last lap he was 5 seconds down, pulled it in the space of a lap, got to half a second down, and on the start-finish line was a third of the second down. Now, down the long straight, of course, you know, when he uses slipstream, that really helps him. But I think it's a matter of time for Gimasiak. And you know what? His previous lap, Gimasiak's 8 minutes 15, under pressure, with slow zones or whatever, 8 minutes 47 last time around in third place. Bizarre how much the times can bob up and down.
Which is Terting in the number 2 Mercedes-AMG, the GT3 car, just pulled its way past one of the other, sorry, the way around, the Terting was just overtaken by the other Mercedes, got the tow down there. So 2 equal cars, gets the tow, gets the job done. And having to cut through traffic, and that's also behind one of the Falcon cars now, isn't it?
Yeah, just waiting for them to flash over the line so we could check where Peter Terting was.
Teammates.
Yeah. Right, the number 4 Porsche and Marcel Marchewitz are very, very close. Marchewitz just a slash past him coming out of turn 1, so very, very busy. And that's Combe-Ledegar. Yeah. However, looking back at the highlights, and it really does seem quite some while ago that we started the race, and we got 6 hours ahead of us at this point. We've got to our point in the race with 5 of those hours having been gobbled up. But it was battleship grey when the cars left the grid. It was dry. That was great. Well, until they got to the back of the field, so they got to Metzgersveld. The track was wet by the time the formation lap was nearly complete. The cloud was almost hanging down at track level. Something may have distracted our pole starter, Kim Lewis-Schramm, but he certainly didn't expect to be overtaken before they'd even got halfway down to the first corner by the 102 Cup 2 class Porsche. That's in the hands of Gabriele Piano. So he led outright in a junior class car. That was impressive. Track space was at a premium. The number 11 Schnitzelarm Racing Mercedes pushed wide by the number 4 Falcon Motorsport, sorry, number 3 Falcon Motorsport car. But then, when it came to the track being at its wettest, Luca Ludwig powered into the lead in the Octane 126 Ferrari, just made it look so easy, but even he skidded a little bit wide, just missed the grass, just missed the tyre wall on the bottom of the hill on the climb up to the carousel. He wasn't alone in running off the circuit. Number 4 Porsche also at the very same point ran a little wide in a brilliant battle with the Pro Sport Racing number 17 Aston Martin. And then coming into the pits, the race-leading Ferrari was very nearly hit up the back when they found a slower car, slowing down too much in front of them by the number 3 Porsche. The number 2 Mercedes went for a spin, and then a couple of cars, a Porsche and a BMW, deep into the gravel at turn 1. The sun made a cameo appearance, which was very welcome indeed, but soon the weather was back to its old tricks, changing from wet to dry and dry to wet. There were some great drives going up the order. Leon Kohler doing a brilliant job. Everyone slightly interrupted by the number 111, the Fricadelli Racing Porsche, sitting sideways in the track. And when the battle was rejoined, it was the Ferrari against the Audi, but coming through from behind and at such a rate. The number 3 Porsche picked off 1, 2 corners later, picked off the second, into the lead of the race. At this point, the rain started to fall again. A big twitchy moment coming out of Gaugenkopf for the number 4 Porsche in the hands of Combe-Ledegar. Drivers have really had to keep their attention. Very sharp indeed. And then the number 3 Porsche came in out of sequence, took a pit stop, rejoined the race. It was all part of the tactics. The weather conditions changed, and then pretty much everybody ran off at various corners around the circuit, and certainly turn 1 was a trap for many of them. And Leon Kohler had to thank his lucky stars. There was a big grass verge to drive across at Hatzenbach, but he got it wrong. He recovered without hitting anything, but his heart rate, well, that had been through the top. 976 Porsche going very well, so well indeed it tried an extra bit of the circuit. The cut through on the Grand Prix loop luckily had a further cut through so he could rejoin the field. Then when it came to the pit stops, all good and present. And for the drivers, of course, a lovely little thing in front of them, a little graphic showing them how much time was counting down until they had to go. And if they could get it within 1/10 of a second, that was good, as long as it was the right side of the minimum mandatory pit stop. Light is falling all the time. The battle, if anything, is heating up. We've got Luca Ludwig. He closed right in on Kuba Gimasiak in their battle for 3rd place. Traffic counted against him. He lost a lot of time. He's now closing in all over again. It was 5 seconds. It went down to 1/3 of a second at the start of this lap. Traffic affected the Ferrari driver. Again, it's out to about 1.5 seconds between them. But still, the chase is on. This is the chase for 3rd place. Race still being led by Jackson Evans. 2nd place, Jörg Wiebahn, who just doesn't have the pace. He's falling back a little bit now. He's leading the Prime class comfortably. The 2nd car in class is the sister car, also from Lion Speed by Car Collection, 2nd and 6th.
We mentioned earlier that if you put Patrick Assenheimer in anything, let alone a Landgraf Mercedes, it's going to be quick. Just to prove the point, he might be outside the top 10, only by 1 place. He's 11th. He's just set an 8:14.760, the fastest lap of the race.
I'd love to see, I hadn't
Do you like it when drivers listen to us?
I do indeed, indeed.
Follow the script. Well done.
Who's
Patrick.
next? But I mean, what is extraordinary? Look, he's in 11th place. We've got cars in front of him who lapped. The car in second place did a 9 minutes 11. He's just done the best part of 57 seconds quicker. However, I'd love to see what the previous fastest lap was for that number 55 Landgraf Racing Mercedes. It certainly wasn't below 8 minutes 20. So even if he's only found 6 seconds, it shows how the car is coming right. That definitely a very broad racing line around the circuit that's dry. However, there are still the greasy bits out towards the edge. The light is getting harder for the drivers to place their cars. Now, Jörg Wiebahn has just responded. I said he did a 9 minutes 11 last time. He too has found the track better. He's done an 8 minutes 31. So yes, it's 17 seconds slower than the lap we've just been cheering.
Kubica Maziak,
my word.
8:02.
We'll be getting into 7 minutes now. This is extraordinary. So look how fast it's changed. In the space of 10 minutes, we've had it come down by more than a dozen seconds, and that was after a quantum leap game. We had an 8 minute 15. That was Gimasiak, wasn't it? Then we had an 8 minute 20 from the chasing Luca Ludwig. Then Patrick Assenheimer, 8 minute 14. But 8 minutes 2.
12 seconds quicker.
Whoa.
Than the lap set by Patrick Assenheimer just a minute ago, if that. 8:02. Where is that time? Do you mean found that? It's in the. Yeah, it's in the middle second, the last. Yeah, that's extraordinary time. Our third place car, number 16 Audi, that is. From Team Phoenix, Kubica Maziak. Again, another one of those people that he's quick in anything.
He certainly is. So quick he lost some of the letters from his first name. Jacob became Kuba.
Yes.
Popular abbreviation. Right, just worth mentioning though, of course, though he lost a tiny bit of time to Kubica Maziak, Luca Ludwig, 8 minutes 3.7 seconds, so 1.1 seconds, 1.2 seconds lost to the driver in front of him. He set the fastest lap of the race, so they are very even indeed. Now here we go, 53 and a bit minutes remaining till the checkered flag can be unfurled, and then when the race leader, will that be the number 3 Falco Motorsport Porsche? Who knows? When that gets there to complete the 6 hours, thereafter all those timing intervals will be written down on a slab, on a slate, because of course they will be the intervals that are used at the restart of the race tomorrow. Drivers will be let off at those time increments from the exit of the pit lane, and there'll be drivers who are laps down in the junior class cars. They will be also in that mix, so we'll have a real mix from the restart of the race tomorrow. Now, a car we haven't seen for a short while going well, Frank Stippler taking it back over from Vincent Kolb. That's the number 5 Audi from Team Phoenix. What sort of lap pace is Stippler doing?
Yeah, 8:48 to 8:11.
8:11, okay, so really, if you're not below 8 minutes 20, anybody crossing line now.
Had Maziak not put in that stunning 8:02, which was 12 seconds quicker than Assenheimer's about 30 seconds before, then that was an 8:14 from Assenheimer, wasn't it?
Yeah.
It was something 8:11. That would have been about right. Frank Stippler, 3 seconds quicker. Very nice, thank you very much. But Kubica Maziak just had a different idea there and put in one 8:02. That was just absolutely incredible.
Yeah, another quick time on the board in 6th place overall. Patrick Niederhauser in the faster of the 2 Lion Speed by car collection Audis, but his is the one in 6th, whereas the sister car, number 23, is up in 2nd place. That's in the hands of Jörg Wiebahn, and don't expect that to be as quick. It isn't as quick, but really, as I said, below, you got to be in the money. You got to be below 8 minutes 20, but really to be good, you've got to now be putting in laps 8 minute 15s downward.
You said Kamal Ledegaard's just put in a number 4 Falcon Porsche. He's just dropped down to 8:24. So he's brought that down a big way as well.
That just tells you the story of that car. Mind you, that's the same pace as Jackson Evans leading. So the Falcon Motorsport cars, maybe now the tyre conditions, the track conditions are a little bit cooler. Maybe it's not so good for them. But again, they're in a slightly different race sequence to a lot of those cars that are setting the very quick times. Some of whom, do you want to give a little check how long Kubica Maziak has been on this stint? Because I think he...
4 laps in.
4 laps in, okay. So, it's not that different.
So just under the hour to go, just coming up to 50 minutes.
And actually, looking up the slope towards Vidal Chicane, it's about the first time we've seen real gaps in the clouds. That's just to make it nice for the people having their barbecues, but it's still a cloudy evening, but bear in mind the race was started.
You know it's scripted, don't you?
No, I didn't actually.
Yeah, just say gaps in the cloud for the barbecue. They get them fired up now, just about right. Ash has gone to white, ready for after the race. Perfect.
It's probably the heat of the barbecues that's burning the gaps in the clouds. You never know. So, looking down, Cup 2 is being led by car number 120 in a very, very impressive 9th position overall. That's David Jahn, very fast driver from Leipzig. He's showing out with Daniel Blickel and Tim Scheerbart. Tim, who did that really long stint earlier on, you picked up on. That's the W&S Motorsport Porsche. Next car in Cup 2 is 112. So, looking for where 102 is. What problem has that had? That was the one that led the race early on, but in the hands of Gabriele Piana. So I'll have a little hunt for that. I know we're having a little run of pit stops, but that's rather fallen down the order. Rather fallen the long way down the order. I'll find it in a minute, but anyhow, so what is happening in the pit garage?
Luca Ludwig, by the way, just didn't come up on the screen because it wasn't quite the fastest lap. We just put in 8:03.7. So that's the pace at the front. Of those
wow! So we got
4.
Okay, we got and the car. Yeah, exactly. Right, and just worth pointing out. Right, I found 102. It's down in 82nd position overall. It was. It's now 84th. So a problem for Paul Harkema. 7 laps down, so that's all gone a bit pear-shaped. Has it pulled off at the side of the circuit? Has it been? No, I think it's fallen to 82nd. It's had its problems, spent time in the pit garage. Well, that was looking rock solid, but I guess it's not just the performance of Gabriele Piano. You've got to have it right across the board, and clearly people at the moment in the cockpit have been having some problems, but off from the way, Kuba Gimasiak going past into second place, past Jörg Wiebahn. So the 23 Audi falls back a position, about to lose another one because with the headlights ablaze, the gold Ferrari 488 with the orangey red stripe up over the roof is now hard on its tail. So Wiebahn was second, is third, is about to go down to fourth place. Luca Ludwig hunting him down and carrying so much speed, more confidence, more everything. But the Nürburgring twists, it rises, it falls, and still that number 23 Audi is in front of him. That is going to be frustrating for Ludwig. He'll see Gimasiak escaping up the track ahead of them, and the gap that was just 1.5 seconds at the start of the lap stayed fairly stable. But now, only now does the Ferrari go past. And those have been 15, 20 excruciating seconds for Ludwig. In fact, the Helicam is struggling to find Gimasiak. He's about 3 seconds up the track. That was a big, big gain for him. Through Schwalbenschwanz they go. What he wants is a nice clear line through the double right-hander at Gaugenkopf, so he can accelerate at the moment he wants onto the Dottinger Höhe. Actually a nice sweep through the corner. Very tidy from Luca Ludwig there. He had a Porsche Cayman in his path, but he committed to the inside, the right-hand side. He came out of Gaugenkopf, wasn't interrupted, and carried very nice pace onto the straight. Interesting to see what sort of pace Gimasiak can do this time around. He has the fastest lap in the race, 8 minutes 2.5 seconds. He hasn't been interrupted too much in this lap, whereas Luca Ludwig in third place most certainly has. So you'd expect of this pairing that Gimasiak would do the faster lap, but how good is it? Let's take a look. Coming up through the Tiergarten sweepers onto the start-finish straight. Bursting out under a gantry goes the pole, Kuba Gimasiak. He was best part of 20 seconds down on Jörg Wiebahn last time around. Now we've just seen him pass Jörg Wiebahn, and 8 minutes 6, so he's consistently quick. Up into second place. Ludwig, 8 minutes and 9, so he lost 2.5 seconds, 3 seconds on that lap. But where's Jackson Evans? Yes, in the lead of the race. How big is his advantage? Best part of 1 minute 30 seconds. 1 minute 29.376 seconds if you wish to be pedantic, but that's a tidy lead. But the last time we had the race leader through 8 minutes 26. Not these low lap speeds, the two chasing cars, so the gap is going to come down and down and down. Can anybody else do consistent laps as fast as that? By the way, just to compare the pace of the 23 Jörg Wiebahn driven Audi from Lion Speed, that's car number 23. was passed by 2 cars on that lap. Kuba Gimasiak took second, Luka Ludwig. They did 8 minutes 6, 8 minute 9 second laps. He did an 8 minutes 33. I've almost never seen a race meeting around here where the differences between the fastest cars at any point in the circuit and the rest has been so big. I know the track conditions have been different. I know people are at different points in their stints, but I think we're seeing some really, really hard pushing, hard charging driving from Gimasiak and Ludwig.
I think we definitely are. It's an absolute understatement there, Bruce. Some extraordinary times. You see, even our leading cars on an 826, to put that in perspective. Jackson Evans in the Falcon number 3 entry, still leading the race at the moment, but that's got a 1 minute 29 on that. Kuba Gimasiak keeps taking out 20 seconds. How many laps has Gimasiak done in that car? We did.
I think he's done 5 now. We looked at when he'd done 4. Maybe he's on to lap 6.
He has done 5. You're quite right.
Okay.
Whereas Ludwig, I think Ludwig's done less, hasn't he? No, Ludwig's done 5 as well now.
Yes, we were slightly thrown because we had shown as Bjorn Grossman still driving that car.
That's right.
That's why I thought it hadn't pitted, whereas indeed it had.
Yeah, so that's right, because when it started, Ludwig did 7 and then an 8 lap stint. Grossman did 6 and 6. And Ludwig's on 5 now. So does that mean he's going to go right through to the end? I would say logically, he's got to pit, obviously, but as in terms of staying in the car.
Yeah. Yeah, you think so?
I'd leave him in it with this battle with Gimasiak. Because you need to set your stall out for tomorrow, don't you, for the Sunday 6?
No, exactly so. And of course, I presume a driver who finishes tonight could start tomorrow. They'd have had plenty of time to rest in between. So.
Well, precisely so. The FIA rules don't apply here, although I would say I would still advise it. It's done for a reason. I think the rules off the top of my head is, remember, you're not allowed to do any more than 3 hours, and you must have an hour break as a minimum.
But again, having a split race, 6 and 6, it does give more opportunities.
I think it's having a split personality there.
I'm coming to both of you later.
Exactly.
It just gives you more opportunities and scope for how you move it around. You might go, well, my faster, more experienced, my pro driver, if you will. It's better having him finish the race when the conditions is getting darker and darker, and then starting on a track that will be cooler and possibly greasier in the morning, rather than putting
as you said, younger eyes.
Yeah.
Later on in the day, younger, fitter, all that kind of stuff. Play to your strengths.
Yeah. Don't rush the older man who's putting his teeth in.
We've got a camera in the commentary booth, have we?
So I'm just quite intrigued by the pace of Jackson Evans around this lap, actually pretty much matching the chasing Gimasiak and Ludwig. I know the fuel load will be coming down. Da-di-da-di-da, pitted a bit later. But then as soon as I say that, he gets a long sector 3 and he loses 4 seconds.
Yeah.
So he's not matching their pace. However, but what has been notable in this stint is they've pretty much been driving on a track that is drying all the time. Every time part of the circuit was drying in the first, I'd say 3.5, 4 hours of this race, there'd be another flurry. And would make it all the greasier all over again. Never heavy rain, but certainly enough to more than focus the mind. So Gimasiak, the white Audi with the green and orange race livery, making his way through the trees, coming up to the foot of the hill before the climb up to the carousel, picks off another slower car. Does that very well indeed. Each one he can put between himself and between where he is on the track and Luka Ludwig. I tell you what, the last half lap's been very, very good indeed, because Ludwig is at the bottom of the hill and the Audi in that second place is at the top. But as I say that, he gets a little bit blocked. Gimasiak does, and maybe Ludwig won't. But this lap very much going the way of Gimasiak. Every single timing sector, bar the first one, he's gained time. He's pulled further clear. Front end still twitching a little bit, trying to get it to turn into the corners. Would love to see a temperature graphic to see what the temperature's fallen to, because certainly people wearing fairly thickish jackets on the grid. Maybe that was to show their team colours, but much better evening.
Just going to do a temperature check now. It is 12 degrees.
12. Okay. Do you remember what it was at the start? I was going to think it'd be about 14, but
I think it was 15 actually.
Okay.
Thereabouts. But interestingly, just talk about Jackson Evans here, so the head of this race, the Kiwi mentioned. He's only a young lad, but he's just going to. Was he 25? Well, he's probably quite old in racing terms now, isn't he? 25. He is indeed. Just about to turn 26 next week. But he's doing a supercar test with Brad Jones Racing later this month. To look.
Yes, I did read about that.
To do Bathurst. So
yes.
So driving, a rear-engined Porsche in the damp and semi-dark round Nürburgring is exactly one for a big V8 front-engine supercar at Bathurst. Very similar, I'd have thought. Not. Should have got yourself in a BMW. At least the engine was in the same place.
Yeah, but they throw things if you drive a BMW at Bathurst, so, you know.
Rather like Win Percy.
Sorry, BMW here. Yeah.
When he won it. Win Percy tells the story of winning the Bathurst. I think in the day it was either the Hardy Ferodo.
Yeah, probably, yeah.
It was.
Right,
and he won it, and you get the jacket, rather like the golf thing. And he went to the pub at the top of the mountain and just walked in wearing the jacket. Of course, the first Englishman to win it. He said, and basically it was like that thing where all the Hell's Angels turn and look at you. And he said he literally just felt it go down his spine. And he just went, "My round."
My round?
Yeah, exactly. Yes, my round. Yeah, and that's what he did very quickly.
Lovely man.
He said anything. He said anything. Walking Shore paid him for that. He said he'd just gone that night. Yes, he said.
Yes,
How to walk out with your skin still.
Yeah, the top of the mountain at Bathurst.
Pommy winning our race.
I mean, bad enough if you're a Ford driver, Dick Johnson, and you get the Holden guys, fans throwing a massive rock on the circuit, but that actually almost made Dick Johnson Racing the sort of sentiment after that he was nearly killed by some idiots, and that helped put money in the coffers, and he came back and of course had great success there. But I loved those days with those wild Holden Commodores and the great big Ford Falcons, and they're great days. I mean, it's been a great series on a brilliant track, but I think, many series, it goes up and down, doesn't it? And those are the good years, I'd say, in so many ways.
Well, it always ebbs and flows, and I think one of the things we've got these days is there's probably a surfeit of championships and series to run around the world. There's too many options. It's also incredibly expensive. But as we were saying about simulators and stuff now, you can use that to evaluate drivers no more. Not just a question of are they safe, but you look at how a driver deals with traffic and strategy and understanding it. You can get much more of a feeling of a driver now than you could have done just put them out in the car, because conditions can be so different. And it's, I'm hesitate to say, but I'm going to use that phrase. Back in my day, you had no choice. You had to go and drive the car, and the pressures of that was that if you went off or you didn't perform that day because you were too cautious and too careful, so you didn't want to go and damage the car, and you could walk back and they go, "Well, you're no good."
Yeah, but that's the thing. How do you quantify when they say it's a bit vicious under braking, pulls a bit to the right?
Yeah.
How much?
Yeah.
How easily can it be controlled? What degree? Are we talking 85%? Are we talking 40%? You're quite right.
Well,
and that element
it's all measurable now. It's all recordable. It's all there. Data.
It's quantifiable.
And as you said, the stopwatch doesn't lie. Data doesn't lie. It's all there now. You can go the other way. You get analysis paralysis, where you look at stuff too much, and you get to lose that, and you start driving by the graphs. And even I had a little bit of it in a GT1 car once, where I was told at Donington, right, you're driving to the data because you're thinking about what you want us to see. Actually, what we're going to do is give you an old set of slicks. He said, go out and do 10 laps, drive, literally the quote was, from the seat of your pants. He said, get the car moving around, don't worry about it, don't bin it, don't spin it ideally, but certainly don't go off on it, but go back to your roots and drive in the car, enjoy it, of driving it. And I did, and I thought it was absolute rubbish times, about a hooligan 10 laps around Donington. They came back and they went, why can't you make new tyres work so well then? Because you shouldn't get those times out of those tyres. It's like, it's a bit like things like the George Russell comment earlier this year is how could he cope with the Mercedes being so bad compared to Lewis Hamilton? He said, because I used to be driving rubbish cars.
Yeah, exactly.
It's just like, actually, there's a lot to be said for that.
Yeah, no, quite so. And it's a massive factor. Just looking at Gimasiak's lap times, he did an 8:02, an 8:06, an 8:04, metronomic, and every lap he's got traffic in the way. He's in second place. Now, a little bit of an improvement.
I would say, yeah, he's showing off.
Jackson Evans, he is. He gets it in while they can still see me before the lights fades too much. Yeah. But okay, now we're getting
look at me.
Quicker times from the race leader. So Jackson Evans at number 3, Falcon Motorsport Porsche, should be pitting a lap or so after Gimasiak and Ludwig, one would feel. So as his fuel load's going down and his confidence is growing, his pace is growing, doesn't have to take too many risks, but it's not a case of just staying on the lead lap. He is the leader, of course he'll stay on the lead lap. He doesn't want the advantage he's got. It's over a minute, 1 minute and 16 seconds, sizable margin. Doesn't want to lose too much of that, because if you can possibly build a buffer tomorrow, this is what he's got to do. But his pace is now starting to get faster and faster. 3 really quick, consistent laps from Gimasiak and Ludwig, who are giving chase. They've been taking chunks out of him, but Kiwi has started to hook it up a bit now.
What was his last lap? I know his last one was an 8:17. The previous one to that was an 8:23, was it not?
Mid-20s.
Yeah, so
24.
6 seconds quicker. He's responding, and it's silly to say, because we're of the mentality now, Bruce. I'm sure you are, that we're nearly into the last half hour. Yeah, 35 minutes of racing around here still. That's it's a fair bit of time.
Yeah,
that's still we're talking
5
about.
laps.
Well, yes,
4 laps.
Yeah, probably yes, 3 to 4 at this pace. But of course, it's only half of it. We've got another 6 hours to do tomorrow. That's got to be going through your mind as a young driver, 26 coming up 27. That as you said, you're no hero if the car's on the wall. Right. And there's always that pride of you're not matching these times, but it doesn't matter. There's reasons for it. We don't know what tyres that car's running, what fuel load it's got on it, etc. It's different. He's doing it nice and good. He's picked up the pace. Doesn't matter. They've got they've got a 1 minute 16 advantage, haven't they? Start the race tomorrow fresh with a minute's advantage.
That's a job.
It's a good place to start.
Yeah. And again, this is the point. We look from above, we look from the side, we can see sort of what tyres they're on. We don't know if they're a set that's been scrubbed, brand new, a set that's having its second run. Simply can't tell you that, but clean, consistent. The Falcon Motorsport Porsches, particularly the number 3 car, just looked very much in control in this race. But we did say right at the start, we reckoned an Audi would probably be the most wieldy tool to have around sort of the best average performance around the lap. And Kuba Gimasiak is very much proving that. He's carrying on, chipping away the advantage of the race leader, but certainly Jackson Evans is closing it back down. Before there were sectors, the long sectors, where he's losing 3 seconds to chasing Gimasiak. Now he's down to losing only half a second in those longer timing sectors around the circuit. So certainly for Falcon Motorsport, Jackson Evans is doing what is required from him. And maybe the others, well, we talked about would they get to the end of the race before needing another pit stop. They'd have really rather ruined their chances if they didn't. But could you just check, can I check in your magic box of tricks, Kuba Gimasiak, how many laps has he done in this stint? He's got 33 laps on the board. Just need to find out.
6 laps done.
6 laps done. Well, he's going to have to pit before the end, because we've got, let's look on the clock, 33 minutes on the nose. And if you're lapping, unless he can do 9 laps, or he might be a lap short. This could be quite interesting. Maybe this. When I saw the number 3 Porsche come in from the lead of the race, Alessio Picariello, and just after 3 laps, I said, are they back counting already?
But Evans has done 6 laps.
Oh, as well. Okay, so on the same. Yes, they got onto the same routine now. Of course they did.
We can see that they've done 9. They can do 9, can't they? So,
yeah, but that means they're, well, at the moment, almost completing that 34. So this will be 7 laps.
Yeah, but if we carry out this race, we've got 1 minute 16 between the pair of them. We've looked Kuba Gimasiak is lapping at 13 seconds a lap quicker. We're about to find out Jackson Evans' time as he comes through Tiergarten and crosses the line very shortly. We'll get a new lap time. It was an 8:17 last time. So let's see what the time differences between these two.
1 minute 16 was the gap.
8:13, so he's brought it down again.
Another 4 seconds.
3. So that's now approximately, let's call it 10 seconds a lap for ease. That's 3 laps to go, 30 seconds. They're going to close that gap down from a 1 minute 16 to...
It's 4 laps. It's this lap, because unless he banks it off so enormously he loses the lead of the race, it's this lap and 3 others. That means he's got to pit, quite surely.
But can Gimasiak keep up this pace? This is the point. Yeah, I think Jackson Evans there is responding beautifully. I suspect the strategy there, and we might be told this one, of course. Just looking to see if
yeah, well,
they're just wondering if Nick Bailey of Falcon might say any more. Might want to give too much away, of course. That's not broadcasted. But I just wonder if Jackson Evans' pace that appeared so slow there. Slow is a material thing.
So he could squeak another lap on
exactly.
his stint.
Stroke it, but don't need to. Hold position, stay where you are. It's all part of the strategy. Sit there. When you need to, you've got a little bit in reserve. That's what you need to do. I mean, I remember this very, very clearly from my experience of things like Spa 24 Hour, going out and doing qualifying. And part of it was, or free practice was, you had to go around the circuit and do a lap at a pace, because this is our race pace. This is what we're going to do. And then it was, right, do a lap, not a quali lap, not anything like that, but how much have you got left in reserve, which you now do in a simulator, which is my point I was making earlier. But it was to see whether all the drivers fitted in, who's going to be reliable, who's going to be consistent at night, as you say. Can you do this? So you do your lap at, say, whatever it was, I happen to remember the time, it was a 2:25, it was race pace. That's what GT3 cars do now. But how much had you got in reserve was the point.
Yeah.
People like Campbell Walter had got lots in reserve, and you were just like devastated. Like, oh, okay. I thought I'd done quite well to take a few seconds off that, and then they just go, oh, okay, fine. But that was the whole point. You need to know where your drivers are, but that can also use more fuel, more wear and tear on the car. Tyres, everything's worn out more, including the driver. So that driver's got to be able to do those times consistently, not just put two in. It's a 24-hour race. In this case, it's a 12-hour race.
But I'm just wondering if any drivers in the top six have realised that their tyres are not going to last to the end of the 6 hours. They're going to have to come in for a pit stop. That would just really shatter their run, drop them down the order. But can, by that judicious pace in the early stages of this stint, mean that Jackson Evans can stay out there to the end of the 6 hours? Surely it's going to be a mistake for any of the teams if they don't. He lost 4 seconds to chasing Kuba Gimasiak, but you know what? He's still got, on that last lap, 1 minute and 12 seconds to good. That is a tidy advantage. And if over the next 3 laps he loses another 4 seconds, another 4 seconds, another 4 seconds, so what? He'll still be a minute to the good. Going to pass the checkered flag at the end of this race, and that would mean he starts tomorrow's race a minute ahead of whoever is in second place today. So that is really what he's working towards. Luka Ludwig had fallen away a little bit. He's now nearly 8 seconds down on Kuba Gimasiak, but in fact he'd fallen further and is now closing in all over again. But you really feel with those two drivers, they've done 4 laps in the row under 8 minutes 10 seconds now, metronomic, and the little move up and down by a second here, 2 seconds there is traffic. That is all that simply changes their pace around the lap.
I just love these endurance lights at night, where they spread out and highlight all the curbs, apexes, and whatever. Never mind, you've got lights for seeing forward. You know, and that's one of the things that's changed fundamentally over the last few years. Look at the Aston there; that's got particularly straight beams. Look at the Falcon Porsche; it's got them shining out either side. They're like spotlights on a stage.
I might get some for the TVR, actually. Those are rather good. Had a bit of a dash through the night the other day in the driving rain. I thought I'd quite like to see the edges of this lane. So I'm pressing on.
You're so demanding, Jones.
I know.
Yes. Go by feel. If it bumps, you've hit the curb. It's fine. If it doesn't, you've missed it.
And you're playing for the flight you were chasing to get to. Therein lies the problem.
But we talk about technology and simulators and things like that. That's something that's evolved enormously over the last 5, 10, 15, 20 years, is lighting on cars. 30 years ago, look at that, when you were covering stuff with Le Mans, it was Group C cars and whatever.
Still am.
There were wet candles.
Oh, yeah, totally.
Yeah, in those days. Yeah, and they were doing 230 miles an hour. Now you've got these LED lights. It's daylight switch. I've heard the drivers call them that. It's so different. You can't imagine what difference that is. You know, 200 miles an hour on Lucas lamps, not brilliant. Trust me.
But you know what that does?
I've tried it.
What that does mean is older drivers whose eyesight isn't as good as it was. They do have an option of racing at night. But you think back to the days in the 50s, early 60s, Aston Gregory and the like, spectacle wearers just didn't like it.
No.
Great success, but they had to make sure they weren't doing much of the night driving. So suddenly we're into the final half hour, and as Snowy said, you might think, well, nearly at the end, but still racing aplenty. Right. Just taking a look at, is there more gain on this lap from the chasing Kuba Gimasiak? You sense there possibly is, but yeah, the margins are so much smaller now. Whereas before, apart from Sector 3, where he still takes a lot of time, that's the longest sector, whereas he was gaining seconds in the individual sectors around the lap, now he's dealing in tenths of seconds, so things really changed. Well, it smiles all around for Christian Kohlhaas, the Racing One crew. He's now out of the Ferrari, but of course I'm just going to scroll back. The race-leading car, 34 laps on the board. The Racing One Ferrari with all those braking problems. It's risen to 105th overall, but only 16 laps on the board. But good to see Christian smiling away. Will Tregurtha has taken that over. Jody Fannin did the early running, but...
well, you can't really call it running because he did...
hopping.
Well, exactly. I'm just going to have a very, very quick look at that. I need to scroll down. Sorry, Jody, I need to scroll down a very, very long way to find your comment.
You have to go to the bottom and bounce up about 12 positions.
Better, actually, just go to the bottom and work up, isn't it? You're not far wrong, actually. Yeah, so Jody did say start of the cards, the 39 numbered entry. He did 2 laps. Screen trying to be silly. Followed by 2 laps, followed by 1 lap. So a lot of running in that car. Christian Kohlhaas,
a lot of time standing in the pit garage.
Christian Kohlhaas has had 8 laps in the car now, and Tregurtha's in the car now with 4 laps down. So Jody's day is going to be tomorrow, hopefully.
Yeah, in fact, it's a 4-driver lineup, so there's another driver who hasn't had a go yet.
I know what he's doing. He's getting the barbecue fired up. That's what he's doing. If he knows what's right, get the barbecue fired up. Go on, Jody, get on with it.
Raise the team spirits. It's important.
Exactly.
So the Aston Martin has just served a pit stop. Take a little look for that. Don Gloria, 10th position overall. Have seen that higher. Has been up to about 7th place. Certainly challenging for 6th place at one point, but good battle in the early stages of the race. But best lap for the Aston Martin, 8 minutes 18, whereas of course we know the very best lap in the race, 8 minutes 2.56 seconds. That's Kuba Gimasiak, the number 16 Audi from Phoenix Racing, that's running in 2nd place at the moment, and it's still continuing to take chunks of time out of the race leader Jackson Evans, but the clock is counting down. 24 minutes precisely, and we will have reached the end of the first 6 hours. We have 6 hours today, 6 hours tomorrow, all covered on the Radio Show Limited network of channels, and it's a busy weekend through the night, our night in Europe. But
Jackson Evans into the pits, our race leader Bruce. Sorry to cut across.
No,
you.
not at all. Just going to say you can carry on listening to racing through the night. The World Endurance Championship from Fuji. John Hindhoff will be leading the commentary attack on that one. But Jackson Evans in, so he wasn't able to make it to the end. I didn't think any of this front-running group was able to do so. They'd have to make probably about a 10-11 lap stint to do so. So that's at a standstill, very near the bridge across the circuit, which is quite a long way down the pit lane, certainly past the halfway point. And will we expect Kuba Gimasiak in? They were on the same number of laps in this stint, so the answer is yes. He might squeak another lap, but won't get to the very end of this race without coming in for new rubber, surely. So Alessio Picariello is out. He was the 4th driver in that cycle, so it should probably be Sven Muller hopping on board. We'll see what happens when the number 3 Porsche goes past pit out.
Jackson Evans out.
Sorry, Jackson Evans out. Sorry, yeah. Picariello was before. I shouldn't look at the sheet of paper and look at the colour scheme I put down there. Also, we saw Picariello being interviewed, and they couldn't have interviewed Jackson Evans because he was driving the car. May hear from him later, but came in with an advantage. Yes, Gimasiak and Ludwig 2nd and 3rd, they come in. The gap had come down to 1 minute and 6 seconds between the car that Jackson Evans brought in, the number 3 Falcon Motorsport Porsche, and Kuba Gimasiak in the number 16 Audi from Phoenix Racing, and he had a margin of just under 7 seconds over Luca Ludwig, who I'm sure will stay aboard the Octane 126 Ferrari to take it to the end of the race. In fact, you really feel nobody... I'd probably keep whichever driver was in through to the end, but for some, it's a chance for another driver to do 3 laps.
I was going to say, as Joel Eriksson had a run in the car today, but he did 8 laps on the 2nd stint. So Sven Muller did 7, Joel Eriksson did his 8 laps, then Alessio Picariello did his 2 stints, that extraordinary one of we did 3 laps start and that tyre change, hence we were informed by Falcon very kindly, and then his 9 lap stint.
Yeah.
Jackson Evans has just done 7. So the number 3 leading Porsche it is that's going down the pit lane to rejoin for the last
and it is Sven Muller,
21 minutes. Sven Muller indeed into the car.
Just waiting to see that name flick over. Sven started the race, got very, very busy indeed for him in that opening stint. We saw him have a little clatter against the tail of the number 11 Schnitzel-Arm Racing Mercedes. That's still going. Number 3 leading the race, number 11 running in 7th place overall. And that's a car that set another one that set a very good fastest lap, 8 minutes 11. So that is very good, but of course the gold standard was Kuba Gimasiak, 8 minutes 2.5 seconds. That's the fastest lap of the race. That car's in the pits at the moment. Gimasiak, will he hop out? Will he heck? Well, let's find out. Different feel. The final 20 minutes of this race, and it's almost properly dark. Any onboard footage makes it look much brighter than it is. A, because the cars have got very good light, and B, because the cameras do that. They are so good. If you think back to onboard footage from Le Mans, even here, the Nürburgring 24 hours, even 20 years ago, the quality of the light the cameras could draw in was just so far down on what it is now. So if ever you're looking at what's happening, the driver can't see as much as you can. Well, Sven Muller just not even wanting to waste a tenth of a second getting past the back marker, going through the second part of the Sabine Schmitz curve.
Ludwig back out in the Ferrari, and it's Kim Louis Schramm into the Team Phoenix Audi. So Muller, Schramm and Ludwig are our top 3. Falcon, Phoenix and Octane. Porsche, Audi, Ferrari.
Yeah,
I wouldn't have thought I'd said that with just under 20 minutes to go.
No. And it might go Mercedes, but of the regular Mercedes crew, you know, we don't have the top crews here. And the best place of those, in fact, is Schnitzel-Arm Racing Marcel Marschowitz, number 11 in that 7th place overall. Car I can't get my head around is the pace of Komi Ledergar in the number 4 Falcon Motorsport Porsche, because the number 3 car shown it's got decent pace. Recently it got down to what, an 8 minute 13 second lap, was it? But just not seeing that pace from the number 4 car. It just doesn't seem, for whatever reason, to be as sweet as the sister car. Here we are. Doctor, could you please check the following? How many laps has Ledergar done in his stint in the number 4 Porsche? Is he running, mind you, throughout the race, it's not had the pace of the sister car. I'm wondering if they're trying to squeak a really long final stint. We've got 18.5 minutes remaining.
7 laps now.
How far around the lap is he? Let's have a little look. Can he possibly... No, he's coming to the pits as I say that. That's very good for him. At least that answers that question. Cup 2, David Jahn mentioned he was leading that in 9th place overall. He still is. 2nd place is the 112 crew. 3rd place, Hendrik Still driving the 107. 9th, 12th and 13th. So good show for Cup 2 cars. And one thing I've only just noticed, to my eternal shame, is Gabriele Piana, his car that led the race, the 102, that took the lead, Peter, at the start. That's fallen way down the order, but suddenly I thought, hold on a second, what's he doing in 16th place? 5th in Cup 2, because he's driving 2 cars, of course. The Black Falcon. He's driving 102, with which he started and shone and led the race, and he's also driving one of the sister cars, showing with Mustafa Mehmet Kaya and Mike Stursberg, car number 104. I should have picked that one up before, I'm afraid. Oh, and Frank Stippler, the light is falling, he's going faster. 8 minutes 3.0 seconds, that car. That's the 2nd of the Phoenix Audi cars, and that's in 5th overall. Patrick Niederhauser, 8 minute 5.5, so some quick times from the cars in 5th and 6th positions overall. We're just talking about 24, Patrick Niederhauser coming in slowly, just being treated to some onboard footage right towards the end of the lap, and he is limping in. So has that almost run dry of fuel, but his previous lap, his best lap in the race. But this is really costing him those seconds that you do not want to shed before we get to the restart tomorrow morning. He was 21 seconds down on Frank Stippler, and the gap was growing, but he was way clear of the number 4 Porsche, and that's in the pits at the moment. But so a mishap or a misfortune late in the first half of this Nürburgring 12 hours for the car number 24 Lion speed by car collection. Patrick Niederhauser just set that car's fastest lap, and this one is not going to be the same or any better. He's limping in. Luckily, not far to go.
Yeah, to the point, he hasn't even completed sector 3 yet. It was already a 1:30 in sector 2 compared to, let's say, 1:06's 5's 8's is ahead of them. So it was already 25 seconds down. 8. No, sorry, I misreading that. Something else. Ignore that. Listen to what I mean, not what I say.
Hand signals greatly required. Bit of gesticulation, but no gesticulating from the driver leading the race. Sven Muller has picked up from where Axon Evans was sitting on a lead now of 1 minute and 6 seconds. Well, he thought if they could carry a minute's advantage into tomorrow's race, that would be very, very good indeed. And it's effectively going to be, did we think, a 2 or 3 lap stint to the finish for Sven Muller after the pit stops, but
Patrick Assenheimer brings the Landgraf Mercedes into the pits.
And our Cup 2 leader also into the pits, David Jahn, car number 120 as well.
Können wir progressiv beschleunigen. Schön gefühlvoll und eingelenkt.
Falkenreifen.
Asphalt Watch. Die ersten Zifferblätter aus echtem Rennstreckenasphalt. Auf dem Asphalt wurden Legenden geboren und magische Momente erlebt. Coblor.
Liebe Fans,
besucht unsere
Social-Media-Kanäle
von Facebook,
Instagram, YouTube, Twitter und TikTok. Willkommen zu NLS.
There is light on the pit lane, Peter. A light in the darkness, but they are headlights, and they overhead lights because the concert won't have started yet, but some people are working hard for tomorrow. Should we put a new engine? Well, if we must. So, unfortunately for one of the BMW crews, they're getting to show us the engine without the encumbrance of a body around it. But
I think the Niederhauser Audi's got a right rear puncture.
Okay,
what I'm reading on the ticker.
Well, you've got to admire people who said, okay, our race, we're not going to win the 12 hours in our class. We're going to show the cameramen all the engine parts, some that should be in the car but are lying on a table, but we're going to go racing tomorrow and treat it as a 6-hour race, effectively. We'll be way, way down the order, but it's still a lot of racing to be taken in, and for that BMW crew, working hard, but still something to play for. Not in overall honours, but if they can be impressive in the race tomorrow, well, they've still had a 6-hour race shared between all their drivers. But at the moment, Sven Muller taken over from Jackson Evans, leading comfortably, must be said. Cup 2, still the 120 Porsche, leading that Porsche Cup class. That is David Jahn staying on through to the end of this race. Cup 3, have to look down to the 949 crew, but that may not be accurate because with 976 leading earlier, that I think has served its final pit stop. Yes, the other cars in class, including one that's in front of it on the track, Eichenberg in the 949, in the pits at the moment. So they're having a final shuffle. But the big building opposite the pits, that is an exhibition hall, has been packed with people looking at a display of amazing cars and interesting cars. There's a car show inside and much more beside. There'll be a concert as well this evening, and it will be 8:30 local time, Central European time, when it comes to a conclusion here, and we're very nearly there because it is 8:22.
I forgot on our schedule which one was just lighting the barbecue. Is it you or me?
Oh, we sent a chap out.
Because I'm not trusted with matches, am I? No.
I'm not allowed fuel. We're not going to get a barbecue tonight, right?
We're not going to do very well between us then, are we? Yes. Yes. Cold sandwich. Yes.
So, it looks though the order is fairly set. At the end of this lap, we'll see how those final flurry of pit stops have brought people up the order or dropped them back down. Late pit stop, yeah, for Cup 2 leader David Jahn has handed over to Tim Scheerbart, and the 125 Porsche in that Cup 2 class is where it shouldn't be. It's nose into a tyre wall, and that's really unfortunate for Hans Wehrmann from Grunwald. That's a Huber Motorsport car,
and it's done the radiator because there's steam pouring out of the front right of that. So, and the 976, that looks like a Cayman being towed back by an intervention vehicle there.
A very good spotting there. That was the one we couldn't find earlier. That's this Torsten Volter driving there. That was a class leader for a long time, and that's why I was just checking in class. I was just talking about Cup 3. That was a class leader. It's had an off. That is why the 949 has moved into the lead of the Cup 3 class. That's in the pits, as is Mauro Calamia, who's very well placed in the championship. He's now to second in the Cup 3 class. Oh, how cruel.
Now the Pro Sport Aston Martin just pits from the top 10. Patrick Assenheimer's Landgraf Mercedes nightmare continues, Bruce. They've still only just made it to Pflanzgarten. I know.
Gosh.
How long have we been talking about that? So he's got all of this to go, out of the way of traffic. He's got Schwalbenschwanz.
And it's definitely the right, the right left, the left
right
rear. left right, and limping around in the red and white number 24 Audi. Rear wing vibrating as it would with one of your rear tyres down. And certainly the marshal's been very good about pointing out the problems up ahead. You can see the tyre smoke hanging in the air as the field is released. Was that the same car?
No, that was a Porsche.
That was a Porsche that went past, so
yes.
That's not tyre smoke. I was thinking, hold on, they can't release it if they're coming up in the tail of the smoke. That's someone else with a problem. So 6 hours have run incredibly smoothly, or the best part of 6 hours.
Until the last 6 minutes.
Until the last 6 minutes, yeah. Who knew? Or the last, feels like 6 hours, the lap for Patrick Niederhauser. So that's fallen to 9th already and has yet to complete this lap. So everybody else steps up. And as I said, it might even drop to the bottom of the top, just outside the top 10. Patrick Assenheimer is in 11th. That should become 10th for him in the Landgraf Motorsport.
Well, we've gone to a code 60 with a few minutes to go at Brunchen and Hatzenbach, actually. So
okay,
the 254 car off at Hatzenbach.
Gosh. This is
the BMW 346C. I've never heard of that. Well, 254 SP4 entry of Open Motors. That's stopped at Hatzenbach, hence the code 60 there. It's on the right-hand side, so whether that's an issue, whether it's just stopped or had an incident, I'm not sure. And still, I've just got to have a look where this poor 24 Landgraf car is.
Yeah, well, still limping around the lap. So cruel. I mean, we've talked many a time about the length of the lap here. It makes and it breaks, and unfortunately, one really can feel for Patrick Niederhauser. Was pressing on, had just set that car's fastest lap of the race, and then, unfortunately, left rear puncture, and just so unkind. Nothing you can do about it. You just got to limp it home. And that's what he's doing. But for our race leader, number 3, Falcon Motorsport, Sven Muller, pacing it more than a minute to the good. Now that has certainly been a smooth run. Still can't get my head around why the sister car, normally so equal with a driving crew just as strong as number 3 cars, not gone so well today for Klaus Bachler, Ayhan Guven, Komi Ledergar and Martin Ragginger. Here we're talking about drivers that really know their stuff, but for some reason it hasn't had the brakes. Yes, I know it started down the order, the number 4 car had to start the back of that lead group of cars, made up of, I think we said 43 runners, whereas the sister car, number 3, started in about 8th or 10th position, I can't remember now, but up towards the sharp end of the field. But I think we also have to look back at really what happened in the opening hours of the race. Whenever it was dry at one end of the circuit, it seemed to be wet at the other. It kept on changing, keeping the drivers on the toes. But that said, they've been very smooth indeed. And so what we have now, 2 minutes on the clock and 5 seconds if you're a pedant. But Sven Muller leading from Luca Ludwig from the I call it the 126. It's Octane 126. That's the name of the team, but it's number 26 on the door. It's the Ferrari. That has moved up ahead of Frank Stippler's Audi, but it's a minute and 6 seconds, a minute and 7 seconds down on the race-leading car. They'll stay pretty much around that mark because we're clearly on the final lap of the race. Frank Stippler in 3rd, Kim Lewis Schramm in 4th. That means the Audis from Phoenix Racing are 3rd and 4th overall. Jörg Wiebahn has fallen back to 5th for Lion Speed by car collection, but the leading car in the SP9 Pro-Am class, and unfortunately the sister car, has fallen to 11th place, the last of the cars on the lead lap. It won't be on the lead lap, I would think, by the time we get to the end of this final lap for the race leader, for Sven Muller. So we're waiting for our race leader to come round and complete the final lap, to complete what isn't the end of the race. It's the end in the next minute of the first 6 hours. We've got 6 hours again tomorrow. We've got a gap in between where the cars will be parked on the start-finish straight and kept there overnight. The restart will be from the pits, but Parc Fermé is on the start-finish straight. And at the moment, we'll have more than 100 cars putting in overnight. We've seen some in the garages having fairly major repairs. However, for a lot of the drivers, they're coming to the end of the race under a code 60. So coming in very slowly. Sort of have to make sure they keep their focus as they do that. But a blaze of light on a mixed clear and cloudy night above the Nürburgring circuit. The paddock fully ablaze. The pit lane looks relatively dark in comparison. There is a concert coming up later, but for the drivers right now, they've got to complete this lap to complete the 6 hours, which is the first building block in the 12 hours of the Nürburgring. And it'll be Falken Motorsport that go into tomorrow's race as the first car out of the pit lane, and everybody else after that will go at the timing intervals they were behind the race leader at the end of this opening day of racing. But certainly I think it looks like a very good mixture indeed. Quite frankly, if we had more than 100 cars starting out of the 115 that started the 6 hours, Snowy, I'd be impressed, because they had every opportunity to throw it off in those mixed conditions in the first, not just first hour, effectively the first 4 hours before it became gradually overall a little bit drier. We've still got cars, course vehicles on the circuit, on the Dottinger. Hard now to pick out in the full darkness the lights of the cars coming towards one. But it should be the Falken Motorsport car, the number 3. They've got the 2 entries, the 3 and the 4. That's in the lead of the race. The number 4 is down in 7th place at the moment. But the important thing for the number 3 car was Sven Muller. He's got a lead at the start of his lap of 1 minute and 6 seconds. He's snaking his way around, so we've got a little bit of the lap to go. But importantly for him, unless he picks up a puncture, all the stage is set for him to get that car onto the start-finish straight and take the checkered flag. That'll be 6 hours in the book, with 6 hours to be added tomorrow. The last half hour, the light has gone almost completely here. It's a fully dark night now. Evening lasted a while. It is the autumn. But for a lot of these crews, even, you know, for a lot of people, a 6-hour race is something very, very major, and it takes it out of you. This will be hard, but at least they get the full night to recover as well as they can before tomorrow starts. But for some of the crews, there's work to be done on the cars. But for most of them, it's Parc Fermé. They won't be allowed to do anything. They will have license to go and have a meal and a well-earned beer or a coffee before they get as much shut-eye as they can through the night. So even at this late stage, Falken Motorsport, 2 cars in the race. They're leading it with the number 3 car, Sven Muller at the wheel, and they're running in 7th with Komé Ledergaard. But who's to know what the track conditions will be like tomorrow, and will it suit the number 4 car rather better so they come sort of back into the mix? But right now, just waiting for the number 3, Sven Muller, to come round to the end of the race. Other cars featuring well. We haven't seen so much of some. They've kept themselves clear and out of trouble. That's Peter Terting's car is an example of that. That's one of the 2 Schnitzelam racing cars. They've got one in 6th place overall with Marcel Marshevitz, and their other car is down in 14th place overall. So that hasn't had as smooth a run. That's Miklas Born. We still have a small spin. Carrie Schreiner, Peter Terting, who is bringing it home. But it's gone 8:30. And what we're doing at this point is just waiting for our race leader to come through to complete his final lap of the first 6 hours of the 12 hours of Nürburgring. But he's not back from the woods as yet. Sven Muller pushing on. Properly dark out around the circuit. Fortunately for him, as he looks ahead through the darkness, nobody immediately in front of him, so he can just keep his focus and go for the natural racing line to complete the lap. Neat and tidy in the distance as he goes through the sweepers. You've got lights in among the trees, among the campsites. A big campsite facility out at Brunchen. A lot of the fans encouraged to go over there because they could then put on catering facilities and, of course, beer from Fass lots of draft beer to be drunk through the night, but over the jumps, and it's so strange. You go through full darkness of the thickest parts of the Eifel forest, then you burst into lights past the campsites, and then back into the darkness again. And now, for the first time, you're watching on board with Sven Muller, suddenly he has a gaggle of cars, dispenses with them easily, goes in between the pair. Doesn't, even though he's sitting on a lead of, it was 1 minute and 8 and 6 seconds at the start of this lap over the Ferrari of Luca Ludwig, doesn't want to lose too many of those. Into Schwalbenschwanz, so getting towards the end of the lap, out of Schwalbenschwanz, and you've got the complicated Galgenkopf corners, past the Lexus. Good to see that is still going. That ran as high as third early on, made both me and co-commentator Peter Snowden go, what? I think third? That's extraordinary. Not even in the SP9 class, but...
we did think for a moment he was actually going to lead the race,
we did.
Until that
pesky Ferrari came flying through.
Came through and just went on, actually, it's my show. Thank you very much.
And really, it was quite astonishing at that stage in the race, because from completely out of shot, suddenly this Ferrari, from a good 10 lengths back, straight onto the tail, the second and third, straight past the pair of them, and then off into the lead it went. But right now, flashing the lights down the Dottinger Höhe, keep out of my way. One of the Walkenhorst Motorsport BMWs being passed by our race leader, another car splitting left and right in front of Sven Muller. Another car being picked off now into the sweepers of Tiergarten. Left and right, left and right, leaving one more corner, the left-hander off the start-finish straight. Out of the darkness, into the light, and can he even see the checkered flag? But it will be coming up for the number 3 crew. Started by Sven Muller, finished by Sven Muller. The big question is what his gap will be. We'll have to wait and see. When Luca Ludwig comes through next, he'll be over or under a minute between them. We don't know as yet, so the Falco Motorsport crew watching on with great interest. Are there going to be any late changes around this final lap of the night? Not worth taking any risks whatsoever. But in fact, the gap's quite spread out between the cars in the top 10 now. So I think all is fair. But the big change in the final few laps of the race with the pit stops and the thereafters is that Kim Lewis-Schramm his car was second in the hand of teammate Kuba Gimasiak. He, though, is running third. And of course, Luca Ludwig had taken over the Octane 126 Ferrari, went from third to second. That was the change. And of course, if your name's Patrick Niederhaus, the other change was your car falling down and losing a lap and possibly almost more as it limped around with a left rear puncture. So the number 3 Porsche, looking at the screens, has it a problem? Is it slowing down? Yes, it's
very slowly
slowing down, but he's probably waiting to get into that little area where you hook back round it's the final corner of the Grand Prix circuit, to wait in position to then go on to the start-finish straight to be put into Parc Fermé.
And it still stands with the graphics just come up saying car number, car number 3, first place. It's going slightly behind the safety car, and in 6 hours of racing, it's done a whole 38 laps.
Yeah, I know, it's extraordinary, isn't it? When you think about most people, the circuit they start their racing on is a small club circuit, and you go round and round and round and round, and 38 laps. Is that all you could manage? Well, the laps are 25.7 kilometres. It is. So the number 16 Audi comes through in third place. The gap between first and second, it went just under a minute, 59.932 seconds. So Luca Ludwig pressed on very hard in that final lap. Took 10 seconds, or no, 9.5 seconds out of the race leader. But let's call it a minute between friends. But that will be the interval after the number 3 Porsche is fired off from pit exit tomorrow morning. That interval, 59.932 seconds. Maybe they'll round it up to the nearest second, I don't know, I'll have to check that, is when Luca Ludwig will start. There will be other cars between them, other cars that have finished more than a lap down, who might have crossed the finish line tonight, rather closer to number 3 Porsche. But it's according to the gap between you and the car in front and the car behind. That is the interval they will let you off at. If you were 17 seconds down on the car in front, you start tomorrow morning 17 seconds behind. There's none of the story here of I managed to stay on the lead lap, we're all going to be formed on the grid. You are going to cross. Imagine, it's almost as though you just carry on racing now. Effectively, that's it. Where you are at the end of 6 hours is precisely where you'll start, and the cars around you will be precisely the same cars
Only
around
slightly
you.
fresher. It's going to be light. It might be raining. Apart from that, it's exactly the same.
Yeah, for Patrick Niederhauser, he'll have 4 tyres with air in them, which will be very nice indeed. So really unfortunate for Niederhauser in the number 24 Lion Speed by Car Collection Motorsport Audi. But for all these cars, any car you look at, the car that's crossing the line in front by X seconds will be the car that's starting from pit exit by X seconds. Whether they're laps down, so the order will not be changed at all. And we'll go racing all over again. But in daylight, in glorious autumnal sunshine, we'll see the leaves on the trees, or not. The weather was supposed to end 98% likelihood of rain. It dropped to 72%. But as the field comes round to form up on the grid for Parc Fermé, most of the field running, now they've closed the gaps up to next to nothing. Doesn't matter. The gaps have been recorded when they cross the start-finish line. The cars will then be guided round onto the start-finish straight, parked in Parc Fermé. Cars will not be allowed to be worked on unless dispensation is sought within the next 45 minutes, that there is something that is untoward and maybe not safe on a car. But for everybody else, providing their car is as clean as can be, they'll be parked on the grid and left overnight, and only in the morning will they be moved back into the pit lane to take the restart. The restart is for the second 6 hours of the Nürburgring 12. But still, we've got people who are making up a bit of ground at the back because they've just got onto their final lap ahead of the number 3 Porsche, but they're not gaining anything. It's just they're running on their own at the back. Of course, anybody who's this far behind on the lap, and the car we look at is number 2. That's running down in, well, it's a lap down, running in 15th. Well, it's still going to be a lap down, running in 15th at the start tomorrow. It's a novel approach, and it's very much used in winter sports and the biathlon. And I think some riding events have that as well, some equestrian events too. But again, the Nürburgring Langstrecken Series looking for a different way of doing things, and certainly Snowy, with a lap as long as the Nürburgring. Just saying, rounding it up, you were on the lead lap or you were a lap down, it does a massive service to some and a huge disservice to others. So I think this approach is something that really seems very sensible indeed.
It does, and again, we've seen this a lot with the Nürburgring and the organisers in the last 2-3 seasons. Certainly when we had a pandemic and everything was shut down and we came back to racing, we had a little bit. But Nürburgring really, and the organisers were the first ones to get this back onto into the scene again, and they really gave us the template of how to go racing and endurance racing again. Not digital, nothing wrong with that. We had that. We had DNS, didn't we? Digital Nürburgring series. But they gave us that template of, okay, we'll have the car spaced out. You go into the paddock, we go through the roundabout, and do all that, and so and so. And they brought different things in, and since then they've kept that moving. And we've had 6-hour races. We've got a 12-hour race now split over that. We haven't had that before, and I think it's brilliant because it's keeping it moving. It's keeping it fan-centric, which is exactly what you need.
No, entirely so. And the breakfast would have been eaten tomorrow. Someone about it even had a cheeky, sneaky beer to start the day off, dare I say it, on the Sabbath. But there's happiness in the pit lane.
Trust you to finish on a high, Jones.
But the garage is, for some, it's an extraordinary element for them because it's a different way of doing things. But it's quite difficult for the drivers. They have to think about life and what they can do. But they do know, providing their team has looked after them well, they've either got a nice motorhome or a hotel bed to sleep in. And certainly you can think of many drivers racing in 24-hour races that run right through the night. They would crave something like that. You know what? This could catch on, I reckon.
Absolutely. Le Mans over 4 days. How about that?
Yes. You're starting on Thursday. Unlucky. You draw the short straw. You start on Friday. You'll be somewhat behind.
Yes.
But
Le Mans, 4 6-hour races. There you go. You heard it here first.
The city of Le Mans would like that, and all the good burgers there being able to serve you good burgers.
God, wouldn't they just?
Wouldn't they stretch it out? But
last images from the pit lane there. Our good man Lucas Gajewski's got down there with Alessio Piccarello, just getting these last bits of information from him. I would imagine it's a very happy day. He's looking forward to his small amount of barbecue. You're probably in the car first thing tomorrow.
Could well be, but we've got the night ahead of us, and for the number 3 Falcon Motorsport crew, they're the drivers with the smiles on their face. We just heard from Alessio Picariello. Sven Muller brought it home, but that car being shared today and tomorrow. The number 3 car by Jackson Evans and Joel Eriksson. But they will start with a whisker under a minute's advantage, and that is really, really something to build on. So that is our wrap. We'll be kicking off the race tomorrow morning. Do make sure you join us and check out all the stories on vln.de as well. But it's been a good day for Falcon Motorsport. And that's good night from me, Bruce Jones, and from Peter Snowden.
Good night. See you in the morning.
Der Sven ist ein Monster. Sorry, beim Supercup-Rennen, der ist gar nicht...